Southern region. Xiao Mansion. The Xiao Mansion was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, with large red lanterns hanging high, illuminating the entire mansion like daylight. The loud sound of gongs and drums, as well as the lively sound of firecrackers, are intertwined and deafening. Guests come in an endless stream, dressed in luxurious clothes and attire, toasting and exchanging cups. Hee hee. Congratulations to Xiao Gongzi. Congratulations to Xiao Gongzi. Marrying such a beautiful woman is truly enviable. Xiao Gongzi is so lucky. Miss Mo is the most beautiful woman in the southern region. Congratulations echoed one after another, almost drowning out Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had a splitting headache and felt like there were countless needles piercing his head. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred, and the swaying figure made him even more dizzy. Hiss, where am I? Xiao Chen thought in a daze. He slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred, and the swaying figure made him even more dizzy. Holding a wine glass in one hand and handing it to him, a passionate voice sounded again. Xiao Gongzi, come on, I'll toast you. Xiao Chen instinctively took the glass, and the cold touch made him slightly more alert. He lowered his head and looked at the exquisitely carved wine glass in his hand, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. I have traveled through time. He remembered the fantasy novel he had read a few times and the QR code crossing activity. At that time, he scanned the code with a try-and-see attitude, but he didn't expect the surrounding scenery and sounds were reminding him that everything was real. He traveled through time and found himself in that novel, becoming the son of the ultimate villain. What's even more concerning is that today is his wedding day. Congratulations to young Master Xiao for marrying Miss Mo Lengxin. What a perfect match. Miss Mo is the most beautiful woman in the southern region, and young Master Xiao is so lucky. The guests' congratulatory voices came again, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Xiao Chen's heart. Mo Lengxin. How could he forget this name? That's the male lead's childhood sweetheart. According to the plot, after the male lead declares himself emperor, the first person to be purged is him. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but couldn't. This opening was simply a hellish difficulty. Xiao Chen was about to cry and figure out how to escape from this hellish beginning when a majestic voice rang out like a bell. Dust. The crowd parted like a tide, and a middle-aged man dressed in a black brocade robe walked over with a dragon and tiger gate. He has a square face and is not angry or arrogant. He is the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Wuya. The homeowner is here, someone shouted, and the originally noisy hall instantly quieted down. The guests stood up, bowed, with a fawning smile on their faces. I have met the head of the family. The head of the family is really full of energy today. Xiao Gongzi is so lucky to have a father like the head of the family, and his future is limitless. Various flattering words flooded towards Xiao Wuya like a tide, but he just nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Xiao Chen. Chainer, why are you drinking so much alcohol? Xiao Wuya's tone, although gentle, carried a sense of authority. Today is your joyous day. Don't neglect the bride. Xiao Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. With his father coming, it's even harder to escape. He was just about to speak up, ready to find any reason to refuse this marriage. Are you kidding? The male lead is about to come over with a knife. Who cares about getting married? Besides, there are so many beauties in the southern region. Why insist on hanging from the tree of Mo Lengxin? He just wants to be a carefree and happy young man. He doesn't want to die young. Lao dang I. But before he could say the word I, Xiao Wuya glanced over and several guards immediately understood. They took a step forward and surrounded Xiao Chen. Young master, you have drunk too much. The young ones will escort you into the bridal chamber, said one of the guards respectfully. No, Xiao Chen wanted to struggle, but was lifted up by the guards and walked towards the direction of the bridal chamber without hesitation. Lao dang, I haven't finished yet. Xiao Chen writhed desperately under the guard's arm, but his body was too weak to break free. Hee hee, young people are inevitably shy, Xiao Wuya said to the guests around him with a smile as he watched his son being taken away. However, their eyes occasionally glanced towards the direction of the bridal chamber, filled with envy. My school, it's really lucky to be favored by the Xiao family. Xiao Chen was lifted all the way into the bridal chamber, as if 10,000 grass and mud horses were galloping through his heart. What is this called? He didn't even see what the bride looked like before being sent into the bridal chamber. This marriage was too hasty. Bang! The door was tightly closed, and Xiao Chen was escorted into the room by the guards. He apologized and said that no matter how much noise happened tonight, no one would disturb the young master. Xiao Chen sighed with a hint of helplessness. Xiao Chen looked around, his eyes filled with dazzling red. Silk, wedding symbols, dragon, and phoenix candles all highlight the special purpose of this room. His gaze finally fell on the bed. A tall and graceful woman was sitting on the edge of the bed, covered in a red veil, motionless like a delicate jade carving. Even if obscured by the red veil, the faintly visible curve is enough to make one's blood vessels race. Xiao Chen took a deep breath and tried to suppress the impulse in his heart to escape immediately. He has read novels. This woman, Lengxin, is the protagonist's childhood sweetheart. Now that I have sworn in with her, isn't that the longevity star hanging himself? Do you think it's too long? After the protagonist found out he couldn't carry a 40-meter long big knife to attack him, Xiao Chen decisively turned around and walked towards the door. He needs to go find his cheap dad and cancel this marriage. Even if we want to get married, we can't marry this time bomb. At this moment, the figure on the bed moved. Under the hood, Lengxin's black eyebrows furrowed slightly. Doesn't this sound like walking towards oneself? Shouldn't he come over and lift the lid? With a soft creak, the door was pushed open by Xiao Chen. Lengxin suddenly stood up and pulled off the hood. Underneath the veil, there is a stunning face with eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, skin like snow, lips red and teeth white. Even though Xiao Chen claimed to have seen many beautiful women, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Truly the #1 beauty in the southern region. But now is not the time to appreciate beauty. Life is important. Lengxin looked at Xiao Chen, who was about to escape, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, then turned cold again. The surname Xiao. You're not riding me. Where are you going? Her tone was cold, like the north wind blowing through the cold winter months. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen stopped and slowly turned around. The flickering light of the red candle reflected on Lengxin, making her skin as white as snow, which could be broken by blowing. The bright red wedding dress outlined her exquisite and graceful figure, adding a touch of charm. Even though Xiao Chen had already been amazed once, he couldn't help but be once again amazed by her beauty. Under the wedding dress, the plump curves were faintly visible, which made his heart flutter even more. Damn it, Xiao Chen cursed inwardly. What kind of immortal wife did this cheap old man find for him? If this were in a past life, wouldn't it captivate countless young men? But the problem is, this is a time bomb. Miss Mo, Xiao Chen tried to make his tone sound more sincere. This marriage is a misunderstanding. I'll go find my father and explain this matter clearly. Misunderstanding? Lengxin's eyebrows stood up and her eyes flickered with cold light. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Lengxin? She took a step forward and stared at Xiao Chen, her tone even colder. Or is it that I am not protruding enough, not perky enough, and my chest is not big enough? Xiao Chen almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. What kind of tiger wolf words are these? Why does this southern region's most beautiful woman speak like that, frankly speaking? He felt his cheeks burning and his heart beating uncontrollably faster. No, it's not. Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand. He took a deep breath, tried to stay calm, organized his language, and said, Miss Mo, you misunderstood. You are very beautiful. He deliberately emphasized the word very beautiful, hoping that this aunt could calm down. But in his heart, he was crazy roast. This is not a divorce. It is clearly a proposition. I can't answer well. I have to explain here tonight. Beauty? Lengxin sneered, her tone full of mockery. Since you think I'm beautiful, why do you want to escape? She pressed forward step by step, and Xiao Chen could only retreat step by step until his back was pressed against the door panel. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Xiao Chen could even smell the faint fragrance on her body, mixed with the smell of makeup, which made him somewhat distracted. Xiao Chen felt a weight on his waist. Lengxin has already pressed her chest. Her soft jade peak pressed against her chest, squeezing and deforming. The neckline revealed a hint of snow white. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The light of the red candle shone on Lengxin's stunning face, still carrying a refreshing coolness. Xiao Chen felt the soft, slightly scraping sensation, and his heart couldn't help but jump. Miss Mo, are you? Xiao Chen spoke with difficulty, his voice somewhat hoarse. Close contact made him feel the beauty of Lengxin even more, like an iceberg snow lotus, proud and cold. Xiao Chen. Mo Lengxin's voice was as cold as ice. Do you really think I'm willing to marry you? Xiao Chen opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Miss Mo, I know this marriage is not what you want. The Xiao family has shown kindness to the Mo family, but this kindness doesn't need to be repaid with your happiness. I will go and tell my father clearly to let him dissolve this marriage. And in the future, the Xiao family will never make things difficult for the Mo family. Xiao Chen tried to sound sincere in his tone, and he really didn't want to get involved in this dispute. Upon hearing these words, Mo Lengxin bit her red lips. The scene of Mahe's school being retaliated against by irresistible forces came to mind. A raging fire rises into the sky. The tribe members screamed in agony, their voices hoarse. For the sake of her family and parents, she agreed to this marriage. The Mo family requested intervention from the Xiao family, with the only condition being to marry Xiao Wei's son. If we lose the protection of the Xiao family, the Mahe school will disappear in an instant. Thinking of this, her gaze became even more complicated. Do you think I want to marry a playboy like you? Mo Lengxin's voice remained cold, but with a hint of imperceptible tremble. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Dandy? The original owner's reputation is really good. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Mo Lengxin. Xiao Chen, I don't care what you think in your heart. Since you have already sworn in, I am your wife. Now, you want to withdraw from the marriage. Okay, but you dare to take a step out of this door. He'll depose you. Chapter 3. The Plunder of Fate begins. You wish to annul the engagement? Very well. However, dare to step outside this door, and I shall render you powerless. Mo Lengxin's tone was resolute, akin to a cornered beast forced into a dire situation. Xiao Chen gazed upon her exquisite visage, his heart a tumult of emotions. This woman was indeed a rose adorned with thorns. Ding! A crisp notification reverberated within Xiao Chen's mind. The protagonist's luck in the Plunderous Tome has commenced. Another ding. A jolt of exhilaration surged through Xiao Chen, nearly propelling him from his seat. The system. At long last, it has arrived. He had almost resigned himself to despair, wondering why this golden finger had yet to manifest. System, you have finally come. I thought you were lost. Xiao Chen mused inwardly, a hint of excitement and jest lacing his thoughts. Greetings, host. I am the luck-plundering system of the female protagonist. A mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, devoid of any emotion. The luck-plundering system of the female protagonist? What does that entail? Xiao Chen inquired, somewhat bewildered. The name sounded rather formidable. As the name implies, it is the act of seizing the luck associated with the women linked to the male protagonist in the narrative, the system elucidated. The higher the affinity, the more bountiful the rewards. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. Was this not the quintessential formula for a gratifying tale? What rewards do I possess at this moment? He asked eagerly, for he was in dire need of strength. Congratulations, host, on successfully intercepting the male protagonist's destined partner. You have acquired the chaotic saint body. The system's voice remained as unperturbed as ever. The chaotic saint body? Xiao Chen paused for a moment. The name sounded exceptionally impressive. In the next instant, a warm current coursed through his entire being, transforming him as if he had been reborn. Power, speed, perception, everything had experienced a monumental enhancement. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surging strength within him, elated beyond measure. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. He would not annul this marriage. Xiao Chen vowed internally, his gaze fixed with intensity upon Mo Lengxin. This icy beauty he, Xiao Chen, would claim as his own. No one could take her away. Drawing a deep breath, he locked his gaze on Mo Lengxin, his tone resolute. Ahem, Miss Mo, I shall not annul this marriage. Upon hearing his words, Mo Lengxin's cool eyes betrayed no emotion, merely nodding lightly. The delicate form that had pressed against Xiao Chen withdrew. He rose, turning toward the door with the intention of closing it. Yet a slender, delicate hand suddenly seized his sleeve. The hand was as pale as jade, with fingertips tinged in a soft pink, reminiscent of a peach blossom on the verge of blooming, yet imbued with a hint of icy coldness. Xiao Chen halted, perplexed, and turned to face Mo Lengxin. Her cool gaze remained tranquil, yet seemed to harbor unfathomable depths. Eluding comprehension. I merely intend to close the door. I am not departing, Xiao Chen clarified, a note of helplessness in his voice. Lengxin coolly uttered two words. Unnecessary. Xiao Chen was taken aback, his complexion slightly flushed. What could this woman possibly mean? That, during the wedding night. Xiao Chen hesitated momentarily before finally speaking, his voice somewhat subdued. He intended to inquire what they would do if someone interrupted, but felt that such a question might seem peculiar. Lengxin, upon hearing this, replied coldly, "Humph, I do not mind being seen by others." Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned, only to hear Lengxin continue. "If you wish, you may invite a few maidservants to join us." Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered, his heart racing violently. Goodness, this ice-cold beauty actually harbored such an audacious side. He felt a surge of inexplicable desire rising within him. Xiao Chen struggled to suppress this impulse. As he gazed at Lengxin's tall figure, her exquisite curves were accentuated by the flickering glow of the red candles. Particularly, her voluptuous form ignited a warmth within his heart. "My apologies, my lady." Xiao Chen chuckled softly, lifting Lengxin into his arms. Lengxin stiffened momentarily, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her cool eyes. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen's neck, their skin brushing together, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Xiao Chen's nostrils. He carried her to the edge of the bed, gently placing her down. "Ah!" Xiao Chen scratched his head, the atmosphere suddenly turning awkward. He turned to the table, pouring 2 cups of wine from a flask. He offered one to Lengxin and kept the other for himself. "Miss Mo, after we drink this cup of wedding wine, we shall officially be husband and wife," Xiao Chen declared earnestly, raising his cup. Lengxin regarded the wine in her hand, her expression complex. The flickering candlelight illuminated her stunning visage, adding an air of allure. She bit her lower lip lightly, ultimately nodding in agreement. Their hands intertwined, the cups clinked together, producing a clear, melodious sound. The crimson liquid trickled from the corners of their mouths, glistening in the candlelight like 2 entwined red threads, binding them together. Xiao Chen downed his drink in one gulp, and Lengxin gradually finished hers as well. Setting down her cup, Lengxin's face remained largely expressionless, yet her cool gaze seemed to harbor something more. Xiao Chen observed her, inwardly reflecting, "This ice queen is indeed elusive. In this world of realms, there existed physical bodies, true spirits, divine palaces, divine powers, soul seas, true kings, life and death, great lords, sages, quasi-realms, and the supreme emperor realm, each categorized into 9 celestial tiers. System, plunder the heroine's fortune." Xiao Chen silently recited within his heart. Ding. Plunder of the heroine's fortune successful. Acquired 100 fortune points. Current heroine favorability -10. The heroine's attitude towards you is that of a stranger. Xiao Chen was taken aback. How could the favorability be negative? However, upon reflection, he understood. After all, in the original narrative, the Xiao family had pressured other clans, uniting against the Mo family, which ultimately left the Mo family with no choice but to seek Xiao Chen's aid. Xiao Wuyo then opportunistically proposed conditions. Xiao Chen gazed at Lengxin, who sat elegantly on the edge of the bed. Her crimson attire, vibrant as fire, accentuated her ethereal beauty, resembling jade and ice, captivating beyond measure. "Truly beautiful," he involuntarily exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lengxin furrowed her delicate brows, her cold gaze settling upon Xiao Chen. In a secluded room with just the 2 of us. Is that all you can say?" Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm, laced with a touch of detachment. Chapter 4, Something Feels Off. A solitary man and a woman confined in the same room. And this is what you choose to say? Her tone carried a hint of mockery, laced with detachment. Provoked by her demeanor, a rebellious spirit surged within Xiao Chen. With a cold snort, he stepped forward swiftly, pinning Lengxin onto the soft bed. The flickering red candlelight illuminated their entwined figures. A flicker of panic crossed Lengxin's eyes, yet she quickly regained her composure, fixing a cold gaze upon Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, gazing at the stunning beauty beneath him, felt his heart race. He recalled the system's notification. Her favorability rating was still in the negative. System, how on earth does one improve this negative favorability? I'm anxiously waiting for an answer, he mentally lamented. With no response from the system, Xiao Chen had no choice but to press on. He took a deep breath, adopting an earnest expression. Lengxin, I know you harbor many misconceptions about me, but I assure you, I shall treat you well, standing by each other through thick and thin, until the seas run dry and the stones decay, never to part. He poured forth a torrent of overly sentimental declarations. However, Imo Lengxin's expression grew increasingly grim. Ugh, disgusting. She coldly spat out 2 words. Ding. The system's merciless notification echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. -1 favorability with the female lead. Xiao Chen. He was utterly bewildered. What was happening? All he wanted was to enhance her favorability, yet it seemed to plummet instead. This icy beauty was proving to be an exceedingly difficult conquest. Xiao Chen felt like he was trapped in a hellishly challenging dating simulation game, currently stuck at the very first level of the tutorial. Imo Lengxin let out a gentle sigh, her tone tinged with resignation. Will it hurt much? Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of silence, and inexplicably replied, well, after a while it actually feels quite comfortable. Imo Lengxin's face flushed slightly at his words. She huffed softly, turning her head away to avoid meeting his gaze. The flickering candlelight illuminated the bride's bashful countenance, adding a touch of allure. Xiao Chen cleared his throat, his eyes falling upon Imo Lengxin, whose delicate figure was barely concealed beneath the resplendent red garment. Unbidden, a vision of her clad in crimson, subjected to his whims, surfaced in his mind. Xiao Chen found himself inexplicably speaking. Would it be possible to not remove this garment? The air suddenly grew taut. Imo Lengxin turned to look at Xiao Chen in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Time seemed to freeze, the crackling of the candle clearly audible. After a prolonged silence, Imo Lengxin finally regained her composure, grinding her teeth as she spat out, pervert. Ding. The system's prompt resounded abruptly in Xiao Chen's mind. 1 favorability with the female lead. Xiao Chen. He was utterly perplexed. Speak sweet nothings and favorability declines. Utter perverse remarks and it rises instead. The thoughts of this icy beauty were far too elusive to decipher. Is it possible that she enjoys this kind of ambience? Xiao Chen pondered internally. Could this be the fabled reverse psychology? He stole a glance at Imo Lengxin and discovered that although she verbally dismissed him as perverse, the blush on her cheeks deepened. This further solidified his suspicions. It appeared that to win over the aloof beauty, an unconventional approach was required. Perhaps this game was not as challenging as it seemed. Xiao Chen's gaze remained fixated on Imo Lengxin's every movement, as if he wished to etch her image into his very soul. Eventually, Imo Lengxin seemed unable to endure the tension in the air, gently pushing against Xiao Chen's chest, her delicate fingers pointing towards the flickering red candle, signaling to extinguish it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen instantly perked up and feigned ignorance, inquiring playfully, "Is my dear wife feeling shy? But just a moment ago, you claimed not to mind leaving the door open. Now you care about blowing out a candle?" At his words, Imo Lengxin's complexion turned crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Radiant and tempting, she shot Xiao Chen a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly warning him. "If you continue, I might just bite you." Yet ultimately, she refrained from further comment, merely turning her head away, surrendering herself to his whims. Imo Lengxin bit her lower lip gently. Reclining upon the bed, she extended her delicate arm and lightly opened her sleeve. The vibrant red wedding robe cascaded like flowing water, revealing her skin as pure and luminous as jade. Imo Lengxin's figure was graceful and curvaceous, each contour perfectly accentuated. She softly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting a sacred and mysterious glow upon her. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on Imo Lengxin, unable to tear himself away. He leaned down and kissed her, Mo Lengxin instinctively turned her face away. Trying to evade, Xiao Chen chuckled softly, his long fingers gently guiding her face back to him. The soft sensation of their lips met, bearing a hint of assertiveness as he sought to pry open her mouth. Mo Lengxin felt her breath catch. One hand found its way to her slender waist, fingertips caressing her gently, provoking a tingling sensation. Unconsciously, she parted her lips. Xiao Chen seized the moment. Chapter 5. Are you done playing? She unconsciously parted her lips. Xiao Chen seized the moment effortlessly. A wave of sweet fragrance instantly enveloped him, as if he had tasted the finest delicacy in the world. Mo Lengxin suddenly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Xiao Chen's profound eyes. Her nose crinkled slightly, and she let out a soft huff, tinged with a hint of annoyance and shyness. Yet, how could Xiao Chen easily let her go? Mo Lengxin's resistance gradually weakened, replaced by an unfamiliar sensation that spread within her heart. Her cheeks flushed crimson, warmth radiating to her ears. This passive feeling was utterly disconcerting, as if ensnared by an invisible net. She glared at Xiao Chen in frustration, her chest heaving violently. You scoundrel! Mo Lengxin cursed inwardly, her teeth clenched tightly. This sensation was too strange and overly invasive. Embarrassment and anger intertwined within her, as she attempted to push Xiao Chen away, only to find his arm like an iron clamp, firmly encircling her waist. She struggled in vain, her anger intensifying. No, this cannot continue. Mo Lengxin's gaze sharpened, a thought flashing through her mind. Bite him. She tightened her jaw, attempting to seize Xiao Chen's tongue. However, at that critical moment, Xiao Chen seemed to anticipate her next move, withdrawing first. TSK, has the little kitten shown her claws? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery. Mo Lengxin's plan thwarted, her embarrassment deepened. She panted heavily, her exquisite figure rising and falling with each breath, her face flushed, clearly affected by the kiss. The warm red canopy and flickering candlelight illuminated her alluring visage, adding to her charm. Watching her, Xiao Chen felt a stir within his heart. One must admit, Mo Lengxin's beauty was enough to captivate a nation. Mo Lengxin shot Xiao Chen a fierce glare, turning her head away, unwilling to look at him any longer. She inwardly lamented her loss of composure under the kiss of a stranger. This Xiao Chen was utterly detestable. Xiao Chen observed her somewhat triumphant expression. It seemed this young lady was not so easily tamed after all. Yet, that only added to the challenge, did it not? He gazed at Mo Lengxin, who appeared both coldly proud yet tinged with shyness, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Slowly he bent down, his gaze resting upon her delicate feet concealed beneath her red dress. My lady, seeing you appear somewhat fatigued, how about I offer you a massage to relieve your meridians? Xiao Chen spoke with a playful tone, tinged with jest. Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin abruptly opened her eyes, glaring at him fiercely. What do you intend to do? She instinctively pulled her feet back. Yet, Xiao Chen seemed oblivious to her resistance, reaching out to gently lift her skirt. A delicate sensation coursed through his fingertips, stirring his heart. This young lady's feet were astonishingly soft and tender. He gently removed Mo Lengxin's socks, revealing her snow-white, exquisite feet. One can observe the delicate patterns above, reminiscent of exquisite mutton-fat jade, exuding a lustrous sheen. Mo Lengxin, blushing fiercely, wished fervently to burrow into the depths of the earth. Xiao Chen, undeterred by her resistance, gently kneaded her soles. His technique was proficient, applying just the right amount of pressure, allowing Mo Lengxin's initially tense body to gradually unwind. A warm current surged from her feet to her heart, dispelling her previous fatigue and anxiety. Mo Lengxin bit her lower lip, stifling any sound. She felt her body grow increasingly warm, as if a fire were igniting within her. This sensation left her both embarrassed and comforted. Such a pervert. Ultimately, she could not suppress a soft moan. A more pronounced smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. It seemed this young lady was not entirely unappreciative. He continued to massage her, occasionally tracing her soles with his fingertips, eliciting gentle shivers from her. Mo Lengxin clutched the sheets tightly, her knuckles turning pale. She closed her eyes, striving to restrain the urge to softly moan. This Xiao Chen was truly incorrigible. Pervert, she muttered under breath, her tone lacking any real menace. Ding. Mo Lengxin's affection 3. The system's notification echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Evidently, the massage was yielding favorable results. Mo Lengxin's body trembled slightly, an unusual warmth coursing through her veins. She felt her cheeks grow increasingly flushed, her breath becoming rapid. This sensation was both unfamiliar and unwelcome. She was reluctant to be so easily manipulated by Xiao Chen. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, a misty sheen of water clouding her gaze, both bewildered and alarmed, resembling an agitated little beast. Xiao Chen, lost in the silky sensation beneath his fingertips, remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. In the next moment, Mo Lengxin's slender arm exerted a sudden force, grasping Xiao Chen's shoulder and pushing him down onto the bed. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. This young lady possessed quite a bit of strength. Mo Lengxin mounted him, her long, graceful legs resembling two sleek jade serpents, tightly encircling his sides as she gazed down at him. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, brushing against Xiao Chen's face in a teasing manner. It was then that he truly beheld her current appearance. A faint blush graced Mo Lengxin's cheeks, her eyes reflecting a blend of irritation, shyness, and an indefinable emotion. Xiao Chen offered no resistance, merely observing her with a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. "Have you had your fun?" Mo Lengxin's voice was somewhat husky, infused with an unexpectedly alluring, icy demeanor. Xiao Chen felt a flutter within as he gazed into her enchanting visage, now mere inches away. With a cold huff, Mo Lengxin declared, "If you've had your fun, then hurry and take off your clothes." Though her tone was frigid, the flush on her cheeks became all the more pronounced. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The script seemed somewhat amiss, didn't it? Hey, male protagonist, why is your female lead so tantalizing? Chapter 6. No need. The script seems somewhat amiss, doesn't it? Hey, male lead, why is your childhood friend so flirtatious? Undressing? Xiao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. I can't do that. Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin shot him a glare filled with a mix of shame and anger. Are you toying with me, Xiao Chen? Her delicate teeth bit into her crimson lip, her chest rising and falling slightly, clearly agitated. Xiao Chen hurriedly waved his hands, insisting, "No, I truly can't. I've never undressed anyone before." His expression was one of innocence. Taking a deep breath, Mo Lengxin endeavored to suppress the fury within her. She recalled the weight of her family's expectations and her father's hopes. For the sake of her family, she had to see this wedding through, even if it meant submitting to a man she hardly knew. At this thought, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. "Can't. Allow me to teach you." Mo Lengxin's trembling fingers gently pressed against Xiao Chen's chest. He was enveloped by a faint, alluring fragrance that stirred his senses. This girl carries such a delightful scent. Her fingertips began to glide slowly across his chest, akin to feathers brushing lightly or an electric current coursing through him. A tingling sensation instantly spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. He instinctively wanted to recoil, but was reluctant to part with this feeling. Mo Lengxin's other hand reached out as well. Two slender fingers delicately grasped the button on Xiao Chen's collar. With a gentle tug, the button popped open. Xiao Chen's firm chest was now completely bared before Mo Lengxin's eyes. Her cheeks flushed even more intensely. This was her first time helping a man undress. A peculiar sensation arose within her heart. She was unsure what this feeling was. Was it shyness? Anger? Mo Lengxin's emotions were a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. A tall figure flashed through her mind. Who was that? She bit her red lip, forcibly banishing that image from her thoughts. What use was there in pondering this now? The die was cast. She was already Xiao Chen's wife. When marrying a chicken, one follows the chicken. When marrying a dog, one follows the dog. This was her fate. Mo Lengxin huffed softly, a surge of defiance swelling within her. Even if destiny dictated this, she would live with pride. She would not be a pawn in Xiao Chen's game. With this resolve, Lengxin leaned down, her voluptuous form pressing closely against Xiao Chen's chest. A jolt surged through him, as if an electric current shot from his tailbone to the crown of his head. This was Lengxin's first initiative. He could feel the delicate fabric, as thin as a cicada's wings, beneath her bosom, as if it might tear at any moment. A subtle fragrance, mingled with the scent of youth, invaded Xiao Chen's nostrils, making him feel as though he might suffocate. Suddenly, Lengxin leaned in, her soft lips pressing against his. Xiao Chen's mind momentarily blanked. The soft touch and faint fragrance enveloped him, as though he were floating on a cloud. Lengxin's kiss was gentle and tender, like a feather gliding across the water's surface, creating ripples. Their lips met and parted instantly. Yet, as she withdrew, she playfully nipped Xiao Chen's earlobe, sending a tingling jolt coursing through his body. He couldn't help but shiver. Hiss! Xiao Chen inhaled sharply. Lengxin's delicate form remained pressed against his chest, allowing him to distinctly feel her curves and the softness of her body. His heart began to race, his blood boiling as it surged through his veins. He felt as if he might explode. Lengxin seemed to sense his change. She lifted her head, coldly meeting his gaze. What's wrong? Her tone carried a hint of mockery. Are you longing for something? Xiao Chen's face flushed crimson. He instinctively nodded. Lengxin scoffed. Not a chance. Hearing this, Xiao Chen chuckled softly. He understood her pride. The more obstinate she was, the more fiercely she resisted, gazing at her enchanting visage, now tinged with anger. His eyes deepened with intensity. He reached out, gently pressing down on her shoulder, and without hesitation, he flipped her over. Their positions reversed in an instant, with Xiao Chen now on top. Lengxin was pinned beneath him, unable to move. She glared at him defiantly. What do you think you're doing? Xiao Chen offered no reply, merely lowering his head to kiss her. Lengxin turned her face away, letting out a cold huff. His kiss landed on her cheek, but undeterred, he continued downward, kissing her exquisite jawline and slender neck. Her delicate skin felt like the finest silk, irresistible to touch. Lengxin's body began to tremble slightly. Xiao Chen's hand had somehow found its way to her waist, slowly inching upward. Suddenly, she let out a soft gasp, her breath quickening. Through the thin fabric, he could feel her astonishing softness and elasticity. A deeper blush spread across Lengxin's face. She bit her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts, but words eluded her. Her gaze grew increasingly dazed. Don't, she finally managed to utter. Xiao Chen's hand eventually rested upon her sash, his fingertips gently tugging. With a soft, tearing sound, the pristine skin, akin to jade, glimmered alluringly under the flickering candlelight. The red bridal gown hung loosely, a stunning mix of crimson and alabaster, exuding an intoxicating charm. It resembled a flower in full bloom, waiting for a sovereign's hand to pluck it. Lengxin, I will cherish you dearly, Xiao Chen declared. Yet, Lengxin merely huffed in response. Trusting a man's words is as ludicrous as a pig climbing a tree, she muttered, her tone laced with disdain. What a farce. Although she verbally expressed otherwise, a faint blush crept upon Lengxin's face, and her gaze began to evade. Xiao Chen chuckled softly. Whether I deceive you or not, my dear wife, you may find out for yourself. Suddenly, a soft hum escaped Lengxin's lips, and her body tensed abruptly. Her slender, jade-like hand clutched Xiao Chen's arm tightly, akin to a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. Xiao Chen involuntarily inhaled sharply. The cause was not what one might assume. Rather, it was the realization that her nails had, unbeknownst to him, embedded deeply into his flesh. The connection of their hearts through their fingers brought forth an excruciating sensation. Xiao Chen felt as though his arm had been ensnared by a vice, the piercing pain compelling him to withdraw his limb. Yet, he restrained himself, acutely aware of Lengxin's evident distress. If it hurts, you may express it, he urged, striving to imbue his tone with gentleness, unwilling to further provoke her at that moment. Upon hearing his words, the stark contrast of her expressive eyes mirrored Xiao Chen's silhouette. With a haughty huff, she retorted, "No need," her tone laced with a hint of stubbornness. Chapter 7 Forget Oomph. No need. Her tone carried a hint of defiance, as if to convey that this minor pain was of no significance to her. Before long, Lengxin's body gradually relaxed, her tightly furrowed brows smoothing out. The grip she had on Xiao Chen's arm loosened, allowing him to cautiously withdraw his arm. Upon glancing down, he noticed 5 deep imprints left by her nails on his skin. A wry smile crept across Xiao Chen's face. It seemed this girl truly had the nature of a cat. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed. Such trivial injuries meant little to him. What concerned him more was how Lengxin was feeling now. Has she improved? He inquired softly. Lengxin remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Her cheeks still bore a rosy hue. System notification. Successfully plundered the heroine's fortune, gaining 100 fortune points. System notification. Heroine's favorability increased by 7. Current favorability 1. Congratulations. Host, you're no longer the most distant stranger. The system's prompt echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Lengxin closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Her crimson lips were slightly bitten, a hint of red blooming upon them. She exerted great effort to control her breathing, suppressing any sounds. Observing her in this state, Xiao Chen could not help but find it amusing. "There is no need to hold back," he said softly. Upon hearing this, Lengxin abruptly opened her eyes. In the stark contrast of black and white, a faint blush reflected in her gaze, reminiscent of peach blossoms in full bloom during spring, vibrant and alluring. "Oomph." She scoffed softly, turning her head away. "I'm not holding back." Her tone carried an almost imperceptible hint of fluster. However, in the next moment, a soft moan escaped her lips. This sound, as faint as a whisper, distinctly reached Xiao Chen's ears. Lengxin's cheeks flushed even more, akin to a ripe apple. Tempting to the bite, she shot Xiao Chen a fierce glare. "Oomph. You, forget it." Xiao Chen, upon hearing her, could only chuckle helplessly. He nodded. "All right," he replied softly. "Forget it." System notification. Successfully plundered the heroine's fortune, gaining 150 fortune points. System notification. Heroine's favorability increased by 2. Current favorability 3. The flickering candlelight danced like a drunken butterfly in the dim room, its wings fluttering while shadows played upon the walls, oscillating between light and dark. Everything returned to tranquility. The flush on Lengxin's face gradually faded, replaced by a cool demeanor, as if a sudden snow had fallen in spring, covering all warmth. Her gaze began to regain clarity, no longer dreamy or hazy, now resembling a bottomless cold pool, reflecting the flickering candlelight. Bowing her head, she noticed the glaring mark upon her chest, deeply etched into her skin like the imprint of a branding iron. Lengxin suddenly raised her gaze, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen, her eyes brimming with resentment. Yet, Xiao Chen appeared oblivious to the fury in her eyes, meticulously arranging his disheveled attire with feigned composure, before lifting his head to regard her with utmost seriousness. "Lengxin," he spoke gently, "regardless of how you perceive me in the past or the impressions I left upon you, from this moment forth, I shall treat you with the utmost care." This unexpected vow fell like a stone into the still waters of a lake, sending ripples cascading outward. However, Lengxin offered no response. She merely stared at him with an impassive expression, though her heart was stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. After a lengthy silence, she finally let out a soft hum. Chapter 8. Are you jealous? After a prolonged silence, she finally let out a soft hum. "Oomph." Lengxin casually picked up the crimson wedding gown that lay scattered across the bed. The gown resembled a flame, igniting against her porcelain skin. The delicate texture of her skin intertwined with a vibrant fabric, creating a striking visual impact, like a red plum blossom blooming in winter. It stood proud yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. "You need not feel indebted to me." Draping the wedding gown over herself, Lengxin concealed the alluring spring light. Her tone was frigid, akin to ice that had remained unmelted for eons. Although I despise you and the Xiao family behind you. Lengxin paused, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. I shall fulfill the duties of a wife. This declaration, forced through gritted teeth, brimmed with reluctance and resignation. Xiao Chen observed Lengxin's indifferent demeanor and, driven by impulse, posed question. Is there someone else in your heart? The air in the room seemed to solidify. Each sound amplified. Is it Lengxin? Xiao Chen's voice was soft, yet resonated like thunder in Lengxin's ears. She trembled slightly, nearly dropping the wedding gown from her grasp. Suddenly lifting her gaze, her eyes were filled with shock and confusion, as if she were staring at a monster. How'd he know? This secret she had buried deep within her heart, never revealing it to anyone. Xiao Chen noted the astonishment in Lengxin's eyes, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Surprised, are we? His tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. The Xiao family intends to marry you. Naturally, they would investigate your past thoroughly. Xiao Chen shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Lengxin momentarily paused, then nodded. Given the Xiao family's influence, uncovering someone's background was indeed a trivial matter. Moreover, her connection with Lengxin was not truly a secret. It was merely known to few. I didn't know Lengxin. Lengxin took a deep breath and spoke slowly. We have met a few times. Xiao Chen regarded Lengxin, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze, which she perceptively caught. What is this? Lengxin raised an eyebrow. Are you jealous? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen readily nodded. Yes, I am jealous. Lengxin felt a stir within. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's jealousy indicated that she held a place in his heart. This realization sent a ripple through her. Xiao Chen cares about me. Lengxin instinctively moved closer to Xiao Chen, her cheek brushing against his, gently nuzzling him like a cat seeking affection. I have merely met Lengxin a few times and exchanged a few words, she softly clarified. There was no holding hands, nor anything else. Lengxin smiled slightly, radiating beauty. The beauty that could topple kingdoms and cities under the glow of the red candlelight, exudes an additional allure. She relinquished Xiao Chen's hand and gently reclined. In the crimson glow, her voluptuous figure was laid bare, akin to a breathtaking masterpiece that stirred the soul. Lengxin gazed at Xiao Chen, her eyes infused with a hint of tranquility. When one marries a chicken, one follows the chicken. When one marries a dog, one follows the dog. She spoke softly. As of now, I am indeed your woman, and there is no room in my heart for any other man. Chapter 9. The 3-year pact. At this moment, I am unequivocally your woman, with no room in my heart for any other man. Suddenly, a chime echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have plundered 100 luck point from the female lead, Missouri Lengxin. Current favorability towards the female lead has increased by 10, bringing the total to 13. The mechanical sound of the system resonated within Xiao Chen. It felt like a melodious symphony, easing his previously taut nerves. Only 13? Xiao Chen couldn't help but scoff. That seemed rather paltry. System, are your criteria not a tad stringent? He grumbled aloud, though internally he reveled in joy. After all, elevating the favorability from 3 to 13 was indeed a monumental leap. Even if it stood at 13, it still signified that there was hope. The system calmly replied, moreover, you have just claimed 100 luck points from her. This benefit is far from trivial. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smacked his lips in contemplation. While the system's assertion held validity, he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. At that moment, a pang of jealousy struck him. With a sigh, he cast his gaze upon the enchanting Lengxin, pondering, what did you and Lengxin converse about? Though it was merely a fleeting encounter with a few exchanged words, He deliberately paused, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Lengxin paused in surprise at Xiao Chen's words, then turned to regard him. In the flickering candlelight, his handsome visage was etched with a look of grievance. His brows knitted, lips pressed gently together, and his eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy. To Lengxin, this expression inexplicably appeared endearing. Unable to contain herself, she let out a soft laugh. Initially, She had assumed Xiao Chen would embody the arrogance typical of other noble scions, yet he seemed somewhat different. What are you laughing at? Xiao Chen inquired, perplexed. Nothing, Lengxin replied, shaking her head. Suddenly, she reached out and playfully pushed him onto the bed. The plush mattress sank slightly, and before Xiao Chen could comprehend the situation, Lengxin had already straddled his lap, gazing down at him with a commanding presence. What are you doing? Xiao Chen stammered, taken aback by the soft sensation against his thighs. Leaning closer, Lengxin whispered sweetly in his ear, Did you not say you needed comfort? I shall provide it for you now. Without waiting for his response, she leaned down and kissed him. Their soft lips met. Warm breaths intertwined, as the crimson candlelight illuminated their closely entwined figures. All of Xiao Chen's thoughts were swept away by the sudden kiss. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Lengxin's waist, deepening their embrace. Meanwhile, beneath the same sky, the night in the northern domain was tranquil and profound, with stars twinkling like scattered diamonds across the indigo expanse. Yet, this serenity was destined to be interrupted. A tall, youthful figure clad in white, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens, approached with an otherworldly grace. He walked with an air of tranquility, yet exuded an indescribable sharpness, akin to a sword poised to be unsheathed, its brilliance unmistakable. He was none other than the destined protagonist, Lengxin. His gaze traversed the layers of night, alighting upon the distant city aglow with light. It was the most prosperous city in the northern domain and the very destination of his journey. 3 years. Lengxin murmured to himself, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, embodying both nostalgia and anticipation. 3 years ago, he had made a promise to her, vowing to return in 3 years' time. Now, the appointed time had arrived, and he had kept his word. Exiner, I have returned. Chapter 10, Do Not Endure. Now, the 3-year period has come to an end, and he has arrived as promised. See now, you have atoned. Lengxin clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. Over these 3 years, he has faced countless tribulations and challenges. His strength has soared to unprecedented heights, and he is no longer the same. Once weak and incapable of protecting her, he now possesses ample power to safeguard her, ensuring she will no longer endure any grievances. The exiner he speaks of is none other than Lengxin. His sole purpose for this journey is to take her away and protect her forever. At the Xiao residence. On the day following the wedding, the morning light streamed through the intricately carved window lattice, casting a delicate golden hue across the room. Inside, the lavishly adorned chamber exuded an air of opulence, suffused with a faint scent of sandalwood. Lengxin had risen early, seated before the ornate dressing table, preparing her appearance in front of the bronze mirror. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, secured with a jade hairpin, leaving a single strand to gracefully frame her face. A delicate jade hairpin was slanted into her chignon, accentuating her snow-like complexion and picturesque features. She picked up a slender silver needle, tucking the fallen locks behind her ear. This simple act bestowed upon her an enchanting allure. Xiao Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up in bed. Upon seeing Lengxin at the dressing table, he could not help but greet her, "Good morning." Lengxin merely inclined her head slightly in response, remaining silent and aloof. Xiao Chen had long grown accustomed to her cold demeanor and paid it no mind. He lifted the covers, preparing to rise and dress. Just then, a garment embroidered with golden threads was gently placed over his shoulders by a pair of delicate jade hands. Xiao Chen was taken aback and looked up to find it was Lengxin. She had quietly positioned herself before him, meticulously helping him don his robes. Her movements were gentle and practiced, as if she had performed this countless times before. Noticing Xiao Chen's momentary surprise, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced her lips. "There's no need to look at me like that. Did we not discuss this last night? I shall fulfill my duties as a wife." Her tone was calm, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Xiao Chen nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Lengxin's sense of responsibility stemmed largely from familial pressure. Nevertheless, he could not deny that she executed her role flawlessly, at least in terms of appearances. After helping him into his robes, M.O. Lengxin attentively adjusted his collar and cuffs. All done. It is time to offer tea, she stated, her voice still cold. Xiao Chen nodded again and made his way to the washstand. After a brief ablution, he stood before the bronze mirror, arranging his appearance. He gazed at his reflection, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, strikingly handsome. Once he was ready, he turned to M.O. Lengxin, who had also completed her makeup, still embodying her frosty demeanor. Let us go, Xiao Chen said, taking the lead as he walked toward the door. Xiao Chen walked ahead, his gaze occasionally drifting toward M.O. Lengxin. She was adorned in a delicate azure gown today, which accentuated her snow-white complexion and exuded an air of ethereal grace. Each step she took was poised and elegant, yet imbued with a subtle stiffness that was hard to discern. The memories of the previous night's fervor flickered in his mind, stirring a ripple of emotions within him. M.O. Lengxin's soft murmurs echoed in his thoughts, everything etched into his memory like an indelible brand. He slowed his pace, contemplating whether to approach her and offer support. No need. She seemed to sense his intention and gently wrapped her arm around his. I am not so fragile. Her tone remained cool, yet Xiao Chen could perceive the slight tremor in her arm. Don't force yourself, he remarked, deliberately pausing to lower his voice. You did plead for mercy last night. M.O. Lengxin shuddered, a blush blooming on her cheeks in an instant. The vivid imagery of the previous night surged through her mind like a tidal wave, compelling her to bite her lip. This man showed no regard for delicacy. Oof. She huffed softly and turned her head away. I did not plead for mercy. Although she protested, her eyes betrayed her. Observing her proud demeanor filled Xiao Chen with delight. Very well, I understand. Chapter 11, come. His tone was gentle. Let us not keep your parents waiting too long. M.O. Lengxin refrained from further argument and silently followed him forward. Within the pavilion, an enormous round table dominated the space, laden with a dazzling array of breakfast delicacies, their enticing aromas wafting through the air. Crystal shrimp dumplings, crab roe buns, jade steamed dumplings, and various exquisite side dishes and pastries overwhelmed the senses. Xiao Wuyo, clad in a black brocade robe, sat regally at the head of the table, exuding an air of authority without a trace of anger. Beside him sat a stately woman, Xiao Chen's mother, her face consistently adorned with a benevolent smile. Xiao Chen and M.O. Lengxin entered the pavilion side by side. Father, mother, good morning. Xiao Chen greeted with a respectful bow. M.O. Lengxin also inclined slightly, offering her respects. Father, mother, good morning. Madame Xiao, with a smile in her eyes, quickly beckoned Lengxin. Come and sit. She took M.O. Lengxin's hand, affectionately guiding her to sit beside her. Here, try these crystal shrimp dumplings. They were just made in the kitchen and are absolutely delightful. Madame Xiao enthusiastically served M.O. Lengxin some dishes. Xiao Wuyo then inquired, Lengxin, did you sleep well last night? Quite well. Thank you for your concern. M.O. Lengxin replied softly, though a subtle unease lingered on her face. Xiao Wuyo's gaze shifted to Xiao Chen, his eyes seeming to penetrate through fabric, delving into the very bones and veins of his son. He distinctly sensed the faint flow of true energy within Xiao Chen. A wave of elation surged within Xiao Wuyo, nearly prompting him to shout in joy. He stifled his excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor as he continued his breakfast. However, his chopsticks trembled slightly, causing a piece of crab roe bun skin to slip from his grasp and fall onto the table. Madame Xiao shot him a teasing glance. My dear, what is the matter with you today? Xiao Wuyo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, nothing, merely lost in thought. His proposal for the daughter of the M.O. family to marry Xiao Chen stemmed not only from M.O. Lengxin's unparalleled beauty and the M.O. family's influence in the Northern Territory, but also from a far more critical reason, M.O. Lengxin's extraordinary furnace physique. This rare constitution, a once-in-a-millennium gift, enabled those who possessed it to assist cultivators in enhancing their abilities, yielding twice the result for half the effort. Yet Xiao Chen had previously been unable to cultivate, a source of great distress for Xiao Wuyo. He had sought out renowned physicians far and wide, exhausting countless rare herbs and treasures, yet the issue remained unresolved. The ancestral techniques of the Xiao family were beyond Xiao Chen's grasp. At times, Xiao Wuyo even questioned whether Xiao Chen was innately incapable. For the future of the Xiao family, and for Xiao Chen's own future, Xiao Wuyo had no choice but to resort to this strategy, marrying Mo Lengxin into the family in hopes that her furnace physique would aid Xiao Chen in stepping into the realm of cultivation. Now, to his astonishment, true energy had indeed manifested within Xiao Chen. This was nothing short of a miracle. Could it be that Mo Lengxin's furnace physique was indeed at work? Xiao Wuyo felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly rising from his seat in sheer delight. He suppressed the overwhelming joy within him, feigning indifference as he continued to partake in his breakfast. Yet, he could not help but steal glances at Xiao Chen. This lad has finally entered the ranks of cultivators. Xiao Wuyo mused internally. The effort he had invested in this goal was known only to him. Truly, heaven is on my side. Xiao Wuyo chuckled inwardly. He had originally believed that this plan would require at least several years to bear fruit. To his astonishment, a miracle had manifested on the very night of their wedding. It appeared that Mo Lengxin's physique was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Excellent, excellent, excellent. It certainly warrants action. Xiao Wuyo repeated the word thrice. He had already begun to devise strategies on how to leverage Mo Lengxin's physique to aid Xiao Chen in rapidly enhancing his cultivation, ensuring that Xiao Chen would become a true powerhouse, inheriting the grand legacy of the Xiao family. Lengxin, Xiao Wuyo inquired nonchalantly, "How were things with Chen last night?" His demeanor appeared concerned, yet it was a veiled probe aimed at confirming whether Xiao Chen had truly consummated the marriage with Mo Lengxin and successfully absorbed her vital essence. Naturally, Mo Lengxin understood the underlying implications of the family head's inquiry. A blush, radiant as the dawn, blossomed upon her enchanting visage. She gently nodded and whispered, "Everything is well." Her voice, delicate as a whisper, was nonetheless clear enough for Xiao Wuyo to hear distinctly. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wuyo's heart surged with elation. It seemed that my choice was indeed wise. Mo Lengxin's physique is truly extraordinary. On the very night of their nuptials, Xiao Chen had already manifested true qi within him. If this continues, Xiao Chen's progress in cultivation will surely be meteoric. With this thought, Xiao Wuyo could not suppress a smile of satisfaction that crept upon his lips. Madame Xiao was also perceptive. She had grasped the essence of a dialogue between her husband and daughter-in-law, and her heart swelled with joy as well. Without hesitation, she began to heap the various delicacies from the stone table in the pavilion into the bowls of Mo Lengxin and Xiao Chen. Come, Lengxin, Chen'er, do eat more," Madame Xiao said cheerfully. "Especially these, they are all nourishing treasures." As she spoke, she added a tender piece of braised deer antler into Xiao Chen's bowl, and placed a chicken leg from the red date and goji berry blackbone chicken soup into Mo Lengxin's bowl. Xiao Chen gazed at the mountain of sumptuous food in his bowl, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, it was all restorative fare. Deer antler, ginseng, tiger bone, snow lotus. This is hardly breakfast. It is more akin to a medicinal feast. Chapter 12, What do I need? Good heavens, this is all nourishing stuff. Deer antler, ginseng, tiger bone, snow lotus. This is hardly breakfast. It's practically a medicinal feast. Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He stole a glance at Mo Lengxin beside him and found her wearing a similarly helpless expression. However, Mo Lengxin said nothing, quietly consuming the food in her bowl. It seemed she too had come to terms with this reality. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. Life in a prestigious family was indeed not so easy. He picked up a piece of deer antler and slowly chewed it, a rich medicinal aroma instantly filling his mouth. Not bad, he thought to himself, although he knew these nourishing items held little practical benefit for him. After all, he possessed the chaotic sacred body and did not require external forces to enhance his cultivation. Xiao Wuyo set down his chopsticks and cleared his throat. "Chen'er," he began, his tone laced with a barely perceptible sense of satisfaction. "I see your meridians are unblocked and your breath steady." It seems that last night he paused, his gaze lingering meaningfully between Xiao Chen and Mo Lengxin. "In any case, it's a good thing, a wonderful thing." Xiao Wuyo laughed heartily, as if everything were understood without words. "Your father has decided to arrange for an elder to guide your cultivation. assisting you in breaking through your bottleneck and achieving great success. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen mused inwardly. Indeed, this old fox has noticed my changes. However, he maintained a calm exterior and merely nodded gently. Thank you, father, he replied, his tone tranquil, as if everything were entirely natural. Xiao Wuyo regarded his son's composed demeanor with increasing satisfaction. This lad possesses both steadiness and depth. He truly is my son. Xiao Wuyo. Madame Xiao smiled gently from the side. Chinner, work hard and do not disappoint your father's earnest efforts. As she spoke, she added another helping of vegetables to Xiao Chen's plate. Eat more. You need to nourish your body. Xiao Chen gazed at the towering pile of tonics in his bowl, feeling both amused and exasperated. He picked up a delicate pastry and gently offered it to Lengxin. Lengxin, do try this, he said softly. Xiao Wuyo and Madame Xiao watched the scene unfold, their eyes filled with affectionate amusement. Ah, youth is indeed delightful under their attentive gazes. Lengxin's cheeks flushed a soft red. After a moment of hesitation, she finally parted her lips and took a delicate bite of the pastry. A sweet and refreshing flavor spread across her palate. Xiao Chen observed her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ding dong. The female lead's affection level has risen slightly. Xiao Chen looked at Lengxin, still savoring the lingering sweetness of the pastry. Suddenly, he spoke, his tone casual yet resolute. Father, there's no need to invite the elder. Xiao Wuyo and Madame Xiao were momentarily taken aback, their chopsticks suspended in midair. Madame Xiao was the first to react, inquiring, Chinner, what do you mean by this? Xiao Chen offered a faint smile, shifting his gaze towards Lengxin. Lengxin can guide me in the foundational cultivation system, he asserted with unwavering confidence, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuyo furrowed his brow tightly, lost in contemplation. He stroked his beard, his eyes darting back and forth between Xiao Chen and Lengxin. After a moment, he slowly nodded in agreement. Very well. He lifted his head to address Lengxin. Lengxin, Chunner is just beginning his journey in cultivation, and he is quite unfamiliar with many things. I would greatly appreciate your assistance. His tone was sincere, carrying a hint of entrustment. Lengxin was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Xiao Chen's request. With a slight furrow of her brow, she pondered, what exactly is Xiao Chen scheming? Although she did not grasp his intentions, she nonetheless nodded gently. Do not worry, father. Ich shall do my utmost. Her voice was calm. Xiao Chen regarded Lengxin, a playful smile gracing his lips. This first step has been accomplished. Narration. Xiao Chen's objective was straightforward, to draw closer to Lengxin and seize her fortune. Teaching her cultivation was undoubtedly a splendid pretext. Ah, how delightful. This is how young people should be, he remarked, rising alongside Madame Xiao. She, too, wore a beaming smile, and before departing, she reminded Lengxin, I entrust Chunner to you. Please take good care of him. Upon hearing this, Lengxin stood and bowed respectfully. Father, mother, rest assured. With that, Xiao Wuyo and Madame Xiao departed, leaving only Xiao Chen and Lengxin in the pavilion. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves that twirled in the air. The atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Xiao Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness. This unexpected moment alone with her caught him off guard. Stealing a glance at Lengxin, he found her expression tranquil, as though nothing had transpired. Lengxin picked up her chopsticks, selecting several vividly colored morsels exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, and placed them in Xiao Chen's bowl. Eat more. These are highly nourishing and beneficial for you. Chapter 13 established rules. Lengxin picked up her chopsticks and delicately selected several vividly colored pieces of meat, fragrant with medicinal aromas, placing them into Xiao Chen's bowl. Eat more. These are nourishing delicacies that will be beneficial for you, she stated in a monotone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Xiao Chen mused inwardly. This woman truly defies expectations. He opened his mouth, prepared to articulate a response, but Lengxin swiftly offered a piece of meat to his lips. Here, open your mouth, she instructed, her tone remaining as flat as before. Xiao Chen gently shook his head. No, Thank you, I'm not hungry. Mo Lengxin's chopsticks hovered in midair. This was specially prepared for you. Consuming it will be good for your health. A faint smile curved Xiao Chen's lips. Huh, such rich nourishment. I'm afraid you might not be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, a subtle blush graced Mo Lengxin's cheeks. She comprehended the implication behind Xiao Chen's words, which rendered her somewhat uncomfortable. My constitution is not as fragile as you might think, she replied with an icy tone, as if she intended to freeze him with her gaze. The soft one is you. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Who was it that begged for mercy last night? Mo Lengxin shot him a glare. I never said such a thing. Her eyes reflected a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly, recognizing her as a woman of contradictions. Mo Lengxin regarded Xiao Chen, her expression unwavering, as deep and still as an ancient well. Hurry and eat, she instructed blandly. We will continue shortly. Xiao Chen, intrigued, raised a brow in question. Continue what? Mo Lengxin cast him a cold glance. Engage in the activities you enjoy. Her tone remained frosty, lacking any warmth. To bed. The two words, uttered from Mo Lengxin's lips, fell like icy pearls, crisp and chilling. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated such directness from her. This was a far cry from the aloof goddess he had envisioned. As your wife, Mo Lengxin continued, her voice still devoid of emotion, I must fulfill my duties. She paused, a flicker of complexity crossing her gaze. To bear your offspring. Her words, though spoken softly, reverberated in Xiao Chen's ears like thunder. He looked at the breathtaking woman before him, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. He understood that Mo Lengxin's declaration stemmed not from affection, but from the obligations of the Mo family, as she was now a daughter-in-law of the Xiao family, tasked with ensuring the continuation of their lineage. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of empathy for this proud woman, who had to suppress her own desires for the sake of her family. You. He opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Mo Lengxin, perceptive as ever, could easily discern his hesitance. She let out a soft sigh, her tone tinged with a hint of exasperation. Do not wear that expression. As if I have wronged you in some way. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen awkwardly touched his nose. This woman was indeed a formidable opponent, unwilling to concede even a little. Mo Lengxin regarded Xiao Chen, her gaze as calm as still water. We both understand this is merely a transaction of interests. You acquire the furnace, and I gain the protection of the Xiao family. It is simply a matter of mutual benefit. Just fulfill your responsibilities. Xiao Chen nodded nonchalantly in agreement. You are correct. It is a matter of mutual benefit. However, a faint smile graced his lips. I tend to develop deep feelings. Perhaps over time, emotions may blossom. Over time, emotions may blossom. Mo Lengxin echoed the phrase, a subtle ripple of emotion flickering in her eyes. She shot Xiao Chen a resentful glare. That flippant tone sounded unmistakably flirtatious. This man truly lacked decorum. What? Do you not believe me? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression playful. Mo Lengxin huffed disdainfully and turned her head away, refusing to respond, while secretly thinking, how could I possibly believe you? Observing Mo Lengxin's demeanor only stirred Xiao Chen's curiosity further. He leaned closer to her, lowering his voice to inquire, by the way, how do you truly perceive me in your heart? This question caused a faint blush to rise on Mo Lengxin's otherwise composed face. Recalling the shameful events of the previous night, she bit her lip, ultimately uttering two words, pervert. Chapter 14, Aggrieved? Perverse. These two words fell like pebbles into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that spread endlessly. The smile on Xiao Chen's face faltered as he touched his nose, a look of injury etched upon his features. Is it truly necessary? I merely admired a foot briefly, and now I am labeled a pervert? This is deeply hurtful. Mo Lengxin, observing his exaggerated demeanor, quietly found amusement within herself but maintained her stoic expression, choosing not to engage with him. Just as Xiao Chen lamented the sharpness of Mo Lengxin's tongue, steady footsteps approached, heralding the entrance of two figures. Mo Lengxin's previously icy countenance melted instantaneously akin to winter snow thawing under the sun, revealing a softness and vulnerability never before displayed in front of Xiao Chen. She abruptly rose and dashed towards one of the women, burying herself in the embrace of her mother. Mother! The word, laden with a pronounced nasal tone, echoed with the weight of immense grievance, as if she had finally found solace after enduring a great suffering. The woman was indeed Mo Lengxin's mother, who tenderly held her daughter, her delicate fingers gently stroking Mo Lengxin's cascading locks. My dear, you have suffered, the mother's voice quavered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Beside her stood a middle-aged man, Mo Lengxin's father, who regarded the scene with a complex mix of emotions, heaving a profound sigh. No parent wishes to push their daughter into a pit of fire, yet for the sake of the Mo family survival, they had no other choice. He recalled the various unsavory rumors surrounding Xiao Chen, a natural waste, incapable of cultivation, his heart twisted with anguish, punctuated by another sigh. This sigh encapsulated a multitude of helplessness and sorrow. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose and addressed Mo Lengxin's parents. Father-in-law, mother-in-law. His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Mo Lengxin's father was momentarily taken aback. This form of address sounded unexpectedly pleasant to his ears. Despite having heard tales of Xiao Chen's arrogance and disdain for others, he had anticipated this young man would be haughty, perhaps even neglecting to greet them. Yet, this respectful demeanor caught him off guard. He hesitantly nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the mother continued to embrace Mo Lengxin tightly, her heart aching as she asked, Dear, tell me, has he mistreated you in the Xiao family? Has he abused you? Xiao Chen's heart raced at her words. Do I truly appear so malevolent? Mo Lengxin gently shook her head, her voice soft as she replied, No, mother, Xiao Chen has treated me very well. The Xiao family has also been kind to me. She lifted her gaze to meet her parents. This sudden turn of events left the Mo couple utterly bewildered. What was happening? This was entirely contrary to their anticipated script. They had envisioned countless scenarios, their daughter lamenting her plight, denouncing Xiao Chen's transgressions. Xiao Chen, observing the perplexed expressions on Mo Lengxin's parents' faces, inwardly lamented. Damn it, these in-laws are not easily deceived. With a deep breath, Xiao Chen resolved to take the initiative. He approached seemingly at random, wrapping his arms around Mo Lengxin's delicate waist. Mo Lengxin shivered, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Instinctively, she glanced up at Xiao Chen. Father, mother, do I seem like someone who would bully Xina? Xiao Chen asked earnestly, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. His demeanor and tone resembled that of a wronged and virtuous gentleman. The woman's expression stiffened. Her previous question about whether he had been mistreated had indeed been rather harsh. If this were to spread, one might mistakenly believe that the Xiao family resided in a den of iniquity. Chapter 15. Do not attempt to deceive me, no, my dear. I merely care for Xina, nothing more. The woman chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension. Mo Lengxin's father regained his composure, clearing his throat to conceal his embarrassment. He had anticipated that Xiao Chen would be enraged, yet he was surprised to see him diffuse the awkwardness in such a manner, which somewhat altered his perception of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen encircled Mo Lengxin's slender waist. It felt astonishingly delicate, akin to a willow branch. He gazed down at the enchanting figure in his arms, his voice imbued with a tenderness so profound it seemed to drip with sincerity. Father, mother, rest assured. Xina is my everything. I cherish her dearly. How could I possibly mistreat her? Most parents were taken aback. The sincerity in his tone and the steadfastness in his gaze appeared genuine, not feigned. Particularly the way he looked at Mo Lengxin, his eyes brimming with profound affection, almost overflowing. Mo's mother cast a suspicious glance between her daughter and Xiao Chen, sensing an odd shift in the atmosphere. Mo Lengxin, too, was bewildered by Xiao Chen's sudden display of affection and his words, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush. This fellow. Ding! The system notification echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. The heroine's favorability has increased by 10 points. He nearly burst into laughter. Success. It seemed this heartfelt approach was remarkably effective. Initially concerned that his beloved might endure hardships within the Mo family, he now realized that such worries were unfounded. After a moment of contemplation and silence, Mo's father spoke earnestly. Xiao Chen, I entrust Xnr to you. You must treat her well. Xiao Chen immediately patted his chest in assurance. Father, you can rest easy. I vow to pamper Xnr to the heavens. As Mo Lengxin listened to this overly sentimental exchange, goosebumps crept up her skin, yet an indescribable warmth surged within her heart. This sensation was somewhat unfamiliar, yet undeniably sweet. Mo's parents gradually faded from view at the courtyard entrance. Mo Lengxin remained seated beside Xiao Chen, her slender fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing. Her emotions were a tangled mess, impossible to unravel. What exactly did Xiao Chen mean by all this? Feeling the intensity of her gaze upon him, he touched his face, questioning, Is there something on my face? Mo Lengxin gently shook her head and, after a brief silence, finally spoke. Were your words just now sincere or merely a performance? Her voice was soft. Xiao Chen moved closer, sitting beside her, his tone resolute. Of course, I was sincere. He gazed into Mo Lengxin's eyes, his expression earnest, devoid of any evasion. This gaze reminded Mo Lengxin of his unwavering demeanor before her parents and the sensation of his arms around her waist. A peculiar feeling unfurled within her heart, akin to tender sprouts breaking through the earth in spring, accompanied by a flutter of emotions and a hint of unease. Mo Lengxin studied the handsome face before her, remaining silent, simply observing him, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. A subtle smile graced Xiao Chen's lips, and the system notification reverberated once more in his mind. Ding! The heroine's favorability had risen, reaching an impressive 5 points. Success! It seemed this young lady was beginning to waver. Xiao Chen, feeling a sense of secret triumph, was devising his next plan. Suddenly, the expression in Mo Lengxin's eyes shifted dramatically. The previous shyness and fragility vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor that pushed others away. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Such a rapid change of demeanor would be a pity not to showcase on stage. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Mo Lengxin grasped his hand firmly. Her delicate hand, once soft and warm, now bore an undeniable strength. Xiao Chen, caught in her grip, was led towards the room, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Upon entering the room, Mo Lengxin slammed the door shut. She turned to face Xiao Chen, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Today, 10 times, she stated coldly. Xiao Chen was even more perplexed. 10 times? What did that even mean? Don't think you can brush me off. Chapter 16. She must be waiting for me. Xiao Chen was bewildered. 10 times? What 10 times? Do not attempt to dismiss me. Mo Lengxin added, her gaze laced with a hint of warning. Only then did Xiao Chen realize that this young lady was referring to 10 times. Can I withstand it? He raised an eyebrow, deliberately feigning a relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin let out a cold snort. It could be countless times. Her tone dripped with provocation. The scorching sun blazed down, and the yellow sands swirled around. A majestic city lay sprawled like a colossal beast between heaven and earth. The towering city walls reached for the clouds, seemingly intent on devouring the very sky itself. Lengxin stood amidst the billowing sands, gazing at the distant city, Wu City. Mo Lengxin awaited there. The 3-year promise had finally arrived. He clenched his fists, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welling up within him. Lengxin, wait for me, he murmured softly, as if sharing an intimate secret with a lover. Suddenly, the ancient ring on his finger trembled slightly. A venerable and authoritative voice resonated in his mind. Qian, are you certain that this woman is worthy of such concern? It was the voice of his master. Lin Qian paused momentarily, then a confident smile graced his lips. Master, you are unaware. That Mo Lengxin is no ordinary woman. A tall figure materialized in his mind, dressed in white as pure as snow. Her demeanor was as cold as ice. She resembled a celestial maiden from the heavens, untouched by a speck of dust. Her beauty was unparalleled, her grace exceptional. More importantly, Her talent for cultivation was a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Lengxin spoke with pride, as though showcasing a rare treasure. Oh, such an extraordinary woman exists? His master's voice carried a trace of curiosity. Every word spoken by my disciple is the absolute truth, Lengxin affirmed resolutely. If that is the case, I shall await the outcome with anticipation. The ring fell silent once more. Lengxin took a deep breath, striding towards Mo City. Each step felt as if he were treading upon his own heart. He longed to see Mo Lengxin, to tell her that throughout these 3 years, he had never forgotten her, and to fulfill the promise made long ago. The yellow sands rose beneath his feet, swirling into clouds of dust. Qian. The voice of his master echoed again from the ring, tinged with a subtle concern. 3 years have passed. Circumstances may have changed. That woman may have long forgotten you. Perhaps. His master hesitated, as if struggling to voice the next thought. Perhaps she has married another. At these words, Lengxin's form faltered slightly. He instinctively shook his head. No, she would not forget me. His tone was firm, as if attempting to convince himself. Yet, his master's words planted a seed of doubt in his heart. A fragile sprout of unease began to spread within him. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind. The flickering red candle casts a warm glow on the wedding night. Mo Lengxin nestles in the embrace of an unfamiliar man, her shyness palpable. The man, handsome and charming, exudes an air of sophistication. The two lean close, their affections intertwining. Lengxin's heart suddenly wrenches. An indescribable pang of anguish sweeps over him. He shakes his head vigorously, desperately attempting to banish the scene from his mind. It cannot be, he growls, a hint of panic lacing his tone. His master must be overthinking it. Lengxin must still harbor feelings for me. He clenches his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. My bond with her runs deep. How could she forget me? How could she marry another? His voice grows increasingly fervent, as if rallying himself. Surely, my master is mistaken. Lengxin must be waiting for me. She is surely waiting for me. Chapter 17. Reach out and hold me in the resplendent chambers of the Xiao residence, adorned with intricately carved beams and splendid golden hues. The flickering red candles cast a warm glow upon the silk-draped bed. Mo Lengxin, her attire disheveled, languidly reclined against Xiao Chen, her countenance ethereal yet touched by a delicate flush, reminiscent of a crimson lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak, stunningly breathtaking. As Xiao Chen beheld the mesmerizing beauty so close at hand, an overwhelming sense of trepidation surged within him, as if facing an imminent threat. Indeed, Mo Lengxin extended her slender, jade-like fingers to gently lift his chin, her tone laced with playful mockery. Surprisingly, more than 10 times. Her eyes sparkled with allure, radiating warmth that starkly contrasted with her usual icy demeanor. Xiao Chen felt a jolt in his heart at her words and instinctively pressed her down. The warmth of her fragrant, soft body in his embrace felt akin to holding a searing hot potato. Confusion swirled in his mind. Just last night, he had bested her thrice, leaving her utterly defeated. Why did she now seem transformed? Her advances were relentless, her passion ablaze, far removed from that of an inexperienced maiden. Could it be that the cunning Mo Lengxin had secretly harnessed her powers to suppress her true abilities? What are you pondering? Mo Lengxin, sensing his distraction, breathed softly into his ear. Can we continue? Her tone was seductive, laced with a hint of provocation. Of course, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin emitted a soft scoff. Humph. Do not deceive. He opened his mouth to retort, but she silenced him with a finger to his lips. Time passed, and Mo Lengxin lay languidly on the bed, observing the slightly dazed expression on Xiao Chen's face, a triumphant smile playing at the corners of her lips. What is the matter? Can't go on? She playfully poked his chest with her finger, her tone teasing. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and seized her wrist. Mo Lengxin, confess at once. His gaze burned with intensity as he demanded, Are you secretly suppressing your powers? At his inquiry, her eyes flickered momentarily, a fleeting shadow of guilt crossing her features. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, feigning innocence with a blink. Heh, what are you talking about? She gently withdrew her hand, her voice laced with a hint of feigned grievance. "I don't understand at all." "Stop pretending." Xiao Chen became increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Drawing a deep breath, he vowed silently, "Once I ascend to a higher realm, just you wait." He swore to repay Lengxin's affections in kind. As the candlelight flickered and finally extinguished with a soft pop, the room was enveloped in darkness. Xiao Chen reclined on the bed, his body sore, feeling as if trampled by a carriage. He silently lamented Lengxin's fervor. This was not a mutual cultivation, but a one-sided ordeal. In the stillness, he could hear his own labored breaths, accompanied by the gentle rustling of fabric. Turning slightly, he caught a glimpse of Lengxin, slowly drawing near under the faint moonlight filtering through the window. After a moment's hesitation, she nestled gently against his chest. The icy beauty had taken the initiative to seek his embrace. Xiao Chen found himself somewhat bewildered. The unfolding narrative was entirely at odds with his expectations. Could it be that his valiant display had garnered her newfound admiration? As he drifted into these musings, a gentle sensation enveloped his chest. Lengxin's delicate form pressed closely against him, exuding a subtle fragrance. Xiao Chen felt the blood coursing through his veins begin to boil. "Hey, don't move around." Lengxin's voice echoed softly in the darkness. She lifted her head and shot him a glare. "Extend your arms and hold me while I sleep. Tomorrow, I shall teach you the fundamentals of cultivation." Xiao Chen paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation. He hastily reached out, gently encircling Lengxin's slender waist. The sensation beneath his fingertips was exquisite and smooth, akin to fine silk, cool and soft. A faint, enchanting aroma wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his spirit. Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that his efforts tonight would indeed yield rewards. He held Lengxin close, relishing the warmth of her body. Chapter 18. Married? The following day, in Wuching, as the sun rose, its golden rays bathed the ancient city in a magnificent glow. Today, Wuching was particularly lively, bustling with voices and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, reminiscent of a pot of boiling water. Candy hawthorn, sweet and crispy. Freshly steamed meat buns, come and taste. Fine silk, don't miss out as you pass by. The cacophony of calls merged into a raucous symphony of a marketplace. Lengxin stepped into this vibrant city, inhaling deeply to savor the vitality that permeated the air. A gentle smile graced his lips as he recalled the surprise on Lengxin's face upon seeing him, and the joy in her embrace when she received his gift. Just the thought warmed his heart. His sole purpose for this visit was to meet the woman he cherished, Lengxin. In preparation for their reunion, he had meticulously selected several gifts. Among them was a resplendent phoenix hairpin, its head adorned with a brilliant ruby, dazzling like a phoenix reborn from flames. Another was a delicate silk gown, its hem embroidered with exquisite lotus patterns, symbolizing pure and unblemished love. Additionally, there was a translucent jade pendant, intricately carved with a pair of mandarin ducks frolicking in water, signifying eternal unity and growing old together. He was confident that Lengxin would delight in these tokens. "It has been 3 years, and I can finally fulfill our promise," Lengxin silently mused, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. He navigated through the throngs of people and arrived at the entrance of an inn named Uli Inn. The inn was bustling with patrons, thriving in its business. "Young man, please arrange a room for me, along with some food," Lengxin instructed the inn attendant. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please wait a moment." Lengxin casually chose an empty table to sit, planning to satisfy his hunger before heading upstairs to rest. "Your food and drink are ready." The inn attendant promptly set down steaming dishes and a pot of wine on the table. The aroma of soy sauce from the roast chicken, the glossy sheen of the braised pork, the vibrant green of the stir-fried vegetables, and the enticing fragrance of aged wine made Lengxin's appetite surge. He picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge. Suddenly, the conversation of several cultivators at the neighboring table reached his ears. "Have you heard? The stunning daughter of the Mo family has married that scion from the Xiao family, Xiao Chen," a frail cultivator lamented, gazing at the portrait of the woman in his hand. The woman in the portrait With brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, her lips naturally tinted red, was none other than Mo Lengxin, the one Lengxin had longed for. Lengxin's movements froze, his chopsticks suspended in midair. Indeed, I couldn't sleep for days when I first learned of this news. A burly man with a thick beard chimed in, his tone filled with regret. How could the daughter of the Mo family marry that debauched heir of the Xiao family? Who knows? I have heard that it was the Xiao family who coerced her. The frail cultivator whispered, shrouded in mystery. Coerced? TSK, what a pity for such a delicate flower. The burly man with a beard shook his head in lament, as if mourning the loss of a precious treasure. Lengxin felt a sudden buzzing in his mind, and the chopsticks in his hand clattered to the table. Mo Lengxin. Married? Married to Xiao Chen of the Xiao family? How could this be possible? A shock coursed through him, accompanied by an indescribable pang of sorrow. As if something of great significance was slipping away from him, he abruptly rose to his feet and grasped the frail cultivator's shoulder, his tone urgent as he inquired. What did you say? Mo Lengxin married Xiao Chen? Are you certain? The frail cultivator, startled by Lengxin's sudden action, quickly nodded in affirmation. Absolutely true. The entire martial city is abuzz with the news. Lengxin felt darkness encroach upon his vision, nearly losing his balance. Chapter 19, Fury. Lengxin felt a sudden darkness envelop him, nearly causing him to falter. For 3 long years, he had journeyed tirelessly, enduring hardships and privations, all for the hope of reuniting with Mo Lengxin and fulfilling the promise they had made. Yet now, he was struck by the devastating news. His beloved had wed another. A fierce wrath ignited within him, burning with an intensity that was all-consuming. With a swift motion, Lengxin seized the portrait, almost snatching it away. The picture bore creases, indicating it had been frequently caressed. The figure depicted, with captivating features and enchanting expressions, was indeed Mo Lengxin, the one he had yearned for day and night. A suffocating pain gripped his chest, as if he had been dealt a crushing blow. His beloved had truly become someone's bride? Brother, you two are infatuated with the fairy Mo, are you not? Remarked a frail cultivator, mistaking Lengxin's agitation for camaraderie. The cultivator patted his shoulder, his tone laden with sympathy. Alas, such a remarkable girl, forcibly taken by the tyrants of the Xiao family. Forcefully taken? Lengxin's gaze shot up, his eyes sharp as blades. He fixed his stare upon the frail cultivator, demanding with unwavering intensity, "You say the Xiao family has forcibly wed Mo Lengxin?" Startled by the piercing intensity of his gaze, the cultivator nodded instinctively. Indeed, the entire martial city is abuzz with the news. It is said that the head of the Xiao family personally came to propose, and the Mo family had no choice but to comply. Lengxin's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from strain. Forcefully wed. The words reverberated in his mind like thunder, a shocking revelation that his beloved had been coerced into marriage. An overwhelming fury blazed within his chest. Xiao family. Xiao Chen. Each name emerged from his clenched teeth, saturated with profound loathing. He gripped the portrait fiercely. Mo Lengxin's smile, now a painful reminder of his torment. Taking a deep breath to temper his rage, he inquired once more, "Who is Xiao Chen?" The frail cultivator, sensing Lengxin's escalating agitation, cautiously replied, "Xiao Chen is the heir of the Xiao family, a frivolous scion devoid of talent yet." He quickly realized his error. Speaking ill of the Xiao family, who held dominion over the martial city, could lead to dire consequences. A frivolous scion, Lengxin scoffed inwardly. How dare such a wastrel attempt to claim his beloved? In a fit of rage, he crumpled the portrait into a ball and hurled it to the ground. "Xiao Chen," he muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. This grievance would not go unpunished. The frail cultivator's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. That was the portrait of the fairy Mo, a treasure beyond the worth of countless spirit stones. To see it crushed like mere refuse was akin to having a piece of his own flesh ripped away. He pointed at Lengxin, speechless from anger. Compensation, he finally managed to utter, his voice trembling and laced with an undercurrent of feeble bravado. Yet, upon meeting Lengxin's gaze, The fire of his indignation was extinguished in an instant. What a pair of eyes they were! A blood-red expanse, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to devour. The tall, slender cultivator felt as though he had become the target of a primordial monster, his very blood congealing in terror. Uncontrollably, he took a step back, swallowing hard, too frightened to utter another word. At that moment, Lengxin's ring glimmered faintly, a wave of coolness flooding his mind. It was that enigmatic ring, endeavoring to soothe his raging emotions. Yet this fury, akin to a volcanic eruption, could hardly be subdued so easily. Chapter 20. How to Remain Calm. Lengxin inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the tremor in his voice. When is the wedding to be held? He enunciated each word with painstaking effort, as if extracting them from between clenched teeth. The tall, gaunt cultivator before him quaked in fear, stammering too. 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Lengxin felt a resounding thrum in his mind. Had he arrived 2 days earlier, could he have thwarted this calamity? A tumult of regret surged within him, accompanied by seething rage. He yearned to rend the Xiao family and Xiao Chen into 1,000 pieces. A palpable wave of murderous intent erupted from him, enveloping the surroundings like a tangible shroud. The slender cultivator turned ashen, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had never encountered such a terrifying gaze, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Lengxin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood trickling between his fingers. Calm down. A voice, ancient and thunderous, resonated within Lengxin's mind. A cool energy forcefully surged into his consciousness, dousing the imminent eruption of his fury like ice water extinguishing a volcano. Lengxin shuddered, his blood-red eyes gradually regaining clarity. Xianlao. He ground his teeth, his voice hoarse. Let us ascend to the upper floor. We shall discuss this in detail later. The voice emanating from the ring bore a hint of fatigue. Lengxin inhaled deeply, his chest heaving violently. He cast a fierce glare at the crumpled form of the tall cultivator on the ground. Turning sharply, he strode with purpose into the inn. Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Lengxin stood in the center of the room, the tempest of rage within him still far from quelled. He seized the teacup from the table. Crack! The cup disintegrated into powder within his grasp. Xiao Chen. Lengxin forced out these 2 words through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with profound hatred. The wedding, the bridal chamber, images of Lengxin, her face shy beneath a red veil, flooded his mind. Then came the moment when Xiao Chen lifted the veil, revealing that repugnant face. The wedding wine, the nuptial cup. He envisioned Xiao Chen brutally tearing apart Lengxin's wedding gown, exposing her delicate waist and fair skin. Lengxin cradled his head in agony, emitting a low growl. He dared not delve further into his thoughts. Lengxin, his Lengxin, now lay beneath another man. The excruciating pain felt as though it were tearing him apart, suffocating him. He gripped his fist tightly. No, I cannot endure this. Lengxin sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury, akin to an enraged beast. He struck the table with a mighty blow, splintering the wooden surface into fragments. My Lengxin, how could she marry such a scoundrel? Lengxin's voice was hoarse, laced with anguish and wrath. He could not fathom that the woman he cherished with all his heart now lay in Xiao Chen's embrace. I will kill him. I shall rend Xiao Chen into minuscule pieces. Lengxin seized the long sword resting in the corner, its blade emitting a crisp hum. He strode towards the door, as if on the verge of bursting forth to slay Xiao Chen. Stop right there. The voice of Xianlao resonated from within the ring, laced with urgency. Lengxin halted, his body trembling slightly. Xianlao, I cannot wait. I must rescue Lengxin. Rescue? With what means? You cannot even enter the gates of the Xiao residence. Xianlao's words fell upon Lengxin like a bucket of cold water. Lengxin's grip on the sword tightened, the veins in his hand bulging, his nails nearly piercing his palm. The Xiao family resides in the Northern Territory and Wu City. What a formidable place. It is a realm where they wield absolute power. If you go there, it is tantamount to seeking your own demise. Lengxin's body froze. fully aware that Xian Lao spoke the truth. The Xiao family, a colossal entity in the Northern Territory. How could a nameless individual like him ever contend with them? Must I? Must I simply stand by and watch as Lengxin suffers indignities? Lin Qian's voice trembled, tinged with despair. Calm down. Boy, remain composed. Xian Lao's tone softened somewhat. I understand your fervent anxiety, but impulsiveness will resolve nothing. Your current strength is simply insufficient to confront the Xiao family. If you go, not only will you be unable to save Mo Lengxin, but you may also lose your life in vain. Chapter 21. To dream. Lin Qian despondently laid down the long sword in his hand, leaning weakly against the wall. His eyes were filled with anguish and struggle. What? What should I do now? Endure. The only thing you can do now is to endure. The voice of Elder Xian resonated with determination, urging him to strengthen his abilities. Only by becoming powerful enough could he challenge the Xiao family and rescue Mo Lengxin. Lin Qian took a deep breath, striving to calm his agitated emotions. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Yet, I cannot bear even the slightest bit. Endure? Lin Qian scoffed, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I cannot endure. He abruptly stood up, his eyes ablaze with fury. How can I watch Lengxin suffer indignity? In my dreams, Lin Qian slammed his fist against the wall, causing the plaster to crumble and fall. The Xiao family? A colossal entity in the northern region? He gritted his teeth, his voice low and laced with murderous intent. Lin Qian, refused to believe in such a curse. If a frontal assault is futile, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Lin Qian's eyes. Then I shall resort to cunning strategies. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Elder Xian was right. My current strength is insufficient, and a head-on clash would be suicidal. However, I can lie in wait in Wuching. A sly glint sparkled in Lin Qian's eyes. No matter how formidable the Xiao family is, they cannot possibly guard Xiao Chen at all times, can they? Surely, Xiao Chen cannot remain in the Xiao residence indefinitely. I refuse to believe that I cannot find an opportunity to infiltrate. He tightened his fists, his nails embedded deeply into his flesh. I will kill Xiao Chen. Lin Qian's voice was as cold as steel, reminiscent of a decree from the depths of hell. Then, I shall leave the northern region with my Lengxin. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute and unwavering. What if the Xiao family holds dominion over the northern region? Lin Qian scoffed. The heavens and the earth are vast. Surely, there exists a place for us to reside. I refuse to believe that the Xiao family can dominate other regions as well. His eyes brimmed with confidence and determination. Just wait, Xiao Chen. Lin Qian's voice echoed like a sentence from hell. Your demise is near. Alas, a long sigh emanated from the ring, akin to the night wind passing through an ancient tomb, infused with an inescapable sense of helplessness. Elder Xian's voice resonated in Lin Qian's mind, aged and weary. Child, why do you torment yourself so? There are countless women in the world. Why fixate on a single flower? Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's mind instantly conjured the image of that enchanting figure. A tall silhouette, an ethereal aura, like a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy mountain, noble and untouchable. No, Lin Qian's tone was resolute, cutting, and unwavering. Lengxin is unlike them. A fervent light flickered in his eyes, as if he aimed to ignite the dark night sky. She is mine. Lin Qian's voice trembled slightly, tinged with pain, yet overwhelmingly filled with an uncontrollable rage. Xiao Chen, that scoundrel. What gives him the right to take away my beloved woman? Forcing me into hiding, into a life of despondency? Lin Qian's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with a hint of frenzied desperation. It is unacceptable. This shall become my inner demon, rendering my existence a living hell. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing the heavens. I would rather perish in battle than live as a coward. A moment of silence enveloped the ring, broken only by Lin Qian's heavy breaths echoing in the stillness. The voice of Elder Xian resonated once more, laced with a trace of resignation and compromise. Alas, very well, I shall accompany you in this madness. But remember, once you embark on this path, There is no turning back. Lengxin inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with determination. I understand. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. For the sake of Lengxin, I am willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 22. Instruction at the Xiao Manor. The following day, sunlight bathed the training grounds of the Xiao Manor, and the air was permeated with a subtle fragrance of herbs. Dressed in flowing azure robes, Lengxin stood poised and graceful, akin to a tall bamboo, quietly positioned there. Opposite her, Xiao Chen, clad in white, leaned slightly with an air of languor, though his gaze occasionally wandered elsewhere. The path of cultivation begins with the refinement of qi. Lengxin's voice was cool and clear as a mountain spring, yet held a trace of imperceptible warmth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is omnipresent. She extended her delicate hand, palm upturned, as if to cradle the entire universe. The first step is to sense this energy and draw it into one's body. Observing her earnest demeanor, Xiao Chen could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. He had initially assumed that this young lady was merely putting on a facade, yet her seriousness and meticulousness were unexpected. Once the spiritual energy enters the body, it must be transformed into true qi and stored within the dantian. Lengxin continued her explanation, her voice crisp and melodious, akin to the enchanting sound of wind chimes. When true qi flows through the meridians, one can wield various magical techniques. As she elucidated, her fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, illustrating profound concepts. Though Xiao Chen possessed a system and had a considerable amount of luck points unutilized, he listened intently. After all, absorbing foundational knowledge was still beneficial. The meridians are akin to rivers and lakes, with true qi flowing within them. Lengxin's explanations were both profound and accessible, enabling even a novice like Xiao Chen to grasp the concepts. A smooth flow of true qi signifies progress in cultivation. Conversely, blockages may lead to minor misfortunes or, in severe cases, life-threatening consequences. Her tone turned serious, and a hint of warning glimmered in her eyes. Xiao Chen felt a shiver run down his spine, realizing that cultivation was indeed no trivial matter. Thus, unblocking the meridians is of paramount importance. Lengxin reiterated this point, her voice imbued with undeniable authority. Xiao Chen nodded in understanding, though he secretly glanced at his system panel, where the words Chaos Sacred Body prominently displayed. This was the legendary pinnacle of physique, with a cultivation speed 100 times that of ordinary individuals. With such an advantage, could he not easily unblock his meridians? A sense of pride swelled within him, though he maintained an impassive expression. Upon concluding her lecture, Lengxin turned to Xiao Chen and inquired, "Do you comprehend everything?" He quickly nodded, feigning a demeanor of earnest study. Yes, he understood. Yet, within his mind, he was calculating how to swiftly enhance his strength to survive in this perilous world. After all, he was aware of the plot, cognizant that his father was the arch-villain, and knowing that he was destined to marry the male protagonist's official match. The thought of such a life was electrifying. Seeing his eagerness to learn, Lengxin felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that Xiao Chen was not without merit. At the very least, his attitude was commendable. Since he understood, they would commence practice. With that, Lengxin moved to the side, sat cross-legged, and began her cultivation. Observing this, Xiao Chen promptly followed suit. The division of realms encompasses the corporeal body, the true spirit, the divine palace, the divine abilities, the sea of souls, the true king, life and death, the great respect, the sage, the quasi-realm, and the supreme emperor realm, further classified into 9 celestial tiers. He closed his eyes and, adhering to Lengxin's elucidation, endeavored to perceive the spiritual energy. However, he soon discovered that he was utterly incapable of sensing any spiritual energy. What could be the reason? A sense of perplexity enveloped Xiao Chen. Could it be that his method was flawed? He opened his eyes and discreetly glanced at Lengxin, who was surrounded by a delicate veil of white mist, a clear indication of the condensation of spiritual energy. Evidently, There was indeed an issue with his constitution. Xiao Chen mused, concluding that he could only rely on the system. He accessed the system panel, intending to exchange for some elixirs to enhance his spiritual roots. At that moment, he suddenly felt a surge of formidable power flooding into his body. This is, Xiao Chen gasped in astonishment and quickly checked the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the chaotic sacred body. Chaotic sacred body, the foremost constitution of all ages, capable of devouring all energy and transforming it into personal cultivation. Xiao Chen was overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, the chaotic sacred body was extraordinary. He once again attempted to sense the spiritual energy, and this time, he distinctly felt the spiritual energy around him, surging into his body like a tidal wave. This spiritual energy? Xiao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Chapter 23. In Lengxin's astonishment, Xiao Chen was taken aback, quickly checking the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the primordial sacred body. Primordial sacred body, the foremost physique of all ages, capable of devouring all energy and transforming it into one's own cultivation. Xiao Chen's heart soared with joy. The primordial sacred body was indeed remarkable. He attempted once more to sense the spiritual energy, and this time he distinctly felt the energy surrounding him, surging into his body like a tidal wave. This spiritual energy? Xiao Chen abruptly opened his eyes, feeling his entire being brimming with strength. Streams of pure spiritual energy rushed into him like a flood breaking through a dam. This is astonishing. He felt as if his body were an insatiable abyss, unable to be filled. The spiritual energy of the surrounding world seemed to be drawn toward him, forming a colossal vortex that enveloped Xiao Chen within its grasp. This primordial sacred body is truly extraordinary. Xiao Chen reveled in his heart. The speed of his cultivation was simply faster than riding a rocket. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the training ground caught Lengxin's attention. She slowly opened her eyes and turned to look at Xiao Chen. Lengxin furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She clearly sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy was frantically converging towards Xiao Chen. What is he doing? Lengxin wondered. Could he really be cultivating? But the speed at which he absorbed the energy was utterly outrageous. She had initially thought that even if Xiao Chen were capable of cultivation, it would take him at least a month to touch the threshold of the physical realm. Now it appeared that she had underestimated him. The aura emanating from Xiao Chen was visibly rising. First layer of the physical realm. Second layer. Third layer. In just a few short minutes, Xiao Chen's cultivation had astonishingly broken through 5 realms, reaching the 6th layer of the physical realm. Lengxin was left utterly dumbfounded. This speed of cultivation was beyond anything she had ever heard of. She even doubted her own eyes. Xiao Chen. A tempest of emotions surged within Lengxin as she found herself genuinely intrigued by him for the first time. She had believed Xiao Chen to be nothing more than a frivolous scion, lacking ambition and indulging only in pleasure. It seemed she had misjudged him. This Xiao Chen appeared to harbor monumental secrets. Her husband seemed to possess an abundance of mysteries. Lengxin's gaze was firmly fixed upon Xiao Chen, her heart brimming with curiosity. At that moment, Xiao Chen was lost in the ecstasy of cultivation, completely oblivious to Lengxin's unusual demeanor. He greedily absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, feeling his power continuously augmenting. Delightful. Xiao Chen could not suppress a low roar. The sensation of his power surging was indescribably exhilarating. He felt like a super scion, perpetually breaking through his limits. More. Xiao Chen urged within, continuing to absorb spiritual energy with fervor. His aura grew increasingly formidable, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within Xiao Chen, akin to the cataclysmic roar of a mountain collapsing. The barrier of the 6th level of the body refinement realm shattered effortlessly under the onslaught of the chaotic sacred body, as if it were mere parchment. Astonishing, Xiao Chen exclaimed inwardly. His rate of cultivation was nothing short of astronomical, surpassing even the swiftest of rockets. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him with wild abandon, while the aura of the training ground visibly thinned. Gasp! Xiao Chen inhaled sharply. This chaotic sacred body was nothing less than an extraordinary phenomenon. He perceived his body transforming into a black hole, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy around him. The training ground's aura was nearly depleted, creating a veritable vacuum. This Xiao Chen found himself momentarily dazed. It was truly remarkable. He felt as though his body was on the verge of explosion, brimming with power. Boom! Another resounding blast echoed as Xiao Chen ascended to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. More! His heart cried out, continuing to absorb spiritual energy with fervor. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions heralded his cultivation skyrocketing like a rocket. 8th level of the body refinement realm. 9th level of the body refinement realm. Finally, upon breaking through to the 9th level, Xiao Chen ceased his training. He slowly opened his eyes, relishing the explosive power within him, nodding in satisfaction. Xiao Chen exhaled deeply, reveling in the sensation. It was exhilarating. This chaotic sacred body was undeniably formidable. He felt a surge of gratification. His speed of cultivation was truly defying the natural order. Suddenly, he sensed a scorching gaze fixated upon him. Turning his head, he discovered Lengxin observing him with an expression akin to that of one gazing at a monster. Her eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and curiosity. Chapter 24, What Are You Doing? He turned his head and was met with the gaze of Lengxin, who looked at him as if he were a creature of the unknown. Her eyes were filled with astonishment, confusion, and curiosity. Xiao Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her penetrating gaze. What's wrong? He asked, feigning calmness. You, Xiao Chen. Lengxin's voice carried a hint of bewilderment, as if she had witnessed something astonishing. I am simply myself. Your husband, Xiao Chen replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Lengxin took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She felt as though she was increasingly unable to fathom this man. With a soft sigh, she acknowledged that everyone harbors their own secrets. She had no intention of prying further, for after all, Xiao Chen was her husband, and she chose to trust him. With graceful steps, Lengxin approached Xiao Chen and extended her delicate hand, gently resting it upon his pulse. The speed of his breakthrough was nothing short of extraordinary. She worried that he might have fallen into a state of madness and felt the need to conduct a thorough examination. Closing her beautiful eyes, she focused intently on his pulse. Yet, everything appeared normal, devoid of any signs of turmoil. Lengxin furrowed her brows in confusion. How could this be? She meticulously inspected Xiao Chen's body once more, from head to toe, inside and out, but still found no abnormalities. Withdrawing her hand, she gazed at Xiao Chen with curiosity. How do you feel? Is there anything discomforting? Xiao Chen chuckled softly and shook his head. I feel wonderful. I've never felt this good before. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking delightfully, and felt invigorated with an overwhelming sense of strength. Lengxin observed Xiao Chen's vitality, her heart filled with further perplexity. What on earth was happening? After a moment of silence, she finally uttered 2 words. Freak. Xiao Chen. Hey, I know your words wound me. He clutched his chest, feigning exaggerated pain. I have worked hard to cultivate, and you dare call me a freak? Lengxin shot him a disapproving glance. Isn't it true? With your physique and talent, it's simply unheard of. What else could it be? Xiao Chen grinned. Xiner, are you complimenting me? Lengxin, unfazed, chose not to respond. This guy truly had a thick skin. Her expression turned complex as she regarded Xiao Chen. Your breakthrough speed is terrifying. An unstable foundation will lead to significant problems in the future. Xiao Chen smiled nonchalantly. Isn't that a good thing? It signifies my exceptional talent. Lengxin rolled her eyes at him. Exceptional talent must also be cultivated gradually. One cannot become a glutton overnight, and the same applies to cultivation. If you continue to force growth, you will inevitably fall into madness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen ceased his playful demeanor. He recognized that Lengxin had his best interests at heart, and thus decided to cooperate with her. What should we do? Do you have any good ideas? Lengxin contemplated for a moment. I possess a set of mind techniques known as the Xian Yuan condensation technique. It can assist you in solidifying your foundation and strengthening your base. Would you be willing to learn it? Without hesitation, Xiao Chen nodded. I would certainly love to. Lengxin acknowledged this with a nod. Good. She extended her delicate hand and gently touched Xiao Chen's forehead. Instantly, a refreshing aura surged into his mind, and the entirety of the Xian Yuan condensation technique vividly unfolded before his eyes. This technique was profound and intricate, full of mysteries. Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if the contents of the Xian Yuan condensation technique flowed through his mind like a gentle stream. He sensed an overwhelming surge of power within his body. Lengxin withdrew her hand and observed him quietly. Their interactions over the past few days had significantly altered her impression of Xiao Chen. Rumors painted him as a frivolous and arrogant scion, yet the reality was far from it. Xiao Chen treated her with kindness, thoughtfulness, and unyielding care, devoid of any trace of frivolity or neglect. Particularly his eyes, clear and sincere, instilled in her a sense of unprecedented security. Lengxin's heart quivered slightly. She could not deny that she seemed to be experiencing a stir of emotions. Xiao Chen stood up and stretched his limbs. Thank you. He looked at Lengxin, displaying a radiant smile. Lengxin's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly responded with an affirmative sound. She dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head shyly. At that moment, a crisp system notification chimed in Xiao Chen's ear. Female protagonist favorability 10. A surge of joy washed over him. It seemed his efforts had not been in vain. He approached Lengxin and gently took her hand. Her body stiffened momentarily. She wished to break free, yet found herself hesitating. Xiao Chen gazed at her flawless profile, and his heart was stirred. Without thinking, he lifted her effortlessly and began to carry her toward the room. Montag Lengxin exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her brows furrowed slightly. What are you doing? Chapter 25. Heartache. Lengxin exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Xiao Chen's neck. Her brows furrowed ever so slightly. What are you doing? A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's lips. The plan of the day lies in the morning. Upon hearing this, Lengxin's delicate face flushed. She was well aware of the implications behind Xiao Chen's words. However, with a light chuckle, she remarked, I am 4 realms above you. With a teasing smile, she gazed at Xiao Chen. Do not think that just because you have broken through a realm, you can subdue me in bed. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. That may not necessarily be the case. He embraced Lengxin and strode toward the bed. Lengxin struggled momentarily, but soon realized escape was futile. Put me down. She feigned anger. Yet, Xiao Chen remained unperturbed, gently placing her on the bed before leaning over her. Lengxin's heart raced, her gaze filled with a hint of panic. Xiao Chen, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen captured her lips in a kiss. Lengxin's eyes widened. She wanted to push him away, but found herself reluctant to do so. Xiao Chen's kiss was both domineering and tender, gradually enveloping her in its warmth. Ding! The system prompt chimed once more. Female protagonist affection 5. Xiao Chen felt a surge of delight within. It seemed his strategy was indeed effective. He deepened the kiss, and Lengxin's breathing grew more rapid. Unbeknownst to her, her arms had wrapped around Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen held her soft form tightly, her faint fragrance lingering around him. Soft, suppressed sounds escaped Lengxin's lips, echoing throughout the room. Xiao Chen gazed down at the enchanting woman in his arms. Her beautiful face adorned with an alluring blush, her eyes shimmering, stirring one's innermost feelings. Lengxin, can you endure this? Xiao Chen whispered teasingly in her ear. At his words, Lengxin slowly opened her eyes, the previous panic replaced by a glimmer of spring water as if it could drown a man. With a soft laugh, her voice sultry, she replied, "Xiao Chen, do you truly believe such trifles can make me yield?" "Oh, was that little sound just now not because of—" Xiao Chen deliberately elongated his tone, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Humph, that was merely to amuse you," Lengxin pouted, feigning disdain. Xiao Chen observed the blush blooming on her stunning visage and understood her well. He knew Lengxin's proud nature. Even if her heart rejoiced, she would not easily reveal it. "Is that so? Then I shall strive even harder to earn your genuine moans," Xiao Chen said with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing this, Lengxin shot him a playful glare but refrained from retorting. She slightly turned her head, evading his fervent gaze. Ding! The system prompt chimed again. Female protagonist affection 1. Xiao Chen felt a surge of secret delight. It seemed his playful advances had borne fruit. He pressed his lips against Lengxin with even greater fervor, his hands becoming increasingly restless. The temperature within the room rose steadily, a palpable tension pervading the air. Lengxin's breaths grew more rapid, her body gradually yielding to a softness. She clung to Xiao Chen tightly, as if wishing to merge her very essence with his. "No, Xiao Chen, please don't." Lengxin whispered his name, her voice delicate as a feather, igniting a fervent yearning within him. In a modest inn in Wu City, on the second floor, Lengxin lay curled upon the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment. He pressed a hand to his chest in agony, feeling as though an invisible hand were gripping his heart with relentless force, sending waves of rhythmic torment coursing through him. "Damn it!" Lengxin gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Before his eyes danced the haunting image of Xiao Chen entwined with Lengxin. Her soft moans and his whispered words sliced through his heart like a sharpened blade, each cut deeper than the last. "Lengxin, how could you treat me this way?" Chapter 26. Eradicating future troubles. Lengxin's voice trembled, imbued with despair and resentment. He struck the bedboard fiercely, producing a series of dull thuds. "Ah!" He howled in agony, as if to unleash all the pent-up frustration within his heart. Suddenly, the ancient ring on his left hand's ring finger glimmered faintly. A warm energy gradually flowed into his body, soothing his turbulent emotions. Lengxin gasped for breath, the constricting pain in his chest gradually subsiding. Yet the anguish in his heart lingered, unresolved. "Xiao Chen, I shall not share the heavens with you." A flicker of malice flashed in Lengxin's eyes, his tone as frigid as ice. He slowly rose, approached the window, and pushed it open, gazing at the brightly lit Xiao residence in the distance. "I will repay you for the suffering you have inflicted upon me, 1,000-fold." Lengxin clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding deeply into his flesh. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the fury within. "Lengxin, wait for me. I shall surely take you away from this hell." Lengxin murmured softly, his eyes brimming with determination and tenacity. Furrowing his brow, he anxiously rubbed the ancient ring in his hand. For the past few days, he had been lingering around the Xiao residence, seeking a glimmer of opportunity. The guards of the Xiao residence were even more formidable than he had anticipated, with sentries every few steps, creating an impenetrable fortress. "Damn it!" Lengxin cursed under his breath, delivering a punch to the wooden table in the inn, causing the teacups to rattle. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm the tempest of anger within. To infiltrate the Xiao residence undetected, how easy it was to say. Exhaling heavily, Lengxin slumped onto the chair. This Xiao residence was akin to a steel trap. He closed his eyes, envisioning the figure of Lengxin. For her, he would brave the depths of the dragon's lair and the tiger's den. Lengxin abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of resolution shining within. He refused to believe that Xiao Chen could remain cooped up in the residence for a lifetime. He was determined to find an opportunity. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Lengxin's mouth. He possessed abundant patience. He could wait. He would not accept that Xiao Chen could forever remain hidden. The moment he revealed himself would mark his demise. A glimmer of malevolence flickered in Lengxin's eyes. The Xiao residence, adorned with intricate carvings and majestic architecture, basked in the sunlight that shimmered off the glazed tiles, reflecting dazzling rays. Xiao Chen walked steadily toward the main hall, his demeanor calm and indifferent. Inside the hall, Xiao Wuyo was engrossed in reviewing documents, a frown etched upon his brow, as if burdened by an immense weight. The sound of Xiao Chen's footsteps disturbed him. He looked up, and, upon seeing Xiao Chen, a subtle expression of relief crossed his face. "Chener, you've come," Xiao Wuyo said, setting down his pen, his tone gentle. "Father." Xiao Chen replied with a slight nod, his tone respectful. "How have you fared with Lengxin these past few days?" Xiao Wuyo inquired with concern. A faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. "All is well. There is no need for father to worry." Xiao Wuyo's sharp gaze swept over Xiao Chen, keenly discerning the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. He felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that this furnace truly was remarkable. In just a few weeks, it had already assisted Chen in embarking upon the path of cultivation. Indeed, quite impressive. Xiao Wuyo nodded in satisfaction. "Chen, now that you have begun your journey of cultivation, you must practice diligently and not squander the efforts I have invested for you," Xiao Wuyo said earnestly. Xiao Chen respectfully replied, "I shall heed my father's teachings." Observing Xiao Chen, a flicker of complexity crossed Xiao Wuyo's eyes. This son was becoming increasingly inscrutable to him. "Speak. What brings you to me?" Xiao Wuyo gently tapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound as his gaze settled upon Xiao Chen. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen's tone was calm, yet laced with coldness. "Father, I require your assistance in eliminating someone." Xiao Wuyo's hand stilled, and he turned to Xiao Chen with a look of confusion. He did not inquire who it was. Instead, he simply remarked, "Such trifles do not necessitate my direct involvement. The elders of the inner court can handle it. Go seek them out." Xiao Chen understood that Lengxin was the male protagonist of the story, blessed with extraordinary fortune, and was not someone an ordinary elder could confront. He needed to eradicate the threat completely. Chapter 27, Pursuit. He sought to eradicate all traces, ensuring no future threats. He shook his head gently, his tone resolute. "Father, this matter requires your personal intervention." Xiao Chen paused, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. "Otherwise, the repercussions will be endless." Xiao Wuyo furrowed his brow, taken aback by his son's unwavering determination. A sense of confusion enveloped him. Who could possibly incite such fervent concern in his typically docile son? After a moment of silence, Xiao Wuyo's gaze intensified, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of Xiao Chen's thoughts. The atmosphere in the grand hall grew heavy as the father and son stood facing each other. "Who is it?" Xiao Wuyo finally inquired, his voice low and grave. Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with resolve as he articulated each word carefully. "Lengxin." "Lengxin?" Xiao Wuyo's brow furrowed slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table twice, producing a dull sound. This name was unfamiliar to him. His mind raced through a thick tome of memories, yet he could find no matching information. He had no recollection whatsoever. Xiao Wuyo shook his head, a hint of uncertainty lacing his tone. "Is this person within Wu City?" He glanced at Xiao Chen, his curiosity deepening. Xiao Chen nodded, a slight relief washing over him. As long as his father consented to take action, Lengxin was as good as doomed. "I shall dispatch someone to investigate. The moment I receive any information, I will personally resolve this matter," Xiao Wuyo declared with unwavering authority. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's tense form relaxed somewhat. He nodded, a weight lifting from his heart. "Thank you, father." Xiao Chen rose and performed a respectful bow. "I shall not disturb you further." Xiao Wuyo waved his hand, signaling that he could take his leave. Xiao Chen turned, his footsteps steady as he exited the grand hall. Inside, Xiao Wuyo watched his son's departing figure, his brow still furrowed. Lengxin. Who could this individual be that could compel his usually compliant son to insist on his personal involvement? A deeper sense of unease began to swell within him. He promptly summoned his covert guards. "Go investigate. Immediately. I want every detail reported to me regarding anyone named Lengxin within Wu City." Xiao Wuyo's tone was icy, laced with an undeniable command. The guards accepted their orders and swiftly vanished from the hall. Xiao Wuyo remained alone in the grand hall. his fingers once again gently tapping the table. The crisp sound echoed in the vast emptiness, amplifying the silence around him. His gaze was profound, as if striving to pierce through the veils of obscurity. A foul stench emanated from a heap of refuse, while several stray cats bared their teeth at the alley entrance, emitting low warning growls. The dim light illuminated the cobblestone path, with towering walls on either side resembling the fangs of a colossal beast, entrapping Lengxin within. He held his breath, pressing his body against the cold wall, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Damn it! How could they catch up so quickly? Lengxin cursed silently, sweat trickling down from his temples, splashing onto his chin and shattering into 8 droplets. He cast a glance over his shoulder, noting several figures clad in the attire of the Xiao family's guards rapidly closing in, their gleaming blades reflecting a chilling light. Fortunately, his cunning had spared him. Otherwise, he would likely be captured by now. Lengxin gritted his teeth, recalling how he had returned to the inn to retrieve something and inadvertently caught sight of several furtive shadows slipping into his room, prompting his alertness and enabling his hasty escape. He crouched low, swiftly navigating the narrow alley, akin to a nimble fish darting through the shadows. Damn it! The Xiao family's response is alarmingly swift. I had concealed myself so well, not even brushing against the walls of the Xiao estate. How did they uncover my presence? Doubt and unease flooded Lengxin's mind. His initial plan was to lie low in Wuching for a while, ascertain the strengths and weaknesses of the Xiao estate, and then seize the opportunity to take away Lengxin. However, it seemed that this scheme would have to be abandoned. Kid, stop running around and surrender obediently. A coarse shout from the guards reverberated, causing his eardrums to thrum. Lengxin cursed his misfortune under his breath, increasing his pace. He leaped over a low wall and concealed himself in a dead-end alley cluttered with debris. Huff, huff. The sound of his rapid breaths echoed sharply in the stillness of the alley. Leaning against the wall, Lengxin gasped for air, feeling as though his lungs might burst. At that moment, an ancient voice resounded in his mind. Kid, do not act rashly. The Xiao family's hidden guards are everywhere in Wuching, and your every move is under their watchful eye. Do not make any impulsive actions for the time being. Find a safe place to hide. It was Xianlao. A jolt ran through Lengxin's mind as he hastily inquired, Xianlao, how did they discover me? I clearly, do not ask so many questions. Xianlao's tone was grave. The Xiao family has operated in Wuching for many years, their influence deeply intertwined, far more complex than you can imagine. Now is not the time to delve into the reasons. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Chapitre 28, impossible. Lengxin took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He understood that Elder Xian was correct. Acting on impulse would only lead him into a more perilous situation. I understand, Elder Xian. Lengxin replied in a low voice, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. But I will remember this grudge. Xiao Chen. He cautiously peeked outside, observing the movements beyond. The guards appeared relentless in their pursuit, still searching the vicinity. It seemed imperative to find a safer refuge. Lengxin silently contemplated, his gaze landing on a dilapidated wooden door at the end of the alley. The creaky door opened with a groan, and Lengxin swiftly entered, shutting the door behind him. Inside lay a cramped storage room, filled with the musty scent of mildew and dust. He chose a corner to sit, tearing off a filthy cloth to wipe the sweat from his brow. Damn it, he muttered, striking the ground with frustration, his heart brimming with indignation and rage. The meticulously planned ambush had been utterly disrupted. The Xiao family's response was as impenetrable as a fortress without a single chink. Calm down, lad. Elder Xian's voice echoed in his mind. This is not the time for rash actions. How can I remain calm? Lengxin gritted his teeth. Lengxin is still in that scoundrel Xiao Chen's clutches. I must rescue her. And with what means will you accomplish that? Elder Xian retorted. With your current strength, confronting the Xiao family head-on is akin to striking a rock with an egg. Lengxin fell silent, the image of Mo Lengxin's breathtaking beauty flooding his mind. I cannot abandon her. He murmured to himself, his tone resolute. I absolutely cannot. Sighing, Elder Xian interjected, "Listen my advice, lad. Let it go. The situation is too perilous. You have no chance. Once the storm has passed, leave Wuching at once. As long as the mountains endure, there will be no shortage of firewood. Give up?" Lengxin shot up, his eyes bloodshot with fervor. "You want me to forsake Lengxin? How can you expect me to let go?" "Elder Xian, I assure you, I will not relent. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue her." Elder Xian seemed poised to offer further counsel, but ultimately chose silence. "Elder Xian, I know your concerns for me." Lengxin inhaled deeply, his tone softening somewhat. "However, I have made my decision, and it will not waver. We are like grasshoppers on the same boat," Lengxin declared, his gaze fixed ahead, sharp as a blade. "We either tread this path together to the end, or you shall depart." The spectral figure of Elder Xian within the ring flickered, his expression grave. The restoration of his physical form and return to greatness depended entirely on this young man. "Disciple," Elder Xian began cautiously, his tone laced with hesitation. "Have you considered that perhaps Mo Lengxin does not harbor feelings for you? Could it be that all your efforts are merely one-sided?" Lengxin abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing like a blade, directed fiercely at the apparition. "Impossible." He ground his teeth, each word seeming to squeeze forth from between clenched jaws. "We had a pact. She will wait for me." Lengxin suddenly rose, pacing back and forth in the cramped storage room, his emotions in turmoil. "She promised to wait for me," he murmured softly, as if trying to convince himself, while reminiscing about the past sweetness. "Humph." Xian Lao interrupted him without hesitation. "A young girl's words, and you choose to believe them? 3 years. 3 years have passed." Xian Lao, as tone grew increasingly sharp. "Disciple, you must understand that 3 years is ample time to alter many things. On what basis do you presume she will remain the same? Furthermore, she is now the wife of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, the heir of the Xiao family. He has everything one could desire, power and influence at his beck and call." Xian Lao's voice reverberated within the confined space, each syllable striking Lengxin's heart like a heavy hammer. "So what if that is the case? Could Lengxin ever fall for such a scoundrel?" Lengxin abruptly halted, his crimson eyes fixed intently on the phantom of Xian Lao. "That is utterly impossible," he declared, each word laden with unwavering conviction. "Lengxin, she's not that kind of person." Taking a deep breath, Lengxin endeavored to compose himself. "She and I have long shared a profound understanding. We vowed that no matter what occurred, we would remain together forever. How could a mere Xiao Chen alter this reality?" "Alas," Xian Lao sighed softly. "A profound understanding? A vow? Disciple, you are too naive. In this world, the human heart is the most fragile of things. Moreover, that Xiao Chen is no ordinary adversary. What do you possess to contend with him?" Chapter 29. Infiltration of the Mo mansion in the storeroom. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Lengxin clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale. "Humph." Lengxin scoffed, a disdainful curve gracing the corners of his mouth. "Master, do you comprehend the essence of love?" A fervent light flickered in his eyes. "The bond between me and Lengxin is beyond your understanding. It is as unyielding as the ocean's depths and the mountain's heights." Lengxin spoke with unwavering conviction, as if pledging an oath. He struck the wall with a powerful punch, producing a muffled thud. "What is Xiao Chen, after all? A mere scion of privilege, unworthy of my Lengxin?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lengxin's eyes. "Lengxin is astute and virtuous. How could she possibly be drawn to such a scoundrel? She must be coerced. Perhaps she is currently enduring torment at Xiao Chen's hands. With her character, she would rather die than yield." He gritted his teeth, his grip tightening further. "Oof. No, I must rescue her." Lengxin paced back and forth, consumed with anxiety. "I must extricate her from that abyss of suffering." He envisioned the torment Lengxin might be enduring, and his heart ached like a knife's twist. "To the Xiao mansion." Lengxin furrowed his brows, a flicker of hesitation flickering within him. "The Xiao mansion is heavily guarded. I fear I may find it difficult to approach." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. "Wait." Lengxin abruptly halted, his eyes brightening. I need not venture to the Xiao mansion. I can go to the Mo mansion. A smile graced his lips. Lengxin will undoubtedly return to the Mo mansion. If I remain there, I shall await her arrival. The more he contemplated this notion, the more feasible it appeared. At that moment, I shall whisk her away from Wu City, and we will soar to freedom. His eyes brimmed with hope. As for Xiao Chen, a glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Lin Qian's gaze. This vendetta shall be avenged in due time. For now, I must prioritize rescuing Lengxin. He inhaled deeply, his expression resolute. So it shall be. Lin Qian pushed open the storeroom door and strode out confidently. He was bound for the Mo mansion to await his Lengxin and fulfill the promise between them. Without pause, Lin Qian hastened towards the direction of the Mo mansion. His heart set on one singular thought, to save Lengxin. The streets of Wu City bustled with life and noise, yet none of it registered with Lin Qian. He felt as though he inhabited a different realm, deaf to the external clamor. His gaze was fixed solely on the Mo mansion. At last, the grand gates of the Mo mansion came into view. This is the place. Lin Qian took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. He observed the situation around the Mo mansion intently. Before the gates stood two armored guards, wielding long halberds, their vigilant eyes scanning the passers-by. Just as I anticipated, Lin Qian felt a surge of satisfaction within. The security of the Mo mansion is even weaker than I had surmised. This is undoubtedly good news for him. Oof. Lin Qian let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Do you truly think that you, mere minions, can obstruct my path? In a flash, he transformed into a spectral figure, swiftly approaching the Mo residence. The guard scarcely had time to react before Lin Qian vanished from their sight. Once he infiltrated the Mo residence, he did not rush into action. Instead, he meticulously observed his surroundings, searching for a suitable target. Before long, he spotted a solitary servant. You shall do. Chapter 30. What is happening to me? It is you. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Qian's mouth. He stealthily approached the servant and swiftly struck the back of his neck with a decisive blow. The servant fell silently to the ground, unconscious. Lin Qian quickly removed the servant's garments and donned them himself. He concealed the servant's body in a hidden corner before boldly striding towards Mo Lengxin's residence. Along the way, he encountered several servants and guards of the Mo household, yet none discerned his disguise. Lin Qian's acting skills were exquisite. He mimicked the demeanor of an ordinary servant with remarkable precision. He soon arrived at the entrance of Mo Lengxin's abode. Gazing at the tightly shut doors, a sense of apprehension gripped Lin Qian's heart. Lengxin, do not fear, for I have come. In the back courtyard, the moonlight cascaded down like water. Clad in azure, Mo Lengxin bathed in the silvery glow, resembling a celestial maiden from the moon palace. Her tall, graceful figure, with curves that resembled a finely sculpted work of art, captivated the eye. As she gazed up at the luminous moon, her thoughts shimmered like the moonlight, complex and difficult to unravel. A soft sigh escaped her crimson lips, tinged with a sense of helplessness and confusion. She had once believed that her life would unfold in a monotonous manner. Having been forced into marriage with the Xiao family, a tragic beginning, she thought she would resign herself to fate, her heart growing numb, living like a mere shell, fulfilling the duties of a wife. Yet Xiao Chen emerged like a ray of light, piercing through her once dreary existence. His care, concern, and sincerity enveloped her in an unprecedented warmth, an experience she had never known before. She had once thought herself devoid of desires, her heart as tranquil as still water. But now, she realized that she too could succumb to emotion. Recalling the intimate moments shared with Xiao Chen, a blush crept across Mo Lengxin's cheeks, the fervent warmth threatening to consume her. She closed her eyes, attempting to banish those memories from her mind, yet the more she tried, the clearer they became, quickening her heartbeat. What is happening to me? Mo Lengxin murmured to herself, her tone laced with a touch of panic and shyness. She had never anticipated that she would develop such profound feelings for a man. This sensation both frightened and exhilarated her. Beneath the moonlight, Her silhouette appeared particularly solitary, yet enchanting, akin to a night blooming Sirius, beautiful yet fragile. The soft rustle of footsteps shattered the tranquility of the night. Lengxin furrowed her brows. Pulled from a reverie, she turned to face the source of the sound. A servant, head bowed, was approaching slowly. The dim moonlight obscured his features. Yet the somewhat familiar cadence of his footsteps ignited a flicker of curiosity within her. "Who are you?" Lengxin inquired coldly. "Why have you come here?" The servant halted momentarily, seeming hesitant. "This is the back courtyard. It is not a place for you to be." Lengxin's tone grew even colder as she urged him to leave quickly. The servant remained silent, slowly lifting his head. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his face. It was a familiar visage, one that sent shockwaves through Lengxin's heart. "Lin Qianan?" Lengxin gazed at the man before her in disbelief. Lin Qianan looked at the enchanting beauty, so close yet so distant, his eyes slightly reddening. "Lengxin, I have not come to the wrong place." Lin Qianan's voice was hoarse, tinged with suppressed excitement. "I have come to take you away." Lengxin was struck as if by lightning, staring blankly at Lin Qianan. She could hardly believe that he would appear here, and in such a manner. "Take me away?" Lengxin murmured, seemingly unable to comprehend Lin Qianan's words. "Yes, Lengxin." Lin Qianan's tone was resolute. "I have come to free you from this cage." He took a step forward, attempting to draw closer to Lengxin. Yet, she instinctively retreated a step, her eyes filled with wariness. "How did you get in?" Lengxin suppressed her shock and inquired. "That is not important." Lin Qianan shook his head. "What matters is that I have finally found you." "Are you insane?" Lengxin snapped back to reality, her tone icy. "This is the MO residence. If you barge in like this, you will be—" "I know," Lin Qianan interrupted her. "But I can no longer concern myself with that." His eyes brimmed with determination and love for Lengxin. "Lengxin, come with me." Lin Qianan extended his hand once more, trembling slightly as if reaching for a precious treasure. However, Lengxin recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, stepping back several paces. Her gaze was complex, laced with fear, disgust, and perhaps pity. Lin Qianan's hand hung, suspended in the air, as if frozen in time. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing him excruciating pain. She stepped back. Is she serious? Is she truly rejecting him? "Lin Qianan." Lengxin's voice was as frigid as ice. "I will not go with you." Each word pierced Lin Qianan's heart like a sharp blade. "Leave." Lengxin commanded with unwavering resolve. "Do not linger here." Lin Qianan felt as if a stone had lodged in his throat, rendering him nearly speechless. He swallowed hard, his voice hoarse and terrifyingly strained. "Why?" He gritted through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Why?" His heart bled as he grappled with the agony of his sacrifices and the long wait. Was it all for naught in the end? Chapter 31. Have you forgotten our 3-year promise? "Why?" he asked through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with resentment. "Why?" His heart bled. He had sacrificed so much and waited for so long. Was it all for naught in the end? "Did you truly forget our 3-year promise?" Lin Qian nearly shouted, his voice laced with despair. The words 3-year promise struck like a thunderclap in Lengxin's ears. Her expression shifted slightly, a flicker of complex emotion flashing across her gaze. "A 3-year promise?" Lengxin scoffed. "That was merely your one-sided wishful thinking." Her words fell like a bolt from the blue, leaving Lin Qian utterly devastated. "I never agreed to anything with you." Lengxin's tone was frigid, as if stating a trivial fact. Lin Qian staggered back, as though all the strength had been drained from his body. He could scarcely believe his ears. She actually claimed she had never agreed to him. Had all his sacrifices and waiting over the past 3 years been nothing but a cruel jest? In that moment, his world shattered completely. "Disciple, let us go." A weary voice echoed from within the ring, tinged with helplessness. 3 years is sufficient to change many things. It was the voice of Lin Qian's master, Xianlao. But master, Lin Qian's voice trembled, laden with profound reluctance. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. "You have received your answer." Xian Lao's voice remained calm. Lin Xian closed his eyes in agony. An answer? Yes, he had received an answer, one that shattered his heart. He was unwilling. How could he be willing? 3 years. He had waited 3 long years. He had given so much. Yet in the end, all he received was the phrase, "You're wishful thinking." Unwilling. The 2 words churned in his heart like a roaring beast. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. A glimmer of light flashed within them. No, something was amiss. Her earlier expression, fear, disgust, pity, and also a hint of barely perceptible helplessness? Yes, helplessness. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be? She was being coerced? By Xiao Chen. It had to be Xiao Chen. That accursed Xiao Chen. He must have employed some vile means to control her. He must have threatened her. Otherwise, how could she utter such words? How could she reject him? Lin Xian abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Lengxin, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I know you are being forced. He stepped forward, concern and tenderness saturating his tone. Were you controlled by Xiao Chen? Did he threaten you? Lengxin's body trembled slightly. A strange light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Do not be afraid. Lin Xian's voice grew more resolute, laced with an undeniable authority. I shall protect you. I will take you away. Leave this place. Depart from the northern domain, to a location where the Xiao family cannot find you. There, no one can control you. No one can threaten you. I shall restore your freedom. His words resonated like a thunderclap, shattering the stillness of the night sky. Lengxin, upon hearing this, maintained a demeanor as calm as still water, yet her tone was distant and aloof. Lin Xian, you misunderstand. My husband treats me exceedingly well. I kindly ask you to leave. I do not wish for others to witness this and incite unnecessary misunderstandings. Lin Xian felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around his heart, nearly suffocating him. Husband. The mere utterance of those 2 syllables pierced his eardrums like a sharp blade, embedding itself in his heart. And the notion of not wanting others to see, to avoid misunderstandings. She was so concerned about Xiao Chen's reputation. An indescribable fury and anguish surged within him, threatening to consume him whole. Lin Xian's voice was hoarse, tinged with an uncontrollable tremor. You need not deceive me. I know you are being coerced. Xiao Chen. Lin Xian. Lengxin interrupted him, her tone carrying a note of warning. Please have some self-respect. I shall repeat myself. My husband treats me very well. I am not being forced. If you continue to entangle yourself in this matter, do not blame me for being impolite. Chapter 32. A one-sided affection? Her tone was resolute, icy cold. Lin Xian's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Could it be that he was truly in the wrong? Had she genuinely fallen for Xiao Chen? No. He refused to believe it. He absolutely could not accept it. 3 years. He had waited for her for 3 long years. He had invested so much. How could it possibly be a lie? Lengxin. Lin Xian spoke again, his voice imbued with unwavering determination and persistence. I will say this one last time. I can take you away. Leave this place. Depart from the Xiao family. Escape the northern domain, to a place where no one can find us. We can start anew. Lengxin involuntarily turned to him, her gaze filled with complexity. After a moment, she slowly replied, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation and mockery. Lin Xian, you are far too naive. Do you think leaving the Xiao family is that simple? What will happen to my family if I go with you? Lengxin's voice remained indifferent. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He had only thought of taking her away, completely disregarding this critical point. The family. Yes, the family. How could he have forgotten about them? If Lengxin left with him, the family would incur the wrath of the Xiao family. With the power of the Xiao family, annihilating the family would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Lengxin took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. She had initially agreed to this marriage for the sake of her family, for her parents. The Xiao family was formidable, while the family was waning. Without this union, the family would struggle to maintain its foothold in the northern domain. She bore the weight of her family's fate, and was compelled to make sacrifices. Marrying Xiao Chen, the notorious scion of ill repute, had once been her greatest nightmare. Yet, her life after marriage was not as unbearable as she had envisioned. Xiao Chen treated her exceptionally well, with meticulous care, a stark contrast to the infamous rogue she had heard about. He presented her with exquisite pastries and personally adorned her brows. All these little gestures seeped into her heart like a gentle stream. The fear and resistance she once felt gradually gave way to warmth and affection. She began to think that perhaps living like this for the rest of her life wouldn't be so bad. The tranquil days and warm companionship nearly made her forget the outside world, erasing the promises of her youth. Until today, when his sudden appearance shattered this beautiful illusion, yanking her from her sweet reverie back into the harsh reality. Lengxin's persistence filled her with helplessness. She understood that he had waited for 3 years, had given so much, but she was now a married woman, the wife of Xiao Chen. She could not betray him, nor could she forsake her own family. Lengxin, Lengxin's voice was as cold as ice, carrying a note of warning. You should leave. We are already a thing of the past. Now, I am Xiao Chen's wife. If you continue to linger, you will only invite more trouble. Out of respect for our former ties, I advise you to cease your pursuit. Otherwise, Lengxin paused momentarily, her tone growing increasingly frigid. Do not blame me for lacking compassion. The resolve in her eyes caused Lengxin's heart to tremble violently once more. It seemed to him that an insurmountable chasm lay between them, a chasm named reality. Upon hearing her words, Lengxin stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. He gazed at Lengxin in disbelief, his eyes brimming with hurt and confusion. After a brief moment of shock, he sensed a chilling aura emanating from her, a ripple of true energy, a perilous presence. Lengxin understood that Lengxin was genuinely enraged. If he did not depart soon, she would indeed take action. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Within his chest, a tumult of resentment surged, burning through his very essence like molten lava. 3 years. He had waited for her for 3 long years. For her sake, he had endured countless hardships and suffered immeasurable torment. Yet in the end, she was prepared to act against him for the sake of a wayward scion. Was it merely because Xiao Chen had touched you? Lengxin's voice grew hoarse, tinged with a tremor. Just because Xiao Chen laid a hand upon you, you cannot bear to part with him? Rage clouded his judgment, leading him to speak without restraint. If I could touch you, I too would elevate you to the heights of ecstasy. Chapter 33. The break? Rage clouded his mind, leading him to utter words he would later regret. If I could touch you, I could make you soar to the heavens. The phrase escaped his lips, startling even himself. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lengxin's complexion turned pale, her gaze as frigid as ancient ice, devoid of warmth. The temperature around them plummeted, as if the very air were on the verge of freezing. She had never anticipated that Lengxin would utter such words. Crude, indecent, repulsive. The once gentle and refined youth had transformed into this wretched version. Disappointment surged within her, overwhelming her heart like a tidal wave. Lengxin's heart had turned utterly cold. Her eyes, now icy, betrayed no hint of emotion. A single cold word escaped her lips, laden with an icy chill. The Xinyuan condensation technique activated. A torrent of true energy surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. Beneath her feet, a thick layer of frost spread at a visible pace. Sharp icicles erupted from the frost, aimed directly at Lengxin. His expression shifted dramatically. He understood that Lengxin, a prodigy of the northern region, possessed a cultivation level of the 5th tier of the divine palace, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yet at this moment, he sensed not only the disparity in cultivation, but also an unyielding intent to kill. Lengxin snorted coldly, advancing rather than retreating. Do you think I fear you? A long sword materialized in his hand out of thin air. The blade gleamed ominously, exuding an icy aura. Clang! The crisp sound of the sword echoed through the night sky. Sword energy surged forth, severing the advancing icicles with ease. Shattered ice crystals danced in the air, reflecting the desolate moonlight. Though Lengxin was only at the third tier of the divine palace, he was far from an ordinary warrior, invincible among his peers, challenging those of higher tiers. These were his defining traits. Boom! True energy roared as Lengxin, like a bolt of lightning, charged towards Lengxin. The long sword in his hand transformed into a flurry of afterimages, each strike ferociously potent. A flicker of surprise crossed Lengxin's eyes. She had not expected Lengxin's strength to have increased so significantly. It seems you haven't been idle these past 3 years. Lengxin's voice was frigid, yet her movements were swift. She formed seals with her hands, and walls of ice erupted from the ground, positioned before Lengxin. Do you think these can stop me? Lengxin laughed coldly. The sword light flashed, and the ice walls shattered instantly. With a single step, he stood before Lengxin, the sword tip poised at her throat. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Lengxin, come with me. His tone brooked no dissent, as if her desires were of no consequence. A flicker of disgust crossed Lengxin's eyes. In your dreams, you have no say in this. As Lengxin's sword tip drew closer to her throat, a chilling aura enveloped them. What would the family do? I do not care. In his eyes, there was only Lengxin. Everything else was insignificant. You are mine. No one could take you away. Lengxin's tone bordered on madness, suffused with obsession and possessiveness. Lengxin regarded him with an icy stare, her eyes betraying no hint of fear. She saw through Lengxin's intentions, her heart enveloped in an endless chill. A disdainful huff escaped her lips, radiating a bone-deep frostiness. The temperature plummeted around them, an atmosphere thick with biting cold. Visible frost swiftly spread from Lengxin, as if she were the epicenter of an impending winter storm. The air felt as though it had solidified, making each breath laborious. Lengxin furrowed his brow, feeling the potency of the chill, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he grew more exhilarated. This is the Lengxin I know. A frenzied glimmer danced in his eyes, as if he were entranced by her formidable presence. The stronger you are, the more I adore you. The sword in his hand hummed, yearning for battle. I shall take you away from here, to a place where no one can disturb us. Lengxin's voice cut through the cold wind with undeniable authority. Lengxin remained silent, her gaze still fixed upon him, unyielding and devoid of emotion. As Lengxin's sword tip neared the fabric of Lengxin's attire, a sudden rush of air sliced through the atmosphere. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp arrows, propelled by fierce winds, targeted Lengxin's vital points. His expression shifted abruptly. He scoffed, swinging his sword to sever the arrows with ease. Child's play. Yet, before the words could settle, a multitude of figures emerged around him. Clad in uniform black attire, they exuded a chilling aura, brimming with murderous intent. What? Lengxin's heart sank. Each of these guards possessed an extraordinary presence, their cultivation levels evidently at the 8th or 9th layer of the true spirit realm. Among them were several figures whose formidable energy marked them as experts of the divine palace realm and the divine ability realm. This is bad. Lengxin instantly recognized he had walked into an ambush. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself encircled by numerous guards, leaving no avenue for escape. The blades in their hands gleamed with a cold light, as if poised to rend him limb from limb. Damn it! Lengxin cursed inwardly, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. He never anticipated that the Xiao family had long been prepared, laying a trap here. To dare intrude upon the Missouri estate is a crime unforgivable. A deep voice, resonant as thunder, echoed in the air. A robust figure clad in golden armor emerged from the crowd, wielding a gleaming long knife, his gaze sharp and imposing. Lengxin's brows knitted together, confusion swirling in her mind. When had these guards from the Xiao family infiltrated the Missouri estate? She had been utterly oblivious. Were they already lying in wait? Just as she pondered this perplexing thought, several figures streaked through the air with astonishing speed. Leading them was Xiao Chen, clad in flowing white garments, resembling an ethereal being. Yet, A wicked smile adorned his face, starkly contrasting with his celestial appearance. Approaching Mo Lengxin, he paid no heed to Lin Qian's fiery glare, casually wrapping his arm around her delicate waist in an intimate yet effortless manner. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qian's eyes instantly turned crimson, akin to a wounded beast, fixated on Xiao Chen with a fierce intensity. The sword in his grasp hummed, as if yearning for the taste of blood. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen appeared unfazed by Lin Qian's wrath, lowering his gaze to Mo Lengxin and teasingly remarking, "Ah, my dear wife, I have arrived late to your rescue. Please forgive me this evening." And Mo Lengxin's cheeks flushed at his words, casting a reproachful glance at him as she replied playfully, "You are insufferable." Though her tone bore a hint of playful scolding, there was no trace of resistance in her demeanor. The sight of this interaction ignited an even greater fury within Lin Qian, who clenched his teeth so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin. A profound sense of humiliation washed over him, as if he'd been dealt a stinging slap. Xiao Chen continued to embrace Mo Lengxin, his gaze shifting to Lin Qian, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a slight smirk, he taunted, "What is this? Are you envious?" Lin Qian bellowed in rage, "Humph, Xiao Chen, you are crossing the line." Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, retorting, "Crossing the line? Do those words even apply to me?" His tone dripped with disdain, as if he regarded Lin Qian as inconsequential. Lin Qian watched in helpless fury as Xiao Chen held Missouri Lengxin close, a blazing jealousy igniting within his chest, threatening to consume him whole. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, oblivious to the blood seeping from the wounds. The playful teasing in Mo Lengxin's eyes and Xiao Chen's flippant demeanor pierced his heart like daggers. He had envisioned countless scenarios of a life shared with Mo Lengxin, only to have those dreams mercilessly shattered. "Ah!" Lin Qian howled towards the heavens, his voice resonating with anguish and resentment. Drawing his sword with a swift motion, it emitted a clear, melodious cry, responding to its master's fury. "Xiao Chen, I will have your life," he roared, charging at Xiao Chen with his blade. The gleaming sword sliced through the night like lightning, directed menacingly at Xiao Chen's throat. Presumptuous! A cold snort reverberated like thunder as an elder stepped forth from the crowd, positioning himself before Xiao Chen. The elder, with his white hair and beard, exuded vitality and wisdom, his piercing gaze exuding an overwhelming pressure that deterred direct eye contact. He was a revered elder of the Xiao family, his cultivation unfathomable. "To harm the young master, you must be dreaming." The elder's voice was icy, laced with contempt. Surrounding Xiao Chen, the Xiao family guards unsheathed their weapons, encircling Lin Qian completely. "Kill!" At the old man's command, the guards surged forth like fierce tigers descending from the mountain, pouncing upon Lin Qian. The glimmer of blades intertwined to form a net of death, enveloping Lin Qian within its grasp. Countless mystical arts raged towards him like a tempest, threatening to engulf him entirely. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, wielding his sword with such precision that it rendered the incoming assaults futile. In his eyes blazed a fierce inferno of wrath, reminiscent of a wounded beast ready to retaliate. Chapter 34, Inescapable. Lin Qian wielded his long sword like a venomous serpent striking, a glint of cold light flashing through the air. Clang! Sparks erupted as a guard's blade was severed. The broken weapon clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qian shifted the momentum of his sword, sweeping horizontally. Two guards, caught unawares, were struck by the sword's aura, letting out a cry of agony as they were sent flying. Blood sprayed forth, staining the ground crimson. With a single stroke of his sword, Lin Qian unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his fist howled through the air, akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains. Bang! 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 3 guards were struck by the sheer might of his blow, their ribs collapsing as they coughed blood, collapsing onto the ground. Lin Qian moved like a specter, weaving through the throng, each sword strike, and every punch radiated an aura of lethal intent. In an instant, several more guards fell. However, the Xiao family's guards are numerous. surging forward like an unstoppable tide. Lengxin soon found himself encircled, embroiled in a fierce battle. An elderly man stood nearby, observing the blood-soaked struggle of Lengxin with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This young man proved to be remarkably tenacious. He had initially assumed that a mere contingent of guards would easily subdue Lengxin, but it now appeared he had underestimated the young warrior's prowess. The young master truly possesses a meticulous mind, he mused inwardly. He recalled Xiao Chen's admonition before departing, to bring more men, just in case. In hindsight, Xiao Chen's caution was indeed warranted. What he thought would suffice with a few guards had turned into a necessity for greater numbers, deepening the elder's respect for Xiao Chen. Clearly, the young master had made a wise choice. With a cold snort, a glint of icy resolve flashed in the elder's eyes. If that is the case, then allow me to engage you. In a blur, the elder appeared before Lengxin. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire courtyard. The sixth layer of the divine ability realm. Lengxin felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Recognizing the immense pressure, the elder slowly raised his right hand, a formidable essence gathering in his palm. "Ha ha! Young man, receive my palm," the elder bellowed, slamming his hand toward Lengxin. The wind from his strike howled, crashing toward Lengxin like a tidal wave. The very air seemed to tear apart under the force of this blow, resonating with explosive sounds. This strike contained the elder's full power, capable of flattening a small mountain. "Oof, old fool." Lengxin gritted his teeth, drawing a deep breath. He summoned every ounce of qi within him, meeting the oncoming torrent of force with a punch. Aware of the futility, he still chose to confront it head-on, for there was no escape. The elder, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh, overestimating oneself. To him, Lengxin's punch was akin to a fly attempting to strike a stone. He could almost envision Lengxin being reduced to pulp beneath his palm. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the two forces collided violently. A powerful wave of energy surged forth from their center, radiating outward in all directions. Dust swirled and leaves danced in the air. However, the subsequent scene left the elder utterly astonished. Lengxin did not meet the fate he had anticipated, being crushed into a pulp. Instead, he merely let out a muffled groan, spitting blood as he staggered back a few steps. Though in a state of disarray, he remained upright. What? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. With such a strike, even a warrior at the 7th level of the divine power realm would be grievously injured. Yet Lengxin was merely at the 3rd level of the divine palace realm. How could this young man's physical form be so resilient? Lengxin felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him, as if his internal organs had been displaced. A sweetness filled his throat, and a fresh spray of blood erupted forth. He swayed slightly, managing to steady himself, his complexion pale as parchment. He never fathomed that he would find himself in such a predicament, wounded and spitting blood from the hand of an old man at the 8th level of the divine power realm. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Cough, cough. Lengxin coughed violently, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. He fixed a fierce glare upon the elder, his eyes brimming with defiance and fury. "Old man, just you wait," he rasped, forcing the words through clenched teeth. "The shame of today shall be repaid in the future." The elder regarded Lengxin with a flicker of astonishment. This young man, remarkably, still stood. Furthermore, the intensity of his gaze was astonishing. "Umph, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy?" Lengxin wiped the blood from his lips, a fervent battle spirit igniting within him. He silently communicated with the spirit of his master, Xianlao, residing within his ring. "Master, lend me your strength. I must break free." The spectral image of Xianlao materialized from the ring, his expression grave. "Young man, this is a matter of life and death." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. The humiliation of today shall be avenged. But the condition is that I must survive." Lengxin's voice resonated with determination. "Suan Lao not that?" A hint of admiration in his aged voice. "Excellent. You are indeed my disciple. You possess true grit." A surge of immense energy flowed from the ring into Lengxin's body. Boom! He felt as though struck by lightning, his meridians aflame with pain. Countless energies rampaged through him, threatening to tear him apart. Lin Xiaonan could not suppress a cry of agony. He felt as if his body were on the verge of exploding. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, knowing this was his singular opportunity. If he faltered now, he would truly perish here. The fourth level of the Divine Palace Realm. The fifth level. The sixth level. Lin Xiaonan's cultivation ascended at a visibly rapid pace. The surrounding guards of the Xiao family stood in stunned silence. What? What is happening? This young man is actually breaking through in the midst of battle? The elder of the Xiao family also wore a look of shock. This young man's talent is indeed terrifying. Xiao Chen embraced Lengxin, a playful smile gracing his lips. As the protagonist, one must possess a touch of uniqueness, he murmured. Lengxin furrowed her brows slightly, sensing that the unfolding events were veering beyond her expectations. In the ninth heaven of the Divine Palace Realm, in the first heaven of the Divine Ability Realm, Lin Qian's ascension had finally come to a halt. Slowly, he opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. Old fool, it's my turn now. Lin Qian's voice was frosty and piercing, akin to a demonic presence from the depths of hell. With a furious roar, Lin Qian's sword erupted in dazzling light. A stream of sword energy surged forth, slicing towards the elder of the Xiao family. Child's play. The elder of the Xiao family scoffed disdainfully, swinging his long blade. A wave of blade energy collided with the sword energy. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as both attacks dissipated simultaneously. Lin Qian's gaze sharpened. He swung his sword once more. This time, he unleashed his divine ability. Heavenly Sword Technique. Countless streams of sword energy erupted from his sword, cascading down like a torrential rain upon the elder of the Xiao family. Intriguing, the elder remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he danced his long blade, creating a blade curtain that blocked all the incoming sword energy. Seated nearby, Xiao Chen held Lengxin's slender waist, watching the battle with keen interest. Lengxin made no move to resist and quietly leaned into Xiao Chen's embrace. This scene, from Lin Qian's perspective, was akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Vile couple, Lin Qian bellowed, his eyes ablaze with jealousy and rage. He launched a frenzied assault against the elder of the Xiao family, desperate to conclude the battle swiftly so he could eliminate Xiao Chen and Lengxin. However, the elder's strength far surpassed his expectations. No matter how fiercely he attacked, he could not breach the elder's defenses. Damn it! Lin Qian cursed inwardly, realizing that if this continued, he would inevitably be worn down. He needed to devise a plan to escape. Chapter 35. The Great Escape. Lin Qian inwardly cursed, fully aware that if things continued this way, he would inevitably be worn down and defeated. He had to devise a way to escape. While launching his attacks, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. He observed that although the guards of the Xiao family had formed a tight encirclement, it was not without its flaws. There, a glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Qian's eyes as he identified a potential breakthrough. No longer inclined to linger in combat, he swung his sword fiercely, repelling the elder of the Xiao family. In the next instant, he darted towards the opening he had discovered. Trying to flee? The Xiao elder scoffed, his figure shifting to pursue Lin Qian. However, Lin Qian seized the opportunity, propelling himself forward with fervor, internally cursing the old man for believing he could catch him. He felt an exhilarating confidence in his escape, a proud smile gracing his face. A bunch of fools thinking they can trap me? He even began to fantasize about how he would cultivate and grow stronger once he escaped, plotting his revenge against Xiao Chen and Lengxin, imagining them crushed beneath his feet. 30 years in Hunan, 30 years in Hushi, await my return. Just as he reveled in his thoughts, an icy aura of murderous intent enveloped him in an instant. It felt as if he had plunged into an ice cellar. Every hair on his body stood on end as an unprecedented sense of terror surged within him. He felt like a frog ensnared by a venomous snake, paralyzed and unable to move. What is this? Lin Qian's heart raced in panic, instinctively altering his escape route. In the next moment, The space he intended to flee into crumbled instantaneously. The void shattered, and the earth collapsed as if heralding the apocalypse. Lengxin gazed in horror at the cataclysmic scene, his legs weakening beneath him, nearly causing him to collapse. What is this power? His eyes widened in terror, his heart pounding as if it would burst from his chest. He had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. It exceeded the limits of his comprehension. As the dust settled, a figure gradually emerged. It was a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, with a resolute countenance that radiated an aura of authority. He stood quietly, yet his presence was formidable, evoking a sense of reverence. The surrounding Xiao guards and elders, upon sighting this man, all bowed respectfully, greeting him with cupped fists. "Welcome, Patriarch!" The thunderous chorus reverberated through the air. Lengxin's heart sank upon witnessing this scene. This middle-aged man was none other than the patriarch of the Xiao family, Xiao Wui. Xiao Wui. The mere utterance of these three characters struck Lengxin like a thunderclap in his mind. He felt his blood run cold, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart, threatening to still its beats. Danger. An unprecedented peril. Lengxin's instinct screamed at him to flee immediately. At that moment, the ring on his finger trembled slightly, and an ancient, terrified voice echoed in his mind. "Flee, disciple, flee now." This is the voice of his master, Xianlao. "Master? What is happening?" Lengxin felt a mix of uncertainty and alarm. "Do not ask so many questions. Flee at once. At any cost, escape." Xianlao's voice trembled, his tone urgent to the brink of breaking. However, Lengxin wished to say more, but was sharply interrupted by Xianlao. "There is no however. This is a foe you absolutely cannot defeat. A first-layer sage." The 6 words struck Lengxin like 5 bolts of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. A sage. That was a realm he had never dared to imagine even in his dreams. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, cascading down like rain. His clothes were instantly drenched. Fear engulfed him like a tidal wave. He felt as though his legs had lost all sensation, rendering him immobile. "Xiao Chen, how could you start with such a trump card?" Lengxin's mind screamed in a frenzy, regret, despair, and terror erupting like a volcanic eruption. He had never felt the threat of death as acutely as he did now. Escape. He had to flee. Lengxin gritted his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. He desperately attempted to summon the spiritual energy within him, only to find it utterly impossible. The oppressive aura radiating from Xiao Waya weighed down upon him like Mount Tai, holding him firmly in place. He resembled a rabbit ensnared by a giant python, unable to move. Xiao Waya observed Lengxin with keen interest, akin to a cat toying with its prey. In truth, he had been quietly watching all along, never truly engaging. When Xiao Chen had instructed him to deal with this youth, he had felt somewhat dismissive. Why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This lad was merely a talented junior, unworthy of his direct involvement. However, Lengxin's recent display had completely altered his perspective. To break through one's realm amidst battle, such composure was rare indeed. More importantly, this youth had nearly found an escape route at a critical moment. His battle instinct and acuity were nothing short of extraordinary. This individual could not be spared. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Waira's eyes. Since enmity had already been established, he must eradicate it completely, ensuring no future troubles. He began to slowly channel his true energy. The powerful currents surged like a tide, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. Lengxin perceived that everything around him was slowing down, akin to a slow-motion scene in a film. Even the air grew thick, making it difficult for him to breathe. This old man was about to get serious. Lengxin gasped inwardly. The ring on his finger trembled violently. "Disciple, flee now. This old coot is about to unleash his ultimate move." Chapter 36. Outrageous, cursing, the ring on his finger quivered violently. "Disciple, flee at once. This old fool is about to unleash a formidable attack." The voice of Xianlao thundered in his mind, steeped in fear and despair. After so many years, he had weathered countless storms. Yet, the casual release of pressure by Xiao Wuyo instilled a profound sense of impending doom within him. "Master, What realm is this old man in? How terrifying. Lengxin's heart raced with trepidation. First layer of the sage realm. Wasn't it just mentioned? You fool. Run for your life. Stop asking questions. Xian Lao berated him vehemently. The weight of the revelation struck Lin Qian like a thunderclap. First layer of the sage realm. His heart felt as though it would leap from his chest. How can we possibly fight against this? It's akin to a dimensional suppression. With a mere gesture, Xiao Wuyo initiated an overwhelming attack. What chance did they have against such might? Xian Lao cursed inwardly, realizing the true nature of Xiao Wuyo, an insidious old fox. He had concealed his strength all along, only to reveal his true form now. Damn it, it's time to fight. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. Even if he could not escape, he would fight with every ounce of his being. He desperately channeled the spiritual energy within him, striving to break free from Xiao Wuyo's oppressive force. Yet all was in vain. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Xiao Wuyo's lips. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a strike that bore no cataclysmic fanfare, nor did it radiate blinding brilliance. Yet it carried an oppressive weight that seemed to compress the very heavens and earth. This strike encapsulated the full might of the first layer of the sage realm, capable of annihilating all. Within the confines of the ring, Xian Lao's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down. Kid, I am risking everything. He frantically infused his energy into Lin Qian. The outcome hinged upon this singular moment. He understood that if Lin Qian perished, so would he. Lin Qian clenched his jaw, his eyes bulging with intensity. Come on. He summoned forth all his treasures. The protective spiritual glow shimmering around him, forming impenetrable barriers. Each artifact was a culmination of his years of preparation. In this desperate bid for survival, he did not hesitate to employ them all. However, beneath Xiao Wuyo's impending strike, all seemed feeble. Crack, crack, crack. The shattering of treasures resounded in a cacophony. One after another, they splintered like glass. The protective barriers, as fragile as paper, were torn apart in an instant. With a cough, Lin Qian spat blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings. As the smoke dissipated, he lay motionless on the ground, his bones shattered, devoid of any fighting spirit. His eyes remained tightly shut, his breath faint, as if death were but a heartbeat away. Xiao Chen apho achet lais urli, embracing Montag Lengxin's slender Weist. His gaze fell upon Lin Qian, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. TSK, what a pitiful sight, Xiao Chen remarked, shaking his head, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Mo Lengxin's expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze as frigid as ice, as if the figure lying on the ground were nothing more than an inconsequential ant. Xiao Wuyo stood beside her, a hint of smugness gracing his features. Chun'er, your father's arrival was indeed a prudent decision. Xiao Chen offered a faint smile, his father's wisdom evident. He turned to Mo Lengxin, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Xian, do you not harbor any concern for him? At his words, Mo Lengxin furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She shook her head gently, her tone indifferent. I have merely crossed paths with him once. There is no need for concern. Xiao Chen silently nodded in agreement, realizing that the effects of fortune plundering had exceeded expectations. Mo Lengxin's regard for Lin Qian had already plummeted to frigid depths. Xiao Wuyo snorted coldly, his gaze slicing through the feeble Lin Qian like a blade. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. He will undoubtedly become a future menace. Xiao Chen concurred with a solemn nod. I too believe that if one does not eradicate the roots of the weeds, they will surely spring anew with the spring breeze. He paused, leaning closer to Xiao Wuyo, lowering his voice. Father, unleash your greatest attack directly, ideally one that obliterates his very soul, to avoid prolonged complications. Xiao Wuyo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Chun'er, you're quite cautious. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder in approval. Fear not, your father understands. Without further ado, Xiao Wuyo raised his hands slowly, palms facing each other. A terrifying energy began to coalesce within his palms. The aura of the heavens and earth seemed to be drawn to him, surging violently into his being. His robes fluttered as if caught in an unseen wind, resonating with a haunting sound. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light, emanating an air of annihilation. Lengxin, lying on the ground, sensed the overwhelming pressure and struggled to open his eyes. His pupils dilated in horror. The shadow of death loomed ominously over him. He yearned to fight back, to flee, but his bones felt shattered, rendering him utterly immobile. Despair surged within him like an unforgiving tide. Was he truly destined to perish here? Lin Qian's heart brimmed with resentment. He had yet to fulfill his ambitions. He had not yet taken Mo Lengxin away. He had not avenged himself upon Xiao Chen. The defiance in his eyes gradually morphed into a seething hatred as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen, as if etching his image into the very depths of his soul. Xiao Chen, he spat through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with profound animosity. Even if I transform into a vengeful spirit, I shall not let you escape. His gaze shifted to Mo Lengxin, the venom in his glare intensifying. Lengxin, his voice was hoarse, tinged with a disbelieving sorrow. The promise made 3 years ago. It has turned out to be but a cruel jest. Xiao Wuyo's palms had gathered a terrifying energy, reaching its zenith, resembling a miniature sun radiating destructive brilliance. He slowly descended his hands, pressing down toward Lin Qian's head. Lin Qian closed his eyes, his heart laden with bitterness and despair. He was unwilling to perish in such a manner. He could not accept that his meticulously devised plan for vengeance had come to naught. He was disheartened by the realization that Mo Lengxin ultimately did not choose him. Yet, he understood that everything had reached its conclusion. In that critical moment, an inconspicuous necklace adorning Lin Qian's chest suddenly erupted with a brilliant purple radiance. The light expanded instantaneously, enveloping Lin Qian entirely. In the next instant, both the light and Lin Qian vanished without a trace. Xiao Wuyo's hands fell empty, and the formidable energy struck the ground, leaving behind a vast crater. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky and sun. Both Xiao Wuyo and Mo Lengxin stood frozen, unable to fathom the spectacle before them. Xiao Wuyo's countenance darkened, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. What transpired? He murmured, unable to comprehend. That boy managed to escape? Xiao Wuyo found it utterly astonishing. Under the weight of his overwhelming assault, Lin Qian had the audacity to elude capture. It was utterly inconceivable. In Montauk Lengxin's Gaza, a myriad of complex emotions flickered. She herself could not articulate her thoughts. The wind dispersed the dust, revealing the ravaged ground. Where Lin Qian had vanished, only a faint purple halo remained, slowly dissipating into the air as if nothing had ever occurred. Xiao Chen observed the spot where Lin Qian had disappeared, displaying no shock akin to that of Xiao Wuyo and Mo Lengxin. Instead, he chuckled lightly, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Indeed, he is the protagonist. How could he not escape? He muttered under his breath, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Xiao Wuyo furrowed his brows and turned to Xiao Chen, a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Chinner, you seem entirely unfazed? Father, what is there to be surprised about? He is not so easily vanquished, Xiao Chen replied, shrugging with an air of indifference. Chapter 37. Qing Wesect. A sudden shock coursed through Xiao Wuyo's heart. Could it be that this young man also? He cast a deep glance at Xiao Chen, suppressing the doubts that surged within him. Xiao Chen was acutely aware that Lin Qian, as the protagonist of this narrative, was endowed with fortune. How could he possibly perish so easily? Nonetheless, he wished to probe further, to discern the true extent of Lin Qian's life-preserving secrets. Father, this lad is ultimately a bane. We must eradicate the roots of this threat. Xiao Chen deliberately incited Xiao Wuyo, eager to compel him to unleash more formidable tactics. He yearned to witness just how much Lin Qian could endure, while simultaneously encouraging his father, the ultimate antagonist, to reveal his prowess. Xiao Wuyo's gaze sharpened. He understood the peril of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Lin Qian's growth was alarmingly swift. Should he escape this time, their next encounter would likely be even more challenging. Humph. Little beast, you are fortunate to be alive. Xiao Wuyo snorted coldly, his mind already resolved. Where are the shadow guards? He bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the martial city. In an instant, dozens of shadowy figures materialized behind Xiao Wuyo. Kneeling on one knee as they spoke in unison, "We are here." These shadow guards were meticulously cultivated assassins from a Xiao family, each possessing formidable strength and mastery in the art of assassination, lurking in the shadows to ensure the safety of the family's core members. Relay the order at all costs. Locate Lengxin and eliminate him without mercy. Xiao Wuyo's tone was frigid, imbued with murderous intent. Yes, the shadow guards accepted their orders and vanished into the night, as elusive as phantoms scattering in all directions. "Chener, let us return," Xiao Wuyo remarked, glancing at Lengxin, addressing Xiao Chen. The following day, sunlight bathed the Xiao estate in warmth. In the training grounds, the glint of swords danced in the air. Xiao Chen, lithe and agile, wielded his long sword with the grace of a soaring dragon, stirring up gusts of wind. His sword-like brows and starry eyes gleamed, with damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, further accentuating his striking presence. Standing nearby was Lengxin, whose tall and exquisitely curved figure commanded attention. As she quietly observed, her gaze was complex, her heart awash with myriad thoughts. The pavilions and flowing streams of the Xiao estate were becoming increasingly familiar. She had even begun to anticipate the sight of Xiao Chen practicing his swordplay each dawn. "What is happening to me?" Lengxin pondered introspectively. She recalled the countless instances of Xiao Chen's support and care. Two starkly contrasting emotions intertwined within her, leaving her in a state of profound confusion. Could it be? I have already. Lengxin dared not dwell further on the thought, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. At that moment, Xiao Chen sheathed his sword and exhaled deeply. Ding! Female protagonist's favorability increased by 20. Fortune plundered, 1,000. The system's voice echoed suddenly within Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen was taken aback. The increase was unexpectedly substantial. He turned to face Lengxin, discovering her gaze fixed upon him, imbued with an indescribable emotion. "Lengxin, what troubles you?" Xiao Chen approached her with genuine concern. Lengxin quickly averted her eyes, feigning composure as she replied, "It's nothing. I merely feel that your swordsmanship seems to have improved significantly today. Is that so?" Xiao Chen smiled warmly. Xiao Chen gazed at Lengxin, a deeper smile gracing his lips. This woman, though she had begun to accept him in her heart, still pretended to maintain an icy demeanor. Truly, she was a paradox of words and feelings. Lengxin took a deep breath, suppressing the peculiar emotions that stirred within her, restoring her usual fade of frigid aloofness that kept others at bay. Ahem! She cleared her throat twice, shattering the subtly ambiguous silence between them. "Xiao Chen, your swordsmanship today was indeed commendable, but..." She deliberately elongated her last syllable, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued, awaiting her continuation. "You have yet to submit your 10 daily contributions." Lengxin's tone was frosty, yet it seemed to crackle with an electric current in the air. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback before realizing this woman was up to her usual tricks. 10 contributions? He feigned ignorance, repeating her words. A faint blush crept onto Lengxin's delicate face. Even she, cold as ice, could not escape a hint of crimson when uttering such words. Akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a mountain, resplendent and alluring. "This is the task for each day henceforth," she added, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Chen observed the blush blooming on her cheeks, his heart racing. This woman, clearly shy, still insisted on maintaining her aloof facade. Unable to contain himself any longer, he strode forward, lifting her lithe legs in a princess carry, cradling her against him. Lengxin gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around Xiao Chen's neck, feeling the warmth radiating from him. "Well then, let us submit your contributions now," Xiao Chen murmured in her ear, his tone laden with innuendo. Lengxin was startled by his sudden action, yet a flicker of unexpected anticipation ignited within her. She struggled to break free, but he held her even tighter. With that, he carried her striding into the room. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the two of them and casting a long shadow behind. In the training grounds, the glimmer of swords faded, leaving only a gentle breeze to caress the fallen leaves on the ground. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, a far more riveting confrontation was about to unfold. Inside the Qingyue sect, Lengxin suddenly opened his eyes wide, a hoarse roar erupting from the depths of his throat, akin to the cry of a trapped beast. Flames of hatred burned fiercely in his eyes, nearly scorching his very soul. He struggled to rise, only to find his body felt as if it had been shattered, sharp pain causing him to gasp for breath. The decor of the room was hauntingly familiar, every detail etched deeply in his memory. This was the Qingyue sect. He struggled to turn his head, his gaze landing on the tall figure by the window. Clad in flowing white garments, both ample and alluring, it could not conceal her breathtaking form. It was his beloved master. Master. Lengxin exerted every ounce of strength to force those two words through his clenched teeth, his voice trembling severely. Upon hearing the call, the woman in white slowly turned to face him. Her beauty, captivating enough to topple nations, and her demeanor, as frosty as freshly fallen snow, rendered the very act of breathing a suspended affair. Those eyes, as clear as autumn waters, now bore a hint of chill as they fell upon Lengxin. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, leaving only the sound of Lengxin's heavy breaths echoing in the room. Lin Qingyu approached the bedside with measured grace, her footsteps light as if they carried not a speck of dust. Clad in garments whiter than snow, she appeared even more ethereal beneath the cool moonlight. She stood there in serene stillness, gazing down upon Lengxin, who lay upon the bed. Awake? Lin Qingyu's voice was frigid, devoid of any trace of emotion. Chapter 38 Pain. It hurts so much. Lin Qingyu approached the bedside with measured steps, her movements ethereal, as if she bore not a speck of dust. Clad in garments as white as snow, she appeared even more sanctified under the cold lunar light. She stood there in silence, gazing down upon Lengxin, who lay on the bed. Awake? Lin Qingyu's voice was frigid, devoid of emotion, reminiscent of the pure yet chilling snow atop a mountain in winter. Lengxin struggled to rise, but the movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to draw in a sharp breath. Master, he managed to utter, his voice hoarse like a damaged bellows. Lin Qingyu's gaze remained unyielding, betraying no sign of warmth. Do you remember what I said when you descended the mountain? Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Lin Qin's ears, each word piercing his heart like a sharp needle. Bitterness flooded Lin Qin's soul. 3 years, a full 3 years. In pursuit of a promise made to Lengxin, he had disregarded his master's counsel and descended the mountain with determination. Now, he returned to Qingyue sect, grievously injured and in disarray, while the woman he yearned for had long since become another's bride. What had he truly clung to over these 3 years? His unreciprocated affection had yielded a fate so cruel. Unconsciously, Lin Qin's hand found its way to his chest, where a shattered jade pendant hung. It was a parting gift from his master, said to be a talisman for his protection. Little did he know, it had indeed become his lifeline. Were it not for this pendant, he likely would have met his demise long ago. From the moment you stepped beyond the mountain gate, I ceased to be your master. Lin Qingyu's voice rang out once more, still cold, yet tinged with a barely perceptible sigh. Lin Qin clutched the broken jade pendant tightly. Its sharp edges bit into his palm, yet it was nothing compared to the anguish that consumed his heart. He recalled his master's icy gaze before his descent and her prophetic words. Now, every one of them had come to pass. He had lost his master and the woman he cherished. He was left with nothing. Lin Qin inhaled deeply, the pain in his chest prompting a series of involuntary coughs. The broken pendant pressed against his palm, as if to remind him of his current plight. He struggled to quell the tumultuous emotions within and managed to utter, "Thank you, Senior Lin, for your timely rescue." Lin Qingyu inclined her head slightly, her cold gaze fixed upon Lin Qin. "Speak, how did you sustain your injuries?" At her inquiry, images of Xiao Chen embracing Lengxin flooded Lin Qin's mind. Such intimacy, such a piercing sight. It felt as though an invisible hand was crushing his heart, nearly suffocating him. The scene of Xiao family's guards surrounding him followed swiftly, their blades gleaming, the air thick with murderous intent. Outnumbered, he was ultimately gravely injured by the patriarch of the Xiao family. The agonizing memory was still vivid in his mind. The Xiao family. Is all the Xiao family's doing? Lengxin gritted his teeth, his voice a guttural rasp. Xiao Chen, that despicable scoundrel. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. He forcibly married the woman I hold dear. Lengxin's voice brimmed with fury and resentment. I merely wished to rescue her. His voice gradually diminished, laced with a hint of powerlessness and despair. I never anticipated they had laid such a trap. A flicker of anguish passed through Lengxin's eyes. For the sake of Lengxin, he had recklessly ventured into the Xiao family's domain, only to meet such a fate. His fervent devotion had ultimately been misplaced. The Xiao family? Lin Xingyu's lovely brows arched slightly, her icy tone revealing an almost imperceptible tremor. Was it truly the Xiao family from the Northern Territory? Lin Xian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes blazing with a profound hatred. Indeed, it is that Xiao family from the Northern Territory. He gritted his teeth, each word seemingly forced through clenched jaws. Xiao Chen, that despicable and shameless wretch. I will not share the heavens with him. Lin Xian's fist struck the bed with a resounding thud. He coughed violently several times, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth, yet he remained unaware. This vendetta I shall avenge. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, akin to an oath emerging from the depths of hell. Hearing this, Lin Xingyu's expression grew complicated, her gaze wavering. After a moment of silence, she exhaled softly. Your injuries are grave. You must take the time to recuperate. Once healed, you should depart. Her tone remained calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Depart? Lin Xian paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Where shall I go? Lin Xingyu's gaze drifted toward the window, as if peering into some distant realm. Anywhere. She uttered the word with a nonchalance that suggested she cared little for the matter. Lin Xian was taken aback. He had not expected such a response from her. Anywhere? Where was he to go? He gazed around the room, the frigid atmosphere and unfamiliar surroundings enveloping him in profound loneliness and helplessness. It felt as though he had been cast aside by the world, with nowhere to turn. His heart brimmed with bitterness and confusion, akin to a solitary vessel adrift on an endless sea, lost without direction. Lin Xingyu cast him one last glance before turning away, her figure gradually fading beyond the door. Alone in the room, Lin Xian lay quietly upon the bed. The image of Lengxin and the sight of Xiao Chen holding her intimately flickered incessantly in his mind. His heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp dagger, rendering him breathless with agony. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding deeper into his palms, blood seeping slowly through the cracks. Lin Xingyu's silhouette vanished at the doorway, like a light extinguished. Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on that door, as if attempting to bore a hole through it with his stare. A suffocating sensation enveloped him, as if his chest were stuffed with cotton, making it difficult to breathe. Anywhere? She actually said anywhere? Lin Xian's eyes reddened, a wave of bitter tears threatening to spill forth. He gritted his teeth, refusing to let the tears flow. He was unwilling to accept this. Why should it be so? For the sake of Lengxin, he nearly lost his life. Yet she remained so indifferent? The Xiao family. Once again, the Xiao family. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Xiao family and for Xiao Chen, that despicable wretch who has stripped him of everything. But now, his ire is directed more towards Lin Xingyu. He had always believed that Lin Xingyu understood and supported him. Yet now, she stands as a mere observer, coldly watching his suffering, even choosing to abandon him. This sense of betrayal cuts deeper than the physical pain he endures. His wounds throb dully, as if countless ants are gnawing at his bones. Yet he feels no pain. His heart aches instead. A profound agony seizes his very being. It feels as though he has been forsaken by the entire world. Chapter 39. Hatred. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. blood dripping steadily onto the sheets, staining them crimson. He felt as if his heart were bleeding as well. Raising his head, he surveyed the empty room, utterly lost. He was uncertain of what to do or where to go. All he knew was that he harbored an intense loathing. He despised Xiao Chen. He loathed the Xiao family. He detested Lengxin. He abhorred this world. A powerful wave of resentment surged from the depths of his heart, growing wildly like rampant weeds. He vowed to exact revenge. He would make those who had wronged him pay dearly. He would make this world tremble before him. Alas, an ancient voice echoed in Lengxin's mind, imbued with endless sorrow, reminiscent of ages long past. This voice belonged to the Xian, Lao residing within his ring. I have long warned you against your obstinacy. Now you are tasting the bitter fruit of your choices, are you not? Xian Lao's tone bore a hint of helplessness, mixed with reproach. Lengxin abruptly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot yet devoid of remorse. Humph. He scoffed dismissively, ignoring Xian Lao's admonition, and instead gritted his teeth to inquire, "What are my injuries?" At that moment, his only concern was his own condition. Any feelings of regret had long since been consumed by the raging flames of vengeance. Alas, Xian Lao sighed once more, a gentle force of spiritual energy extending from the ring to envelop Lengxin's body. His bones were shattered, his meridians nearly severed, and his internal organs had suffered severe trauma. Xian Lao's voice grew increasingly grave, tinged with unmistakable shock. Were it not for your unique constitution, you would have likely. He paused, leaving the implication unspoken, yet clear. At the very least, he would need to remain bedridden for 2 months. And full recovery would take no less than a year and a half. Xian Lao's words reverberated in Lengxin's mind like a thunderclap. 2 months. A year and a half. Lengxin's complexion darkened instantly, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists, his nails embedding deeper into his palms. The Saint Realm, merely a casual strike, had reduced him to this state. All his treasures had been shattered, leaving him without a shred of resistance. Lengxin's heart brimmed with indignation and fury. Once, he had been a prodigy, the hope of the Qingyue sect, the envy of countless admirers. Now, he had fallen to such depths. How? How could this be possible? Lengxin's voice trembled, laced with despair. He felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, making each breath a struggle. The Saint, your realm, is ultimately worlds apart from yours. Xian Lao's voice resonated again, tinged with bitterness. Lengxin fell silent, comprehending Xian Lao's meaning. The sage, a being at the pinnacle of this world, stands as a formidable force above all. In the presence of such a figure, he feels as insignificant as an ant, utterly defenseless against the overwhelming power. This harsh reality engenders a profound sense of helplessness within him. Yet, he does not surrender. A fierce flame reignites in his eyes, a flame of hatred, a flame of vengeance. Xiao Chen, the Xiao family, I, Lengxin, swear to the heavens, I shall not rest until this grudge is avenged. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with boundless animosity. His voice reverberated through the room, lingering in the air. Humph. Lengxin forced a word through clenched teeth, the fury in his gaze nearly palpable. Master, unleash the gold. His tone was brusque, disregarding the esteemed status of Xian Lao and his previous counsel. I demand fortune. I crave power. Xian Lao fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his response. There exists a technique that aligns with you, he began, his voice laced with hesitation. However, Xian Lao paused, his tone shifting to one of gravity. The cultivation of this technique is exceedingly arduous, and given your current condition, it would be far too perilous. It would be wise to first recuperate. Upon hearing this, Lengxin's eyes flickered with impatience. Recuperate? He scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you suggesting I lie here and await death? I cannot afford to wait. Lengxin's voice escalated, imbued with a hint of frantic madness. If I do not slay Xiao Chen today, I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance. He coughed violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the resolve in his gaze remained unyielding. Xian Lao sighed, appearing to comprehend Lengxin's obsession. Very well. His voice carried a note of resignation. Since you are so determined, I shall not dissuade you further. Remember, this technique is called blood fiend magic. While cultivating, you must ensure your mind is unified. Any stray thoughts could lead to catastrophic consequences. Xian Lao's tone grew serious, each word a solemn reminder. A moment's inattention could plunge you into madness, leading to your irretrievable doom. A torrent of profound knowledge surged into Lengxin's mind. The cultivation methods of the blood fiend magic. Enduring excruciating pain, Lengxin meticulously absorbed this information. Understood. He nodded, his tone resolute. He then closed his eyes, beginning to scrutinize the technique within his mind. As the contents of the technique unfurled gradually, his breath quickened. A glimmer of incredulous ecstasy began to surface in his eyes. Sacred tear technique. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. The blood fiend magic was indeed the fabled sacred tear technique. Lengxin's fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, veins bulging. A sacred tear technique, he murmured, his eyes glinting with avarice. With the blood fiend magic in his possession, he could swiftly elevate his strength and exact his revenge. Xiao Chen, prepare yourself. Lengxin gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze with the flames of vengeance. He suddenly raised his head to glance at the ring, his tone laced with reproach. Old Xian, since you possess such a treasure, why did you not reveal it sooner? His voice betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction, as if he bore an immense grievance. Upon hearing this, Old Xian sighed helplessly. Alas, you impetuous youth. His voice was tinged with a mixture of affection and resignation. Though the blood fiend technique is formidable, its cultivation is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness may lead one astray into madness. He paused, his tone turning grave. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not permit you to practice such a dangerous art. He earnestly advised, given your current condition, you should prioritize healing. Lengxin scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Madness. His voice resonated with confidence, as if he held all the reins of fate. I am the chosen one, blessed with destiny. The mere notion of descending into madness is utterly trivial. Chapter 40. The Path to Greatness? His tone was arrogant, imbued with an air of invincibility. Lengxin firmly believed himself to be the chosen one, destined to achieve greatness. How could a mere technique stand in his way? A resolute gleam sparkled in his eyes, filled with unwavering confidence about his future. Elder Xian, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly master the blood fiend technique. Lengxin asserted with undeniable conviction, eager to commence his training. He yearned to soon trample Xiao Chen beneath his feet. Elder Xian gazed at Lengxin, his heart brimming with concern. This young man was indeed a fearless novice. Yet, he understood that once Lengxin had made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Sigh, I hope you do not come to regret this. Elder Xian sighed, silently praying for Lengxin's ability to master this perilous technique. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lengxin took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes. Let the journey begin. He silently chanted within, initiating the operation of the blood fiend technique. A peculiar energy began to flow gradually within him. Lengxin felt as though his bones were being devoured by countless ants, an excruciating pain enveloping him. Hiss! He gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lengxin gritted his teeth, releasing a low growl. This pain penetrated to the marrow. Yet he did not waver, for within him burned a fierce fire of vengeance. This hatred made him forget the pain, made him forget everything. The betrayal of Mo Lengxin, the humiliation by Xiao Chen, the relentless pursuit by the Xiao family. All of it transformed into the driving force for his cultivation. I must grow stronger. Lengxin roared within. I shall make those who once tormented me pay dearly. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to respond to an unseen call, surging wildly towards Lengxin. Within the room, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy formed. Lengxin's body absorbed this energy greedily, akin to a parched sponge. His meridians expanded under the onslaught of the spiritual energy, becoming increasingly resilient. His bones, nourished by this energy, crackled with a series of sharp sounds. Crack, crack, crack. The noise was incessant, reminiscent of beans frying. At this moment, Lin Qian's body underwent a profound transformation. Fueled by the flames of hatred, he bore the immense agony inflicted by the blood fiend technique. At last, he successfully stepped into the first realm of the blood fiend technique. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from within Lin Qian. The furniture in the room shattered under the force of this energy. Elder Xian, within the ring, was jolted awake by the overwhelming presence. He opened his eyes, staring at Lin Qian in astonishment. How is this even possible? Elder Xian could scarcely believe his own eyes. Lin Qian astonishingly managed to cultivate to the first level of the blood fiend demon art in such a brief span of time. Such extraordinary talent is truly unprecedented. Could it be he is indeed the destined one? Xian Lao pondered inwardly. His gaze towards Lin Qian grew increasingly complex, filled with a mix of comfort, anticipation, and a hint of concern. The comfort stemmed from Lin Qian's remarkable gift, promising great achievements in the future. The anticipation arose from the hope that once Lin Qian mastered his cultivation, he would aid him in reconstructing his physical form. However, the concern lingered due to the perilous nature of the blood fiend demon art. A moment's inattention could lead to demonic deviation. In the courtyard, the dying rays of the sun cast a warm glow upon the stone path, creating a serene tableau of dappled light and shadow. Lin Qingyu, clad in an elegant white gown, stood tall like a graceful magnolia, quietly rooted in the yard. The evening breeze playfully stirred the wisps of hair by her ear, adding a touch of coolness to her demeanor. Her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze drifted into the distance, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. A soft sigh escaped her lips, tinged with a sense of helplessness and irritation. Lin Qian truly occupied her thoughts incessantly. She could manage other matters with ease. Whether disputes with rival families or conflicts within the sect, she had the means to resolve them. Yet this time, he had provoked the Xiao family. The Xiao family, the dominant force of this continent, and Xiao Wuyo, a formidable sage, possessed unfathomable strength. Upon this realization, Lin Qingyu felt as though a massive stone weighed heavily upon her heart. Why did he have to attract the ire of the Xiao family? She murmured to herself. Had she known sooner, perhaps she could have prevented this calamity. Sage Realm Lin Qingyu repeated these words softly, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. This was the pinnacle of the northern domain. Even if she exerted all her strength, she could not contend with such a being. Her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Nevertheless, for the sake of preserving the sect and its many disciples, she resolved to wait until Lin Qian recovered before urging him to leave the sect. Suddenly, a peculiar aura of demonic energy stealthily infiltrated her senses, causing her heart to leap. Her beautiful willow-like brows knitted together, a weight of seriousness gathering between the graceful peaks of her brow. This demonic energy, was it emanating from Lin Qian's quarters? Without time for further contemplation, Lin Qingyu's figure flickered, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. In the next moment, she found herself outside Lin Qian's door. Gently pushing the door, it opened soundlessly. Yet the anticipated dense demonic energy had vanished without a trace. Inside the room, Lin Qian lay quietly on the sickbed, his complexion pale but his breathing steady, appearing no different from an ordinary patient. Lin Qingyu's gaze swept over him carefully. Yet she found no signs of abnormality. Could it be that her senses were mistaken? She lightly shook her head, suppressing the unease within. Perhaps the recent multitude of sect affairs had left her fatigued. Lin Qingyu murmured softly to herself as she approached the bedside. Rest well and recuperate. Her voice remained as cold as ever. Thank you for your concern, Senior Lin. Lin Qian replied weakly, a flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes. Lin Qingyu nodded, turning to leave. As she disappeared from view, Lin Qian's taut nerves finally relaxed. He let out a long breath, inwardly reflecting. That was close. I almost got discovered. A barely perceptible wisp of dark magic flickered in his gaze. The bustling crowd surged like a tide along the wide street. The sounds of vendors calling out, haggling, and bargaining intertwined to create a symphony of urban clamor. Sunlight bathed the cobblestone path, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Xiao Chen, clad in white, wore a jade pendant intricately carved with a soaring dragon, a symbol of the Xiao family's heir. Beside him, Lengxin donned a delicate blue gown, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. The two walked side by side, resembling a pair of ethereal lovers, drawing envious glances from the surrounding cultivators. "Isn't that an aura as cold as an immortal?" one cultivator remarked, his eyes filled with admiration. Noticing the jade pendant at Xiao Chen's waist, the others quickly averted their gaze, wary of provoking the Xiao family, a formidable power in the northern domain. As Xiao Chen and Lengxin strolled, they garnered countless stares. Xiao Chen had long grown accustomed to such attention, his demeanor calm and collected, while Lengxin kept her head slightly bowed, lost in her thoughts. They arrived at a stall selling candied hawthorns, the translucent treats gleaming temptingly in the sunlight. Xiao Chen casually purchased several skewers and handed one to Lengxin. "Try this," he encouraged gently. Lengxin hesitated. "It's too sweet. I'm not particularly fond of it." Her voice was soft. "Come on, just give it a try," Xiao Chen urged with a smile. Unable to resist, Lengxin ultimately accepted the candied hawthorn. She took a delicate bite, and the sweetness of the sugar coating spread instantly in her mouth. She pouted slightly, seemingly complaining about its cloying taste, yet she couldn't help but lick it again. The glistening sugar clung to her rosy lips, adding an alluring touch. Xiao Chen observed her, and this scene evoked envy among the surrounding cultivators. Lengxin instinctively licked the sugar residue from her lips. Suddenly, she felt a burning gaze upon her. She looked up sharply, meeting Xiao Chen's deep-set eyes. The intensity of his gaze made her heart race unexpectedly. For reasons unknown, a memory of the previous night in the training room, when Xiao Chen had held her, surged to her mind. Boom! Lengxin's cheeks flushed instantly, resembling a ripe apple. "What are you staring at?" She shot back at Xiao Chen, her eyes tinged with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "Heh, it's nothing." Xiao Chen touched his nose, his gaze somewhat wandering. The atmosphere suddenly grew a tad delicate. Lengxin snorted coldly, thrusting the candied hawthorn back into Xiao Chen's hand. "Too sweet, nauseating." Her tone was stiff, as if she sought to mask the turmoil within. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, accepting the candied hawthorn. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Today's swordsmanship, double the practice. Lengxin tossed this remark over her shoulder before turning to leave. Sigh. Xiao Chen watched her retreating figure, helplessly exhaling a breath. He understood that Lengxin was throwing a minor tantrum again. Surrounding cultivators observed the scene, their expressions rife with confusion. What is happening? Just moments ago, they were so affectionate, and now everything has changed? Lengxin approached a carriage parked by the roadside, lifting the curtain and stepping inside. Xiao Chen stood in place, holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, utterly bewildered. This woman is truly becoming increasingly inscrutable. Shaking his head, he tossed the candied hawthorn to a nearby little girl who was watching with eager eyes. "Here, take it." Xiao Chen turned and walked toward the carriage. It seemed that tonight would once again require extra practice. Inside the carriage, Lengxin's heart was in turmoil. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment, her mind swirling with thoughts of Xiao Chen's gaze from earlier, intense and profound, and the sensation of being held in his embrace within the training room. Damn it, she cursed inwardly. Why was she thinking of these things? Previously, she had felt nothing when Xiao Chen held her, but now she irritably swept aside the curtain, gazing at the rapidly retreating streets outside. Xiao Chen entered the carriage, sitting beside Lengxin and naturally wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Her skin was smooth and delicate, surpassing even the finest silk. Montauk Lengxin inhalet acutely. The warmth of Xiao Chen's palm penetrated her thin clothing, reaching her skin. An unfamiliar sensation spread from her waist. Her cheeks instantly flushed with a faint rosy hue. Xiao Chen had often held her like this before, yet never had she felt his warmth and touch so distinctly as she did now. This made her uncomfortable and flustered. Xiao Chen leaned closer to Lengxin, almost able to catch a whiff of her subtle fragrance, a scent cool yet tinged with a hint of sweetness. What are you doing? Mo Lengxin abruptly turned her head, glaring at Xiao Chen. Why are you so close? My dear, you're my wife. Xiao Chen replied with unabashed confidence. If not you, then who? A mischievous smile played at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with playful mockery. Mo Lengxin felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. She turned her head away, avoiding his eyes, yet inwardly she grumbled, Who is your wife? It was clearly forced, but she had forgotten that when the Xiao family proposed, she had not refused. Xiao Chen gazed at Mo Lengxin's petite red lips, his heart racing. Her lips were swiftly secured. Mo Lengxin let out a soft whimper, her delicate form immediately surrendering. Xiao Chen instinctively tightened his embrace around her waist. What a slender waist it was, he mused inwardly. The tightly closed teeth of Mo Lengxin gradually parted under his gentle persuasion as her breathing grew increasingly rapid. Her heartbeat accelerated, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson akin to a ripe apple. Xiao Chen leaned down. Mo Lengxin emitted a soft moan from her throat. This sound carried a tinge of anguish, yet also a hint of pleasure she herself could not discern. Xiao Chen's hands began to wander restlessly, exploring and caressing her waist. Mo Lengxin's body trembled slightly. She yearned to push Xiao Chen away, yet found herself unwilling to part. This sensation was unfamiliar, and yet, after what felt like an eternity, they finally separated, slowly disengaging. Mo Lengxin gasped for air, her gaze dazed. Observing her state, Xiao Chen felt a surge of triumph within. It appeared that his scheme to seize fortune was proceeding most smoothly. A wicked smile curled upon his lips. My dear, how does it taste? Mo Lengxin shot him an indignant glare. You Xiao, shameless, she exclaimed, though her anger was merely a fade. Instead, a flicker of, damn it, crossed her mind. How could she feel sweetness? He was Xiao Chen, that scoundrel who had forced her into marriage. Perhaps, from the very beginning, there had been a hint of affection for him. Mo Lengxin dared not ponder further, fearing she might truly succumb to the tender trap set by this rogue. Xiao Chen, with a mischievous grin, lifted Mo Lengxin onto his thigh. She gasped in surprise, her body tilting as she settled onto his lap. Her exquisite form, curves accentuated, pressed closely against Xiao Chen. Through the thin fabric, he could distinctly feel the warmth and smoothness of her skin. Mo Lengxin shifted uncomfortably, her gaze hazy, glistening with a hint of moisture and tinged with shyness. What are you doing? She asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Xiao Chen chuckled, blowing a breath against her ear. My dear, it is time to contribute your share. Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin's face reddened further. Listening to the lively commotion of vendors outside the carriage, she understood precisely what Xiao Chen meant. We shall discuss this later. Chapter 46. The cultivation chamber, she whispered, intending to rise. Yet, Xiao Chen would not grant her this opportunity. With a decisive embrace, he held her tightly. Surrender now, he commanded imperiously, leaning down to capture her lips in a fervent kiss. This kiss was more passionate than the last. Xiao Chen's tongue exploring her mouth with reckless abandon. Mo Lengxin's breath quickened, and her body softened under his touch. She yearned to struggle, but found herself powerless to resist, surrendering entirely to Xiao Chen's desires. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Chen reluctantly released her lips, yet his kiss did not cease. It trailed down the graceful curve of her neck, prompting a soft moan from Mo Lengxin. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze becoming hazy. She reached out, wrapping her arms around Xiao Chen's head, fingers tenderly caressing his hair. Outside the carriage, the bustling calls of vendors continued unabated. You, don't bite. Oh, the grand entrance of the Xiao residence loomed majestically, its vermilion doors glinting brilliantly in the sunlight. The carriage came to a gentle halt before the entrance, the wheels creaking softly over the cobblestones. Within the carriage, the intoxicating atmosphere still lingered. Mo Lengxin delicately adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, a faint blush still gracing her cheeks. She bit her lower lip, stealing a glance at Xiao Chen beside her. This rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. Xiao Chen, wearing a mischievous grin akin to a cat that had savored the cream, reached out, attempting to once again encircle her waist. Don't be silly. Montag Lengxin playfully scolded, evading his grasp. My dear, I merely wish to assist you in tidying your garments. Xiao Chen feigned innocence. Oof. Lengxin shot him a glare, choosing to ignore him. As the carriage curtain was lifted, a beam of sunlight poured in. Lengxin, with her long, graceful legs, elegantly descended from the carriage. However, her steps seemed slightly unsteady, as if she trembled ever so slightly. Xiao Chen followed closely, leaping down from the carriage. He observed Lengxin's enchanting silhouette, a proud smile curving his lips. Be careful of your footing, my dear, he called out deliberately. Lengxin turned back, glaring at him with fierce intensity. This is all your fault, she muttered, her voice tinged with a mix of shyness and annoyance. Recalling the earlier scene in the carriage, her cheeks flushed anew. This rogue had dared to. She covertly covered her face with her hands, feeling the heat radiate. Xiao Chen, witnessing her bashful demeanor, felt a surge of triumph within him. It appeared his plan was unfolding splendidly. He approached her, gently draping his arm over her shoulder. My dear, let us return home. Upon hearing this, Lengxin merely clenched her teeth in silence, choosing not to respond further. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Xiao Chen's face. He stretched languidly, sitting up in bed. A new day begins. Xiao Chen stifled a yawn, feeling remarkably content. After all, the plan from the previous night had unfolded with great success. Suddenly, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Detected the presence of the fated protagonist, secondary female, lead Lin Qingyu. Potential fortune to be plundered. 5,000 points. Xiao Chen paused in surprise. Lin Qingyu? That name seemed familiar. Ah, yes. She was the esteemed master of the main character, Lin Qian, in the original narrative. Additionally, she was portrayed as the illustrious leader of the Qingyue sect, renowned for her unparalleled beauty and grace, and also a significant ally in the protagonist's journey to greatness. 5,000 points of fortune was no trifling matter. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in his eyes. It appeared he needed to find an opportunity to approach Lin Qingyu. He leaped from his bed and strolled to the window, flinging it open. The morning air was fresh and crisp, imbued with a subtle, earthy fragrance. Xiao Chen inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Lin Qingyu, he murmured, contemplating the implications. System, could you provide some information regarding Lin Qingyu? He inquired mentally. Ding. Lin Qingyu, leader of the Qingyue sect, cultivation level, perfected ninth heaven of the life and death realm. Specialties, swordsmanship, formation techniques. Personality, aloof, proud. Weakness, none. Upon hearing the system's description, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. The ninth heaven of the life and death realm? Such cultivation was far beyond his own. Moreover, her aloof and proud demeanor would require careful strategizing on his part. As he stood by the window, a gentle breeze caressed him, yet his thoughts drifted to the name he despised most, Lin Qian. That brat had an astonishingly resilient fate. Clenching his fists, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. In the original tale, Lin Qian's necklace had been obtained from Lin Qingyu's possession. Now, amidst the ruins, lay only a single necklace. The correlation between these events was impossible for Xiao Chen to ignore. Could it be that this wretched fellow was currently hiding within the Qingyue sect to recuperate? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If that were the case, it would be splendid. Heaven has a path, yet you choose not to tread it. Hell has no door, yet you come uninvited. Xiao Chen scoffed, already plotting in his mind. He needed to have a serious discussion with his estranged father. They would march directly into the Qingyue sect and eradicate Lin Qian, the malignant tumor, once and for all. To avoid prolonged troubles, one must eradicate the root. This principle was well understood. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Yet, before proceeding, he needed to ascertain the situation concerning Lengxin. System, what is Lengxin's current favorability rating? He queried internally. And what about my fortune plunder value? He added. Ding. System notification. Lengxin's current favorability, 65. Fortune plunder value, 5,000 points. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. 65? 5,000 points? He could scarcely believe his ears. How could his favorability increase so dramatically in just a few nights? Moreover, the fortune plundering value had doubled. It appeared that his efforts from the previous night had not been in vain. A subtle smile played upon his lips. This efficiency exceeded his expectations. If he maintained this momentum, he would strive to completely seize Lengxin's fortune at the earliest opportunity. With that resolve, he turned and exited the room, seeking his frugal father to discuss the grand strategy for eliminating Lengxin. As Xiao Chen emerged from his father's study, a barely perceptible smirk graced his face. Lengxin, your demise is nigh, he mused inwardly. Now was the time to elevate his own strength. With determined strides, he made his way toward the family's cultivation chamber, eager to expend all his fortune and favorability points. Only by possessing absolute power could he hope to command everything. Along the way, he encountered Elder Wu, who was responsible for managing the cultivation chamber. Elder Wu, I wish to use the cultivation chamber, Xiao Chen stated directly. Oh, the young master intends to enter seclusion for cultivation once more? Elder Wu inquired with a twinkle in his eye, stroking his beard. Ever since Xiao Chen wed Lengxin, his enthusiasm for cultivation had significantly increased. Indeed, Xiao Chen nodded, choosing his words sparingly. Here is the token. Please keep it well, young master. Elder Wu handed Xiao Chen a golden token. Thank you, Elder Wu, Xiao Chen replied, accepting the token and making his swift exit. He could hardly wait any longer. The cultivation chamber was nestled in the back mountains of the Xiao family, a location imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy. Upon arriving at the chamber's entrance, Xiao Chen inserted the token into the slot. With a click, the stone door gradually creaked open. Chapter 47. The beginning of a breakthrough with a soft click. The stone door gradually creaked open. A rich essence of spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating the senses. Xiao Chen inhaled deeply, feeling his pores fully open in response. The spiritual energy here was at least a dozen or 20 times more potent than that outside. He silently praised the Xiao family. Indeed, they are one of the foremost families in the mystic northern region, with profound heritage. As Xiao Chen stepped into the secret chamber, the stone door slowly closed behind him. He settled cross-legged on the soft, comfortable mat at the center of the room, as streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body like gentle rivulets. At the foot of the mountain, a spiritual spring gushed forth, its vapors enveloping the air, nourishing the entire Xiao estate. System, open the panel, Xiao Chen silently commanded. A faint blue light curtain materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. Name, Xiao Chen. Realm, Ninth Heaven. Chaos Sacred Body, activated. Fortune value, 5,000. Lengxin favorability, 65. Gazing at the data displayed on the panel, a subtle smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. It was time to indulge. Rubbing his hands together, he contemplated. Open the system marketplace. At his command, the light curtain shifted, revealing a dazzling array of goods before his eyes. Tian Gang Sword Art, a sword technique embodying utmost rigidity and yang, possessing boundless power, priced at 1,500 fortune value. Vajra Indestructible Skill, cultivated to perfection, indestructible and impervious to blades, priced at 2,000 fortune value. Xian Tian Step, an unparalleled movement technique, cultivated to perfection, capable of traversing vast distances in an instant, priced at 1,000 fortune value. A plethora of martial skills, techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts overwhelmed Xiao Chen. This system marketplace was nothing short of a treasure trove. He couldn't help but exclaim, I'll exchange for the Tian Gang sword art first. Without hesitation, he made his choice. Lengxin's swordplay was enigmatic and unpredictable. He urgently needed a formidable sword technique to counter it. Ding! Exchange successful, 1,500 fortune value deducted. The system's notification chimed, and a torrent of information surged into Xiao Chen's mind. The techniques and mental methods of the Tian Gang sword art were instantly comprehended. Next, the Xian Tian step. Fueled by momentum, Xiao Chen pressed on. Speed was an essential factor in combat. Ding! Exchange successful. 1,000 fortune value deducted. Another wave of information flooded his mind, and Xiao Chen felt his agility elevate to an entirely new level. Observing the remaining fortune value on the panel, he smiled faintly. He stood up, and a long sword materialized in his hand. The blade shimmered with a cold light, exuding a sharp aura. A mere 2,000 fortune value was a trivial matter. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen exchanged for the Vajra indestructible skill. Ding! Exchange successful. 2,000 fortune value deducted. The system's notification echoed once more, and information surged into his mind again. With a long breath, Xiao Chen looked at the mere 500 fortune value left on the panel, feeling a pang of regret. Now he truly was left with nothing. He chuckled wryly. Yet it was worth it, as he contemplated the formidable power that awaited him. A spark of excitement flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lengxin, your demise is inevitable. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself. It was time to commence the practice of the Tiangang sword technique. Xiao Chen settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes to absorb the memories of the Tiangang sword technique that surged within his mind. Countless sword moves and mental techniques flashed through his consciousness like a revolving lantern, each move vivid and distinct. Truly, the Tiangang sword technique was vast and profound. Xiao Chen marveled inwardly. He sensed that his comprehension of the sword path had ascended to an entirely new level. Buzz! The long sword in Xiao Chen's grasp emitted a gentle hum, as if resonating with his intent. Tiangang sword technique, first move, Tiangang break. With a sudden intensity, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and swept the sword forward. A fierce sword aura sliced through the void in an instant. Boom! A deep scar appeared on the wall of the secret chamber. Remarkable! A glimmer of astonishment crossed Xiao Chen's gaze. He felt that this strike possessed a might greater than any he had wielded before. Tiangang sword technique, second move, Tiangang slash. Xiao Chen swung his sword once more, unleashing an even more formidable sword aura that howled forth. Boom! Another scar materialized on the chamber wall, deeper and longer than the previous one. The renown of the Tiangang sword technique was well-deserved. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling he had fully grasped the essence of the technique. Next, it was time for the Xiantian step. Rising to his feet, Xiao Chen began to practice the Xiantian step. His figure flickered throughout the chamber with astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After images of himself continuously appeared, as if countless versions of Xiao Chen existed simultaneously. How swift! A surge of joy welled up within him. He sensed that his speed had at least doubled. With the Xiantian step, his combat prowess had ascended yet again. System, open personal panel. Xiao Chen eagerly anticipated the revelation of his gains. A faint blue light curtain, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Name, Xiao Chen. Realm, 9th layer of physical body realm. Cultivation technique, indestructible diamant skill. Martial arts, Tiangang sword technique, Xiantian step. Luck value, 0. Female lead favorability, 65. He, 65 points of favorability. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled as he beheld the favorability section. This was a tangible treasure for enhancing his strength. System, convert all favorability into realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen decided that rather than accumulating favorability gradually, he would transform it into power immediately. Ding! Command received, commencing conversion. The system's cold notification resonated. Buzz! A peculiar energy surged forth from the depths of Xiao Chen's dantian, flowing through his entire being like a warm current. Delight! Xiao Chen could not help but moan in ecstasy. This sensation surpassed even the pleasure of sipping ice-cold cola on a sweltering summer day. Wherever the warm current flows, his meridians, bones, and muscles are relentlessly fortified. A thunderous boom reverberates from within Xiao Chen, the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the mortal body realm. A breakthrough has been achieved. Yet, this is merely the beginning. The warm current continues to surge, and Xiao Chen feels as though his body is on the verge of exploding. Boom! Another resounding thud echoes. The first layer of the true spirit realm. He has entered the true spirit realm. A wave of ecstatic joy surges within Xiao Chen. This is just the commencement. The warm current shows no signs of abating. relentlessly assailing the barriers of his realm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding thuds resonate within Xiao Chen. The second layer of the true spirit realm. The third layer. The ninth layer of the true spirit realm. At last, the warm current gradually dissipates. Xiao Chen feels his body brimming with strength, as if he could shatter a small mountain with a single punch. He cannot help but chuckle softly. The ninth layer of the true spirit realm. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. He clenches his fists, reveling in the surging power within him. Not yet finished. As he senses the surrounding spiritual energy still surging like boiling water, bubbling and frothing, a wave of elation washes over him. Is this the feeling of about to break into the divine palace realm? Xiao Chen sits cross-legged, calming his mind, aware that seizing this moment could elevate him to unprecedented heights. Chaos sacred body, absorb for me. Xiao Chen growls, fully activating the chaos sacred body. His greatest advantage since his arrival in this world. The surrounding spiritual energy seems to go berserk, forming visible whirlpools that madly flow into Xiao Chen's body. Exhilarating. Bring it on. Xiao Chen feels as if he has transformed into an immense sponge. No, an endless ocean, capable of absorbing any amount of spiritual energy. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, Xiao Chen senses something within him is on the verge of shattering, akin to an eggshell breaking apart. He realizes this is a sign of impending breakthrough. Break for me. Xiao Chen grits his teeth, knowing this is a crucial moment where success or failure hangs in the balance. Boom! A colossal explosion erupts within Xiao Chen, akin to the creation of the universe, as a powerful force surges forth from his being. The first layer of the divine palace realm. He has succeeded. Xiao Chen suddenly opens his eyes wide, two beams of brilliance shooting forth as if they could pierce through the void. Chapter 48. The Rise. Above the Xiao family, the heavens and the earth transformed, thunder rumbled, and radiant hues cascaded from the sky, enveloping the entire Xiao clan. This was a celestial phenomenon. The members of the Xiao family gazed upwards, mesmerized by the breathtaking spectacle, their expressions frozen in astonishment. With a swift motion, Xiao Wuyo's wolf-hair brush struck the rice paper with a heavy thud, splattering ink like an explosion of dark fireworks. He abruptly rose to his feet, his grand patriarchal robe billowing as if he were a mighty eagle preparing to soar into the sky. What is happening? Xiao Wuyo hastened out of the grand hall, his gaze piercing as it locked onto the extraordinary sight above. The vibrant hues and the rumbling thunder were no ordinary phenomena. A tempest of emotions surged within him. This unmistakably signified a breakthrough to the divine palace realm. Moreover, the magnitude of this phenomenon suggested that the individual who had broken through possessed exceptional talent and extraordinary constitution. Such formidable celestial phenomena could only be provoked by the most elite gifts and physiques during a breakthrough. Summon the others. Xiao Wuyo's voice thundered like a clap of thunder, reverberating throughout the Xiao estate. An elder hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Patriarch, how may I serve you? Who has caused this celestial phenomenon with their breakthrough? Xiao Wuyo inquired urgently, his gaze fervently fixed on the elder. The elder, sensing the patriarch's urgency, replied without delay, reporting to the patriarch, It is the young master who has broken through to the divine palace realm in the secret chamber. What? Xiao Wuyo's body quaked at the revelation, his eyes sharpening like those of a hawk. Chener has broken through to the divine palace realm. He murmured, disbelief lacing his tone. Soon after, an eruption of joy surged forth from his heart like a volcanic explosion. His entire being trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha! Xiao Wuyo laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the heavens, resonating with the clouds. The Xiao family has a successor. The Xiao family is on the verge of rising. As Xiao Wuyo's laughter reverberated in the air, a graceful figure approached. Mo Lengxin glided forward with light, elegant steps, reminiscent of a celestial being. She curtsied to Xiao Wuyo, her demeanor poised and captivating. Greetings, patriarch. Xiao Wuyo gazed at his daughter-in-law, his smile widening with satisfaction. The more he looked, the more he found her to be a veritable celestial descended to earth. Lengxin, there is no need for such formalities. You are a great benefactor of the Xiao family. Xiao Wuyo expressed with heartfelt emotion. Without Mo Lengxin, how could Xiao Chen have embarked on the path of cultivation, let alone achieve a breakthrough to the divine palace realm? You flatter me, patriarch, Mo Lengxin replied humbly, yet a flicker of curiosity danced in her beautiful eyes. Who among the clan could have caused such a grand, celestial phenomenon? This spectacle was indeed astonishing, igniting her intrigue. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Wuyo's smile deepened as he feigned mystery for a moment. Can you venture a guess? Mo Lengxin furrowed her brow slightly, her mind racing with thoughts. Who could be the exceptionally gifted disciple within the clan? Could it be? She inquired tentatively, her heart filled with uncertainty. Xiao Wuyo erupted into hearty laughter, no longer keeping her in suspense. It is Chun'er, husband, Montak Lengxin Guspit. Her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Her heart surged like turbulent waves, unable to calm for a long while. She knew that Xiao Chen had only recently been at the corporeal realm. How could he possibly have ascended to the true spirit realm in such a brief span of time? This was utterly fantastical. This is simply too incredible. Mo Lengxin murmured to herself, feeling as though her understanding of reality had been utterly upended. Observing Mo Lengxin's astonished expression, Xiao Wuyo felt a swell of pride within. He laughed heartily once more, his voice brimming with arrogance and pride. Aha, there is no need for doubt. This is indeed true. The smile on Xiao Wuyo's face remained unabated. He added, Lengxin, in my excitement, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, as if recalling something of great importance. Oh, my memory! With a flicker of thought, a radiant jade bracelet appeared in his hand, emanating a gentle wave of spiritual energy. The bracelet was translucent and resplendent, resembling solidified moonlight, intricately carved with lifelike phoenix patterns, unmistakably a treasure of significance. Lengxin, you have been married into the Xiao family for a while now, and as your father-in-law, I have yet to present you with a worthy gift. Xiao Wuyo offered the jade bracelet to Mo Lengxin, his tone gentle. This heart-protecting phoenix bracelet is but a small token of my regard as your father-in-law. Mo Lengxin gazed at the jade bracelet radiating a subtle spiritual aura, her heart jolting in surprise. The quality of this bracelet was undoubtedly exceptional. What could be bestowed by the head of the Xiao family be anything ordinary? Head of the family, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, she hastily declined. Though she yearned for formidable power, this gift felt excessively extravagant. Oh, my child, why be so polite with me? Xiao Wuyo insisted, firmly placing the bracelet into her hands. With Chun'er now having broken through to the true spirit realm, he will inevitably need to venture out for training. This heart-protecting phoenix bracelet will safeguard you well, so please accept it without hesitation. His tone brooked no argument, imbued with the unique care of a parent. Mo Lengxin felt the warm touch of the bracelet in her palm, her heart warming at the gesture. This was not merely a treasure. It was a recognition from Xiao family. Thank you, head of the family. She bowed respectfully, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Xiao Wuyo regarded his understanding daughter-in-law with increasing satisfaction. Haha, there is no need for such formality. He praised her repeatedly, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. This truly is a double joy. Xiao Wuyo stroked his beard, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It seems about time for Chun'er to emerge from Lengxin's chamber. His tone carried a hint of teasing, mingled with anticipation. As a father, one always hopes for a son to expand his lineage and continue the family legacy. Lengxin, why not go and welcome him? Xiao Wuyo spoke to Mo Lengxin in a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin lightly nodded in response. Chapter 49. Her curiosity, she slightly inclined her body and then turned to leave. Her tall silhouette, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared exceptionally graceful. Upon exiting the grand hall, Mo Lengxin's heart remained filled with an incredulous shock. Xiao Chen had truly broken through to the true spirit realm. Such speed was simply unprecedented. Even those exceptionally gifted prodigies could not achieve such a significant breakthrough in just a few days. This was nothing short of a miracle. Lengxin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within her. Xiao Chen's breakthrough was undeniably a monumental boon for the Xiao family. Shaking her head, she cast aside these distracting thoughts. There was little sense in dwelling on them now. It would be better to first see Xiao Chen. With that thought, Lengxin quickened her pace, following the winding path towards Xiao Chen's secluded training chamber. Nestled in the back mountains of the Xiao family estate, the chamber was rich in spiritual energy, serving as the ideal sanctuary for the family's disciples. Lengxin's figure gradually vanished amidst the dense trees, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that hung in the air. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. Within the training chamber, spiritual energy swirled like a celestial realm. He inhaled deeply, releasing a long, steady breath. As he activated the chaos sacred body, it felt as though his form were a bottomless pit, greedily consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. This energy surged into Xiao Chen's body like a tidal wave, coursing through his meridians incessantly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deep rumbling sounds emanated from within Xiao Chen, akin to a dragon's roar. He sensed his strength steadily amplifying. The true spirit realm represented a new echelon, a fresh starting point. I must elevate my power swiftly, Xiao Chen vowed silently. He understood that in this perilous world, only formidable strength could secure all that one desired. After all, this was a realm where power reigned supreme. Time flowed by second. Immersed in his cultivation, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the world outside. Eventually, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. He exhaled deeply, the breath transforming into a white, vaporous arrow that struck the wall with a muffled thud. At last, it was stabilized. A faint smile graced Xiao Chen's lips, revealing a hint of satisfaction. His realm was now firmly established in the early stages of the true spirit realm. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of the chaos sacred body, his initial stage was far more potent than that of an ordinary cultivator at the same level. It is nearly time, Xiao Chen mused inwardly. He recognized that an auspicious moment was approaching, and it was time for him to emerge. Rising slowly, his bones crackled like popping beans. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to quiver slightly. Xiao Chen stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. A series of cracking sounds echoed as he approached the entrance of the secret chamber and gently pushed the door. With a thunderous rumble, the heavy stone door creaked open, releasing a dull sound. Blinding sunlight streamed in from outside, prompting Xiao Chen to squint slightly. Adjusting to the brightness, he finally raised his gaze. Not far away, a breathtakingly tall and graceful figure stood quietly. Clad in a flowing blue dress, her silhouette was enchanting, her curves reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, reaching her waist. Her exquisite features were flawless, akin to a finely crafted masterpiece. Her bright eyes sparkled with clarity, yet bore a trace of melancholy. Who else could it be but Lengxin? Xiao Chen paused for a moment. Then a wicked smile graced his lips. My dear, have you been waiting anxiously? He said, striding behind Lengxin and wrapping his large hand around her slender waist. Lengxin shivered, a strange sensation coursing through her body. She contemplated resisting, but felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, Xiao Chen was her nominal husband. There are others around. Don't let your hands wander, Lengxin reproached lightly, her voice soft and laced with a hint of shyness. A faint blush colored her cheeks, resembling a ripe apple, tempting to be picked. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen's smile deepened. He knew that Lengxin was not genuinely angry. Isn't this what you enjoy? He teased, his hand becoming bolder in its exploration. Rogue. Lengxin shot him an alluring glance, one that could captivate anyone. Subsequently, she extended her delicate hand to gently swat away his mischievous hand. However, the force she used was merely akin to a playful tickle, for Xiao Chen. Oof. Seeing Xiao Chen still grinning, she huffed lightly, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. This coy demeanor only made Xiao Chen chuckle inwardly. Yet, he maintained his smile. "My dear, during my seclusion, my cultivation has significantly advanced," he whispered, leaning closer to Mo Lengxin, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her to involuntarily shrink her neck. "Oh, I wonder what realm my husband has attained now." Though shy, Mo Lengxin could not suppress her curiosity. After all, Xiao Chen had just broken through to the initial stage of the true spirit realm before his retreat. What substantial progress could he have made in such a short time? "The first level of the Divine Palace realm," Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. The Divine Palace realm." Mo Lengxin's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting utter astonishment. She even questioned whether she had misheard him. It had only been a few days from the 9th level of the corporeal realm, directly breaking through to the first level of the Divine Palace realm. Such a notion is nothing short of fantastical. Even the most gifted prodigies could not accomplish such a monumental leap in such a brief span of time. "My dear husband, do not jest at my expense." Mo Lengxin shook her head, convinced that Xiao Chen must be joking. "Ah, if my wife finds it hard to believe, allow me to demonstrate," Xiao Chen said, a confident smile gracing his lips as he observed the skepticism in Mo Lengxin's eyes. In the next moment, an immense aura erupted from his being. This presence was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the ocean, instantly enveloping the entire courtyard. The flowers, grasses, and trees within the courtyard bowed under the weight of this formidable force, and even the air seemed to thicken with tension. This was the hallmark of a powerful being in the Divine Palace realm. Mo Lengxin felt a tightness in her chest, her breath becoming labored. She instinctively covered her cherry-red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, though disbelief still lingered her heart. The undeniable reality before her left no room for rebuttal. Xiao Chen had indeed reached the first level of the Divine Palace realm. Taking a deep breath, Mo Lengxin endeavored to calm the tumultuous waves within her heart. She slowly lowered her hand from her lips, her gaze towards Xiao Chen, a medley of emotions. "So? Certainly. Astonishment? Absolutely." Yet, this did not mean she would delve into the depths of a secret. Everyone harbors their own mysteries, a principle she had always held dear. Besides, given Xiao Chen's extraordinary talent, there might be astonishing secrets lurking behind it. She had no desire to invite trouble out of mere curiosity. However, the speed of this breakthrough was simply outrageous. It was nothing less than astounding. Mo Lengxin, with her exceptional aptitude, had spent decades in cultivation to barely reach the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. Chapter 50. The Cycle of Fortune. Mo Lengxin was exceptionally gifted, having dedicated several decades to her cultivation, yet she could barely attain the 5th level of the Divine Palace realm. And what of Xiao Chen? He had only formally embarked on his cultivation journey a mere month ago. In just 1 month, he had reached the 1st level of the Divine Palace realm. How could she bear such a disparity? It felt as though all her years of arduous training had been in vain. "Heaven, are you toying with me?" Mo Lengxin's mind was rife with frantic thoughts, yet she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. She could not exhibit any signs of her inner turmoil, at least not to Xiao Chen. "Congratulations, my husband, on your remarkable progress." She managed to suppress her astonishment, forcing a smile while striving to keep her tone tranquil. However, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her inner unrest. Xiao Chen, of course, sensed Mo Lengxin's discomfort. The corners of his mouth curled into a knowing smile, rich with meaning. "There is no need for surprise, my dear. My talent is unparalleled," he replied, his tone laced with a hint of pride, yet predominantly teasing. He was well aware of the shock that coursed through her, for indeed, the speed of his cultivation advancement over the past month had astonished even him. At that moment, a melodious notification chimed within his mind. Successfully plundered the heroine's fortune. Gained fortune points, 100. A wave of joy surged through Xiao Chen's heart. It appeared that this system was indeed reliable. With this system, he could not only alter his own fate, but also seize the heroine's fortune to achieve greatness. As this realization dawned upon him, The brilliance in his eyes intensified. Xiao Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lengxin, her tall figure exquisitely accentuated by her festive attire. Unbidden, images of their wedding night surfaced in his mind. She resembled an elegant leopard, yet bore a hint of cunning. It was supposed to be his wedding night, yet she had taken the lead, subtly using her realm to suppress him while continuously demanding more. At that time, Xiao Chen had felt a gnawing frustration, helpless against the vast chasm between the true spirit realm and the divine palace realm. He could only passively endure, subject to her whims. The tides of fortune are ever shifting. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he silently vowed that once he stepped into the divine palace realm, he would teach this woman who had bullied him a proper lesson. He would make her experience the taste of suppression, compelling her to plead for mercy, to submit to him in a gentle embrace. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a mischievous smile graced his lips, and a flicker of barely perceptible danger flashed in his eyes. Lengxin, attuned to the subtleties of his gaze, felt a sense of unease wash over her. It was as if he could see right through her. And that smile? Why did it seem somewhat sinister? Alarm bells rang in her mind. A woman's intuition warned her that something ominous was on the horizon. Instinctively, she took a half step back, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. In her heart, she mused, how is it that after his breakthrough, Xiao Chen seems like a completely different person? Could it be? A sense of unease washed over Lengxin, as she felt that Xiao Chen's gaze was calculating something, which sent a shiver down her spine. The smile on Xiao Chen's lips deepened as he suddenly reached out, seizing Lengxin's delicate hand. My dear, you were quite audacious on the bed earlier, he remarked with a playful tone, laced with a hint of mockery. Lengxin felt an unusual jolt coursing through her as he grasped her hand, and she instinctively pulled it back, her eyes icy and frosty. Oh, what exactly do you intend to do? She replied, her tone cool and tinged with warning. Xiao Chen, unfazed, only laughed more heartily. Of course, it is to properly repay my dear wife. He emphasized the word repay, the implication unmistakable. Hearing this, Lengxin merely chuckled lightly. Do not assume that just because you have reached the divine palace realm, you can impose your will upon me. Her gaze was sharp, locking onto Xiao Chen's as if she intended to see through him. It was I who taught you your swordsmanship, she added with a hint of pride, as if to remind him of their disparities. After all, I can be considered your half-master. She raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. Or do you wish to commit the act of betraying your master? Xiao Chen simply nodded in response. Betraying the master. Ha, he chuckled lightly, his tone revealing a sense of amusement. Isn't it an intriguing notion? His gaze lingered on Lengxin's exquisite face, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes. This woman, the more one gazes upon her, the more enchanting she appears, especially in this moment, with her demeanor laced with wariness and indignation, which only heightened her allure. Xiao Chen could not help but entertain the thought of lifting her up and teasing her mercilessly. This fleeting notion intensified a certain yearning within him. Lengxin was the first to notice the change in Xiao Chen's eyes. She instinctively took a half step back, her delicate hand clenching unconsciously. A faint blush crept on her fair cheeks. Today, there will be no need to deliver the tribute. Her voice was low, tinged with a barely perceptible panic. At her words, a smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth. He advanced towards her step by step, his gaze fervent, resembling a beast poised to capture its prey. Oh, the master has no say in this, he said, reaching out to gently tuck a strand of her hair behind her ear, his eyes brimming with provocation. Lengxin's heart raced, and her breath quickened. She wished to evade him, yet found herself paralyzed, allowing his fingertips to graze her face. An unfamiliar sensation began to spread within her. A shiver ran through her. This fellow's gaze was decidedly unsettling. She could no longer allow him to be so audacious. Rather than waiting passively, it is far better to take the initiative. A thought flashed through Lengxin's mind. Strike first to gain the advantage. She took a deep breath, her internal energy quietly circulating. A powerful wave of spiritual force emanated from her, radiating outward in all directions. Xiao Chen maintained his mocking smile, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Mo Lengxin gracefully raised her delicate hand, her fingertips a glacial blue energy. This energy was the culmination of her years of dedicated practice, icebound for 1,000 miles. Once it struck, it was capable of sealing her opponent, rendering them immobile. She resolved to seize the initiative, aiming to subdue Xiao Chen while he was unprepared. In a flash, Mo Lengxin's graceful hand transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting straight for Xiao Chen's chest. In this strike, she exerted all her strength, her speed astonishingly swift. Chapter 52. Unresisting, she resolved to take the initiative, seizing the opportunity to subdue Xiao Chen while he was unprepared. In a flash, Mo Lengxin's delicate hand transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Xiao Chen's chest with astonishing speed. This strike was executed with all her might, swift beyond belief. Yet, just as her fingertips were about to graze his clothing, a powerful hand firmly grasped her wrist. "Heh, my dear, your speed is rather lackluster," Xiao Chen's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed in her ear. Mo Lengxin's pupils dilated, her heart tempestuous with shock. He actually anticipated my attack. Furthermore, he effortlessly countered my full-force strike. How could this be? She was certain that Xiao Chen's cultivation was far inferior to her own. Could it be that he is concealing his true strength? Her mind swirled with confusion and disbelief. She attempted to break free from Xiao Chen's hold, only to discover that his grip was as unyielding as iron, firmly locking her wrist in place. "You." Mo Lengxin began to speak, but found no sound escaping her lips. With a slight increase in pressure, a formidable force surged through her wrist and into her body. This power was overwhelming and oppressive, instantly stifling her qi circulation. Mo Lengxin felt as though an invisible force had bound her, rendering her utterly immobile. Her face betrayed her incredulity. He is truly stronger than me, and to such an outrageous degree. The last bastion of her defenses crumbled within her heart. She let her eyelids droop in defeat, surrendering to Xiao Chen's control. A wicked smile curved upon Xiao Chen's lips as he extended his arm. Effortlessly encircling Montag Lengxin's slender waist. "My dear, it is time for us to enter the bridal chamber." Without further ado, he hoisted her onto his shoulder with ease. Mo Lengxin felt the world spin around her, her entire being inverted, rendering her vision a blur. "Xiao Chen, put me down." Embarrassed and enraged, she struggled desperately, her feet flailing in the air like a captured kitten. Yet, this meager resistance was akin to a mere tickle to Xiao Chen. He bore Mo Lengxin with unwavering steadiness towards the bridal chamber, as if carrying a sack of grain. "Save your strength, my dear," he remarked, securing her flailing legs with one hand, his tone dripping with amusement. "You might want to reserve that energy for our wedding night." With her feet restrained, her struggles intensified. How infuriating! This scoundrel dares to treat me with such levity. She gritted her teeth, her eyes narrowing, envisioning the smug expression on Xiao Chen's face at that moment. "Xiao Chen, you shameless rogue." In her indignation, Mo Lengxin's small fists rained down upon Xiao Chen's back like a torrential downpour. Thud, thud, thud. However, to Xiao Chen, this feeble assault was entirely inconsequential. He did not pause even for a moment, continuing towards the bridal chamber. "My dear, there is no need for a final struggle." Xiao Chen's voice, laced with amusement, echoed in Mo Lengxin's ear. "Is it not better to submit willingly?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin's heart swelled with rage. "Submit to you? In your dreams." Her small fists continued to flail, knowing full well that her resistance was futile. Yet she refused to yield. Mo Lengxin would never bow down easily to anyone, especially not to the self-satisfied Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen gazed at Mo Lengxin, who was still writhing on his shoulder, and a wider smile crept across his face. He raised a hand and unapologetically slapped her pert backside. The sharp sound resonated through the air. Mo Lengxin's entire body trembled at the sound, her mind conjuring humiliating images of being bound. "If you keep squirming, I'll tie you up," Xiao Chen warned, his tone playful yet tinged with a hint of seriousness. Mo Lengxin felt her face flush with heat. If that were to happen, How could she ever face anyone again? A wave of shame crashed over her, nearly suffocating her. She bit her lower lip, suppressing any further sounds, her struggles ceasing at once as she surrendered to Xiao Chen's hold. Sensing her stillness, Xiao Chen smiled nonchalantly. It seemed this little firecracker had a sense of propriety after all. With a light-hearted gait, he carried Lengxin through the corridor towards the bridal chamber, the gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. Lengxin's cheeks pressed against his back, feeling the warmth radiating from him. She was both embarrassed and furious, yet she dared not move an inch. Lengxin's voice was barely a whisper, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What is it? Does the little firecracker have something to say?" Lengxin bit her red lip, hesitating for a moment before summoning her courage to speak. "Could you be a little gentler with me later?" Xiao Chen paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. "When have I ever bullied you?" Montag Lengxin's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. She stammered, It's just. Xiao Chen gently set her down from his shoulder, allowing her to stand. He crossed his arms, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "What is it? Speak clearly." Lengxin lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, she murmured, "Earlier, I was relying on my cultivation to suppress." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. He had found it odd that she hadn't made a sound before. Now it all made sense. "And now you've sealed my cultivation." Lengxin's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. I cannot endure your manipulations." The moment those words escaped her lips, Lengxin wished fervently to find a crevice to hide within. She felt as though she were ablaze, her sense of shame rendering her nearly breathless. Xiao Chen gazed at the alluring beauty before him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He extended a finger, gently tilting Lengxin's chin to meet his gaze. "Oh, is that so? Then how would you like me to handle you later?" Lengxin's breath hitched, her heart racing violently. She felt akin to prey ensnared by a hunter, with no avenue for escape. Lengxin parted her lips, yet words eluded her. She could only watch helplessly as Xiao Chen's smile deepened, growing ever more perilous. Not far away, the bridal chamber lay within reach. The flickering red candles cast a warm glow upon Lengxin's flushed cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her wildly thumping heart. It would be better if you could just act a bit more normally." Her cheeks flushed a faint red, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen erupted into laughter, unceremoniously lifting her and throwing her over his shoulder. "You have no choice." His tone was domineering as he carried Lengxin toward his courtyard. Chapter 53. Satisfying you as she traversed the intricately carved corridors, passing by the exquisitely elegant pavilions and towers, the servants and maids of the Xiao family bustled about. Upon seeing their young master carrying the newlywed young mistress, they were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, they averted their gazes, too timid to look directly. Whispers began to permeate the air. The young master, so formidable. The young mistress, so beautiful. Where could they be headed? Lengxin felt akin to a monkey on display, her sense of shame soaring. She struggled fiercely, yet to no avail. "Xiao Chen, put me down," she exclaimed indignantly. With so many eyes upon her, what kind of decorum was this? Xiao Chen remained unperturbed, his steps unwavering. "Let me down. I will let you. Do as you please." Lengxin bit her lip, nearly forcing the words out through clenched teeth. At last, Xiao Chen halted, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "Oh, really?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. Lengxin, overwhelmed with embarrassment, shut her eyes and nodded gently. "It's settled then." A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. However, he did not release Lengxin. Instead, he continued to carry her toward his courtyard. "Lengxin, then why don't you put me down?" Though her heart brimmed with humiliation and frustration, she could only endure in silence. Never had she imagined that the proud daughter of the heavens would find herself in such a predicament, all due to this man. The Xiao family estate, with its ornate beams and majestic architecture, loomed before them. Xiao Chen, bearing Lengxin, made his way unimpeded, with servants hastily stepping aside, too intimidated to intervene. The courtyard was now within sight, and Mo Lengxin's heart raced in her chest. Xiao Chen's courtyard was both ancient and elegant. As he pushed open the heavy wooden door, a subtle scent of sandalwood wafted towards her. Ignoring Mo Lengxin's struggles, he carried her straight into the room, finally slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Mo Lengxin's heart quivered in response to the sudden noise, akin to thunder crashing within her soul. She was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed, devoid of any tenderness. "Oh, you!" Mo Lengxin could not restrain a soft cry, rubbing the sore spot where she had landed. Xiao Chen advanced menacingly. Instinctively, Montauk Lengxin recoiled. Xiao Chen gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, her captivating visage momentarily stealing his breath. A wisp of her fragrant hair danced into his nostrils, stirring something deep within him. Mo Lengxin shot him a resentful glance, seemingly chastising him for his earlier rudeness. "You," she began, but was interrupted by the intensity of Xiao Chen's gaze. His eyes were profound and complex, eluding her comprehension. "What is this? Regretting it?" he inquired, an amused glint in his eyes. "I." Mo Lengxin bit her lip, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Regret? She was uncertain. All she knew was that she felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter, at the mercy of another. It was too late for regret now. A subtle smile graced Xiao Chen's lips as he extended his hand, gently brushing aside a strand of ink-black hair from Mo Lengxin's ear. 10 times daily. "And now we shall commence with one," he stated in an unperturbed tone, as if merely discussing a trivial matter. Mo Lengxin's delicate figure trembled, as if struck by lightning. 10 times. Her fair complexion drained of color in an instant. How could she possibly endure such a demand? Just once. Her voice quivered, laced with an unmistakable hint of resentment, as her large, glistening eyes brimmed with pleading. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, a half-smile dancing on his lips as he regarded her. "The rules were set by you." His tone was teasing, imbued with a hint of mockery. "Do you now wish to break your own code?" In that moment, Mo Lengxin's heart plummeted. The absurd rule she had casually established to provoke Xiao Chen now loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating her. She had once been confident in her ability to control the situation, but now she was utterly taken aback by the rapid escalation of Xiao Chen's strength. It was overwhelming, rendering her powerless to resist. A wave of bitterness surged within her, and regret washed over her like a tide. Had she foreseen this outcome, she would have never set such a rule in place. Now, it felt as though it was crushing her spirit. She bit down on her lip, nearly drawing blood. "I." She attempted to justify herself, yet found her words utterly inadequate. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through her fade with the precision of twin swords, leaving her with nowhere to hide. "You once declared, with unwavering conviction, that you would not plead for mercy," he chuckled lightly. "Oh, I suspect you may soon be singing a different tune." Suddenly, Xiao Chen seized her slender shoulders with a powerful grip. Montauk Lengxin gusped. And before she could comprehend the situation, an irresistible force had her pressed down against the soft bed. The silk bedding contrasted beautifully with her alabaster skin, rendering her all the more exquisite. With her powers sealed, Mo Lengxin resembled a toothless kitten, helpless beneath Xiao Chen's dominating presence. She struggled and writhed, akin to a caged beast, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Observing her predicament, Xiao Chen felt a peculiar thrill rising within him. He extended a hand, gently pinching her supple cheek, the sensation akin to the finest jade, smooth and warm, stirring an involuntary flutter in his heart. "What are you doing?" Montauk Lengxin stammelte. Feeling the warmth of his touch, her body shivered, and a flicker of panic flashed in her eyes as she averted her gaze, unable to meet his penetrating stare. Xiao Chen reveled in her bashful demeanor, a sense of triumph swelling within him. He withdrew his hand, chuckling softly. "Oh, my dear, I must impart some lessons upon you shortly. Otherwise, you will remain oblivious to the weight of your actions." Though his tone was gentle, it bore an undeniable edge of dominance. Hearing his words, Mo Lengxin's heart quaked with fear. She understood that the lesson Xiao Chen spoke of was certainly not a pleasant one. Biting her lip tightly, her heart brimmed with grievance and resentment. Yet in that moment, she felt utterly powerless, forced to watch as Xiao Chen approached her step by step. Mo Lengxin's heart raced wildly, akin to a startled fawn. She was uncertain of what would transpire next, but she knew she could no longer escape. Xiao Chen, observing her pitiful demeanor, felt no compassion in his heart. He merely wished to make her understand who was the true master, the one who wielded control over everything. The panic that flickered in Mo Lengxin's eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a spark of defiance. She bit her lip so hard that her pearly teeth nearly broke the delicate skin. Oof! A cold snort escaped her nostrils. Tinged with disdain, was he merely skilled in verbal sparring? With so much talk, why not take action? She lifted her chin slightly, her icy gaze locking onto Xiao Chen's. Surprised by her audacity, Xiao Chen paused momentarily. He had not anticipated that, under such circumstances, Mo Lengxin could maintain such an air of arrogance. How intriguing. A playful smirk graced Xiao Chen's lips. Since his wife was so eager, he would naturally oblige her. Chapter 54. One cannot default on their promises. A teasing smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. Since his beloved was so eager, he naturally felt compelled to oblige her. His voice, deep and resonant, carried a hint of danger. Xiao Chen's fingers gently traced the contour of Mo Lengxin's cheek, slowly descending. His fingertips pressed lightly, causing her delicate form to shiver slightly. Yet, she remained stubbornly upright, refusing to yield. Xiao Chen's fingers continued their descent, nearly enveloping her exquisite skin. A soft gasp escaped Mo Lengxin's lips, but she resolutely bit down on her lower lip, suppressing any sounds of surrender. Her countenance, cool and regal, still bore the mark of defiance. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Chen's eyes flickered with admiration. His gaze lingered on Mo Lengxin's face. Her eyes misty as if veiled by a thin fog, yet imbued with an indomitable pride. This contradictory aura intrigued Xiao Chen immensely. Relax, he chuckled lightly, his tone laced with jest. Stop pretending to be aloof, just indulge in the moment. At his words, Mo Lengxin's body trembled, her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson. I did not, she vehemently denied, biting her lip. Yet, the blush betrayed her. Xiao Chen chuckled at her reaction. Your words are truly resilient, he teased. Mo Lengxin, filled with indignation, retorted sharply, where does all this unnecessary chatter come from? Could it be that you are unable? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Unable? He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, you shall see the truth soon enough. Before his words could fully settle, his lips found hers, assertive yet tender. Mo Lengxin's eyes widened in surprise. She sought to resist, but Xiao Chen's kiss rendered her powerless to counter. She could only surrender to his advances. Xiao Chen relished the experience. A delightful sweetness mingled with an intoxicating fragrance, akin to morning dew upon blooming flowers, inviting one to lose themselves in its allure. Little enchantress, he mused silently, resolved to teach this mischievous spirit a lesson. After all, 3 days without discipline might render him incapable of managing her. To his astonishment, however, Xiao Chen merely brushed his lips against hers, and Mo Lengxin let out a soft murmur, subsequently lowering her defenses. Her supple arms encircled Xiao Chen's neck, seeking affection with a fiery passion, as if determined to envelop him entirely. Xiao Chen was taken aback. This was not the script he had anticipated. Wasn't Mo Lengxin supposed to remain unyielding? What had changed? Suddenly, a realization struck him. This little minx had begun employing her powers of persuasion since their wedding night. How curious, Mo Lengxin began, her lips parting provocatively. Is it too late for you to realize? Xiao Chen, observing her demeanor, felt his anger intensify. Very well. If you wish to play the aloof one, then I shall entertain you. At last, who is playing whom? He swiftly pulled Mo Lengxin into his embrace. With his wife displaying such fervor, Xiao Chen whispered in her ear, his tone chilling, then I shall not stand on ceremony. The following morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the intricately carved bed. Xiao Chen felt a heaviness in his arm, as if it were resting on a piece of warm jade. He turned his head slightly, and a flawless sleeping visage came into view. Long lashes, a delicate nose, and a mouth resembling a cherry formed a breathtaking tableau. Lengxin, such a countenance truly spells disaster for nations. Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. Even having encountered countless beauties, he could not deny that Lengxin's beauty was unparalleled. It seemed Lengxin sensed the movement, softly murmuring as she gradually opened her eyes. In the haze of sleep, the first sight to greet her was Xiao Chen's handsome face. Time appeared to stand still as they gazed silently at one another. A rosy hue gradually crept onto Lengxin's cheeks. Memories of the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave. Had she begged for mercy and signed that damned, unequal treaty? It was simply furious. Lengxin bit her lip, her petite fists unconsciously landing upon Xiao Chen's chest. "Xiao Chen, you scoundrel!" she exclaimed, her voice laced with a hint of indignation. "Ouch, ouch, ouch!" Xiao Chen feigned great pain. "Such a fierce assault. Are you attempting to murder your husband?" He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Lengxin's little fists tightened their grip. "Who told you to bully me?" she huffed, resembling an irate little cat. Xiao Chen seized her tiny hand. "Am I not showering you with love?" he replied, his tone so tender it could almost drip with sweetness. Lengxin's anger flared further. "Love? This is called love? It is clearly torment." She struggled to withdraw her hand, only to find it firmly held by Xiao Chen. Unable to escape. "Let go of me," Lengxin pouted, though a hint of barely concealed panic flickered in her eyes. Xiao Chen, observing her demeanor, felt even more triumphant. "Oh, my dear, can I not handle you?" he mused, gently pulling Lengxin closer. "Since my wife is awake," he whispered in her ear, his tone suggestive. "Shall we continue from last night?" "Don't," Lengxin exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth. "What are you trying to do in broad daylight?" she stammered. Her face flushed as her gaze darted away. Xiao Chen, grinning, removed her hand. "My dear, this was your promise," he said, teasingly, 10 times a day, "and you cannot go back on your word." Lengxin, blushing, wished fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. "That scoundrel. All he knows how to do is bully her. It appears that there is no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on." Chapter 55. Is it possible to decline? Lengxin gently hummed a few notes, her crimson lips curving slightly as she twisted her waist. She extended her slender, jade-like hand and lightly patted Xiao Chen's head. "Don't bite." Lengxin's delicate frame quivered, and she reproached him with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Hearing this, Xiao Chen raised his head, gazing at the blush that adorned Lengxin's face, a faint smile dancing on his lips. "Oh, weren't you quite defiant before?" Xiao Chen teased, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Why so submissive now?" He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. "In fact, I preferred your previous untamed demeanor," he remarked with a smile, though his eyes bore a hint of sincerity. Lengxin's teeth clenched in frustration upon hearing his words. "This scoundrel, always bullying me." She shot him a fierce glare, wishing to unleash her anger. However, with her cultivation sealed, she found herself utterly powerless to resist, left to the whims of Xiao Chen. A sense of grievance and bitterness filled her heart. As a proud daughter of heaven, how had she ever endured such humiliation? Xiao Chen, observing the ever-changing expressions on Lengxin's face, felt an even greater sense of triumph. "You think I can't handle you?" He pulled her into his embrace. "Fear not, my dear," he whispered in her ear, his tone so tender it could almost drip with sweetness. "I shall cherish you well." Lengxin's body trembled slightly. She wished to struggle, but found herself utterly immobilized, left to endure Xiao Chen's hold. Her heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions: shame, anger, helplessness, and an indescribable flutter of something more. Xiao Chen, watching the delicate form of Lengxin shiver in his embrace, chuckled softly. "My dear, do you still remember the many sword techniques you taught me?" He continued. "I shall now demonstrate all the swordplay you previously imparted to me, so that my esteemed master may savor each one and discern any shortcomings." Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin's body stiffened. Of course, she remembered. Before being ensnared by this scoundrel, she had poured forth her most exquisite sword techniques to him. In retrospect, it felt like inviting a wolf into her home. Was he truly attempting to humiliate her? Gritting her silver teeth, she managed to utter a few words with difficulty. I refuse. Xiao Chen, upon hearing her, smiled. His expression was gentle, yet his tone brooked no argument. No, you cannot. Mo Lengxin. The following day, the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows in the courtyard of the Xiao residence. Within a charming pavilion, a stone table was laden with an array of pastries, their rich aromas wafting through the air. Xiao Chen sat leisurely on a stone bench, delicately holding a piece of exquisite peach blossom cake. He gently broke off a small morsel and brought it to Mo Lengxin's lips. Try this. The peach blossom cake is quite delightful. His voice was soothing, as if the domineering man from the previous night were merely a figment of imagination. Mo Lengxin shot him a cold glance, her exquisite face shrouded in frost. The scenes from last night surged to the forefront of her mind like an unstoppable tide. The humiliation of being forced into signing an unequal treaty, the relentless pressure pushing her to her limits, ignited a fierce desire within her to see the man before her utterly destroyed. And that cursed stipulation of 10 encounters a day. Had she known, she would never have established such a rule. Mo Lengxin found herself wishing that Xiao Chen would take several concubines to alleviate her burdens. Her entire body ached, and all she yearned for was a place to rest, devoid of any appetite for food. I want to eat. Mo Lengxin rejected without hesitation, her tone frigid. Xiao Chen, unfazed, withdrew his hand and savored the piece of peach blossom cake, relishing its exquisite flavor. What a pity, such a delightful delicacy, yet my wife is unable to enjoy it, he remarked with a hint of regret. Mo Lengxin shot him a fierce glare, her anger intensifying. This man was clearly provoking her on purpose. She bit her lip, striving to suppress the urge to strike out. Deep down, she recognized that she was not a match for Xiao Chen at present. Xiao Chen brought a piece of osmanthus cake to his lips, taking a delicate bite, seemingly reveling in this rare moment of tranquility. He gazed at Mo Lengxin, a playful smile gracing his lips. My dear, you cannot continue like this. If you refuse to eat, how will you have the strength to uphold our agreement? He deliberately emphasized the word agreement, his tone laden with innuendo, his gaze roaming unabashedly over her form. Mo Lengxin felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Her face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. She longed to silence this rogue. Observing her blushing countenance, Xiao Chen found her surprisingly endearing. This woman, who secretly wished for his demise, maintained an air of icy composure. How amusing. My dear, you truly cannot persist in this manner. Xiao Chen set down the osmanthus cake, leaning forward slightly, a hint of exasperation in his voice. What happened to the sweetly calling me big brother last night? Now you feign indifference? His words, though softly spoken, were crystal clear to Mo Lengxin. She felt her cheeks heat up at his remark. The events of the previous night flooded her mind once more. She bit her lip tightly. How dare Xiao Chen bring up such an embarrassing incident? Mo Lengxin huffed, turning her head away to avoid his teasing gaze. I only called out to encourage you. She nearly spat out through gritted teeth. Encourage? Xiao Chen nearly laughed aloud. This woman was truly adept at finding excuses. It was evident that she had sought mercy after failing. He regarded her blushing face for a moment before casually glancing at the peach blossom cake on the table. The delicate confection exuded a subtle fragrance of peach blossoms. Alas, with such a beauty before him, he had no desire to indulge. Come here, Xiao Chen commanded, patting his thigh with an air of authority. Sit here and feed me. The simplicity of his words struck Mo Lengxin like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned as she lifted her head in disbelief, staring at Xiao Chen. This fellow, how could he allow himself to sit upon his lap? Under the penetrating gaze of Mo Lengxin, her eyes instinctively darted towards the busy servants of the Xiao residence not far away. Although they bowed their heads, seemingly absorbed in their tasks, Who could tell if they were secretly casting glances in this direction? If they were to witness her perched upon Xiao Chen's lap. Mo Lengxin's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Impossible, she nearly exclaimed. I would never engage in such an act. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was not angered. Instead, he merely smiled faintly. My dear, it appears you have forgotten our agreement. He lifted the document from the table, waving it gently before Mo Lengxin. Chapter 56, A Moment of Turmoil. He picked up the agreement from the table and waved it in front of Mo Lengxin. Last night, it had been clearly inscribed in black and white. Only I may present it. I am the master, and you must unconditionally obey any of my commands. Xiao Chen deliberately emphasized the word any. Mo Lengxin's breath caught in her throat. She certainly remembered this agreement. Mo Lengxin clenched her delicate fists tightly, biting down on her silver teeth. Yet ultimately, she rose slowly to her feet. The binding nature of the agreement rendered her unable to refuse Xiao Chen's demands. With each step she took, it felt as though she walked on the edge of a blade, each movement laced with exquisite torment. She understood that sitting down would signify her complete surrender. However, she had no alternative. Each step felt like treading upon burning coals, searing her self-esteem. Finally, she stood before Xiao Chen, poised to take a seat. Wait, his calm voice emerged like an invisible barrier, halting her motion. Mo Lengxin's form stiffened slightly. She lifted her gaze, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion and disbelief. A playful smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. Turn your back to me, he began, his tone brooking no argument. Bend slightly. Sit down. These 6 simple words stirred an unusual turmoil within Mo Lengxin's heart. She bit down hard on her lower lip, nearly drawing blood. What on earth did he intend to achieve? Shame, indignation, and a myriad of emotions surged within her like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her. Montag Lengxin's chest heaved violently. She longed to turn and flee. Yet, the cursed agreement, it was like an invisible shackle, binding her firmly in place, rendering her immobile. Mo Lengxin let out a cold snort from her nostrils. She turned her head away, refusing to gaze upon Xiao Chen's triumphant face. Gradually, she pivoted, complying with his directive, bending slightly at the waist. In that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. From Xiao Chen's perspective, Mo Lengxin's flawless curves were laid bare before him. Her slender waist sculpted an astonishing arc, and her ample form exuded a dangerously alluring charm. As she moved, those curves undulated like waves. Xiao Chen's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. He could even sense the faint fragrance of her being, the delicate scent that belonged solely to Mo Lengxin. So enticing, so lethal. Mo Lengxin's movements were slow and gentle, as if fearful of disturbing something. Yet they also bore the weight of silent protest. At last, she settled down gracefully. Mo Lengxin's soft, delicate form came to rest upon Xiao Chen's lap. A gentle fragrance immediately wafted into his nostrils, a blend of her hair's scent intertwined with a hint of her own allure. So captivating, so perilous. Xiao Chen felt his heart involuntarily stirred. Feeling the astonishing elasticity on her thigh, his breath grew somewhat rapid. Mo Lengxin's complexion slightly flushed. Xiao Chen's body warmth permeated through the thin fabric of her clothing, sending an unnatural sensation coursing through her skin. This feeling was foreign, yet exhilarating. She subtly shifted her body, seeking a more comfortable position, only to realize that every movement of hers was under Xiao Chen's control. She felt akin to a butterfly ensnared in a spider's web. The more she struggled, the less she could escape. A hint of helplessness arose in Mo Lengxin's heart, accompanied by a trace of faint shyness. All she wished was for this ordeal to conclude swiftly. Thus, she extended her delicate hand, picked up chopsticks, and selected a piece of peach blossom cake to feed to Xiao Chen. However, he seized her wrist firmly. What is it? Mo Lengxin raised her head, gazing at Xiao Chen with curiosity. A playful smile danced upon his lips. My dear, I mentioned that I only consume what is fed to me directly. His tone rendered Mo Lengxin's face an even deeper shade of crimson. She fully comprehended the implications of Xiao Chen's words. This rascal, He was being deliberately provocative. Mo Lengxin's heart brimmed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Yet she found herself powerless to resist, for she was firmly ensnared by Xiao Chen. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately lifted a piece of the delicacy slowly. She understood that she had no other choice but to comply with Xiao Chen's demands. Bitterness swelled within her heart, along with a hint of muted anticipation. Mo Lengxin gently parted her lips and took a delicate bite of the peach blossom cake. The sweet aroma of the confection filled her mouth. Gradually, she lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as they met Xiao Chen's. Subsequently, she extended her slender arm, wrapping it around Xiao Chen's neck. Her soft and tender form leaned down, pressing against his chest. A faint fragrance enveloped Xiao Chen in an instant, causing his heart to race involuntarily. His gaze fell upon Mo Lengxin's rosy lips, and the way she nibbled on the cake was irresistibly enticing, almost lethal. Xiao Chen slightly parted his lips, accepting Mo Lengxin's offering. The soft, glutinous cake, imbued with a hint of sweetness and the warmth of her lips, was delivered into his mouth. Xiao Chen let out a satisfied murmur. The delicacies fed by his beloved were indeed exceptional. He regarded Mo Lengxin with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed anew. She shot Xiao Chen a glare, inwardly cursing, "This lecher, these young masters truly know how to indulge." Yet on the surface, she maintained her composure. She knew that at this moment, her only course of action was to acquiesce to Xiao Chen. Slowly, she brought the remaining cake to his lips. Xiao Chen, wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment, consumed every morsel. "Ha! Delicious," he licked his lips, savoring the lingering taste. Mo Lengxin's heart scoffed, "Delicious? Perhaps the intentions of the inebriated are not solely for the wine." She discreetly withdrew her hand from Xiao Chen's neck, then straightened her posture, maintaining a certain distance from him. Xiao Chen regarded her, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware that Mo Lengxin's heart was undoubtedly brimming with resentment and indignation. Yet, he remained indifferent, for he understood that Mo Lengxin relished this dynamic. Ding! A crisp notification echoed within Xiao Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host. The female lead, Mo Lengxin's favorability has increased by 5, current favorability, 75. The mechanical voice was devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. Just as he suspected, this woman, who feigned disdain, was, in truth, thoroughly delighted. With a smile that danced on the edge of irony, he gazed at Mo Lengxin. Sensing his scrutiny, she trembled slightly. Suddenly, she raised her head, meeting the depths of his penetrating gaze. In that instant, it felt as though he had unveiled all her innermost thoughts. A flush involuntarily crept across her cheeks, as mortifying memories surged like a tidal wave. Just moments ago, she had boldly offered Xiao Chen a pastry, and she had even wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing against his chest. Oh, the embarrassment! Mo Lengxin's heart raced uncontrollably. In a flurry, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Xiao Chen's eyes any longer. She felt as though her face was aflame. Cursed be this scoundrel. It was undoubtedly intentional. Chapter 57. What? Betray me. In the Qinghua sect, the air was thick with medicinal vapors. Lengxin lay on the sickbed, his complexion pale. A faint pain throbbed in his chest, and even his breaths felt slightly constricted. He had a dream that twisted his heart in agony. In this dream, Mo Lengxin wore a flowing blue gown, captivating and enchanting, yet she sat upon the lap of another man, Xiao Chen, the debauched scion of the Xiao family. To Lengxin's utter disbelief, Mo Lengxin leaned in to kiss Xiao Chen, her crimson lips leaving a mark upon his face as her garments slipped away, revealing her flawless, white skin. Suddenly, Lengxin jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. A sharp pain surged through his chest, as though he had been brutally stabbed. Clutching his chest, he gasped in anguish. "Xinia," he murmured, his voice hoarse. In his mind, the resolute figure of Mo Lengxin as she departed haunted him, accompanied by her chilling words. "The 3-year pact was merely your one-sided wish." Lin Qian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep in his flesh, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. The flames of jealousy roared within him, while an unwilling roar echoed deep in his soul. Xiao Chen, I want you dead. He ground his teeth, forcing those words through clenched jaws, his eyes glinting with a cold, murderous intent. He was determined to reclaim what was rightfully his. He resolved that Xiao Chen would pay the price. With a sudden start, Lin Qian awoke, his chest heaving violently, as if a drowning man had just fought his way to the surface. Cold sweat clung to his garments, chilling him to the bone. He gasped for air, striving to calm his racing heart. At the edge of the bed stood a figure, a tall and graceful silhouette clad in blue, reminiscent of a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm. It was Lin Xingyu. Her gaze was tranquil as she quietly observed Lin Qian. What nightmare did you endure? Her voice was cool and clear, akin to a mountain spring, yet with an imperceptible hint of concern. Lin Qian clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding deeply into his flesh, nearly piercing through his palm. Master, he gritted through his teeth, his voice strained. I dreamt of Xiao Chen, the Xiao family, Xiao Chen. Each word emerged like a bitter curse, laced with profound hatred. I dreamt of him, with Xena, so intimately. He abruptly raised his gaze, his eyes filled with anguish and despair. I must take my revenge. Lin Qian's voice was resolute and unwavering, echoing like a proclamation from the depths of hell. Lin Xingyu furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of helplessness crossing her features. I have told you before, do not call me master again. Her tone remained cool, and do not oppose the Xiao family any longer. At her words, Lin Qian felt as if struck by lightning. He gazed at Lin Xingyu in disbelief, his eyes brimming with confusion and torment. Master, his own master, instead of standing by his side, urged him to relinquish his hatred. Impossible. His voice trembled, as if he had suffered a profound blow. Lin Qian's heart brimmed with resentment and fury. Why? Why did even his master fail to comprehend him? Why did everyone favor the Xiao family? Why? Why not oppose the Xiao family? Lin Qian howled, his voice nearly shattering, the bloodshot veins in his eyes growing more menacing. He fixed a relentless stare upon Lin Xingyu, as if attempting to pierce through her very being. Lin Xingyu, however, remained indifferent, like an ancient glacier untouched by time. Who do you think you are avenging? Fortuitous not? For the woman I hold dear. Lin Qian nearly bellowed. Ha! Lin Xingyu scoffed, a hint of derision in her tone. The woman you cherish? In her heart, you have never existed. Her words struck Lin Qian like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, as if all strength had been siphoned from his being. It was merely unrequited sentiment. Lin Xingyu's tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Lin Qian trembled, his jaw clenched tightly, producing a grating sound. He could not accept it. He refused to believe it. In his heart, Mo Lengxin had always been gentle and kind, his beloved. Yet now, Lin Xingyu revealed to him that all of it had been but a figment of his imagination. What do you know? Lin Qian abruptly raised his head, his eyes aflame with rage, resembling a wounded beast. I understand far more than you do, Lin Xingyu replied coolly. The Xiao family is not one you can provoke. The Qingwei sect is equally beyond your reach. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Qian's complexion grew even paler. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his palms. His heart was laden with bitterness and anger, yet he found himself powerless to retort. The Xiao family, a dominant force, had stood unyielding for millennia. Although the Qingwei sect was also a significant power, it appeared feeble in comparison to the Xiao family. Lin Xingyu approached the bedside, looking down upon Lin Qian. Rest well. After you recover, leave. Our fates are intertwined no longer. Her voice remained icy, devoid of any sentiment. With that, she turned to depart, her azure robes flowing like a celestial being, untouched by earthly dust. Lin Qian sat dazed upon the bed, his gaze hollow, as if his soul had fled. His heart was awash with agony, despair, and resentment. Why? Why did even his master seek to thwart him? Why did everyone side with the Xiao family? Must he truly abandon his quest for vengeance? In the room, only Lin Qian's heavy breaths echoed, starkly clear in the silence of the night. Crack! The wooden table beside the bed emitted a sharp sound as a teacup crumbled to dust in Lengxin's grip. Wood shavings and porcelain shards scattered, mirroring the shattering turmoil within him. The room was hauntingly silent, save for Lengxin's labored breathing, each breath resonating like the beating of a drum. Hatred coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, constricting relentlessly, nearly suffocating him. Why? He whispered, his voice hoarse, imbued with anguish and resentment. At that moment, the ancient ring on his right index finger glimmered faintly. A venerable voice resonated in his mind. Calm yourself, young one. It was the voice of his master, Xianlao. Xianlao, a formidable being from the outer realms, was compelled for certain reasons to anchor his soul within this ring, fortuitously acquired by Lengxin from a street vendor, thus becoming Lengxin's clandestine ally. Upon hearing Xianlao's voice, Lengxin felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. He abruptly raised his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. Master, did you hear that? Indeed, Xianlao's voice remained composed. The leader of Qingyue sect speaks the truth. The Xiao family is not one we can provoke. Lengxin's heart sank once more. If even his master said so, must he truly relinquish his quest for vengeance? Unwilling, he could not accept it. Master, do you intend to stop me as well? Chapter 58. Surrender the person. Unwilling, he could not accept it. Master, must you also obstruct me? Lengxin's voice trembled, tinged with despair. Obstruct you? Xianlao's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Foolish boy, do you think I desire to witness your demise? The Xiao family is a dominant force. Our Qingyue sect is simply no match. Lengxin fell silent, aware that his master spoke the truth. Yet, to abandon Mo Lengxin and forsake revenge was beyond his capability. Master, Lengxin took a deep breath, his tone resolute. I must avenge myself. Even if it costs me my life, I will drag Xiao Chen down with me. Upon hearing Lengxin's declaration, Xianlao fell silent for a moment before he let out a long sigh. Alas, very well, very well. Since you are so determined, I shall not hinder you. However, remember this, young man, we are grasshoppers on the same boat. One thrives, we all thrive. One suffers, we all suffer. At Xianlao's words, Lengxin's heart jolted. He understood his master's intent. Master is willing to join him in opposing the Xiao family. A warm current surged within him. He was no longer fighting alone. Master, Lengxin's voice brimmed with gratitude. Rest assured, young man. Xianlao's tone was resolute. I have long since cast aside my own life. Since you choose revenge, I shall accompany you in this madness. Lengxin clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Yet he felt no pain. His heart was ablaze with the fervor of vengeance. Listen closely, young man. Xianlao's voice took on an unprecedented gravity. Right now, immediately, you must recuperate from your injuries. Then, as much as possible, stay far away from the northern region. Lengxin's gaze sharpened. Stay away from the northern region? What does this mean? Is Master suggesting that he become a coward? I know what you are thinking. Xianlao seemed to pierce through Lengxin's thoughts. Do you perceive this as cowardice? Young man, this is not cowardice. It is profound wisdom. The Xiao family dominates the northern region. However, once you leave the northern region, the situation may change. A gentleman's revenge is not too late. Even after 10 years, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. What you need to do now is to build your strength and gather your power. Wait for the opportune moment to crush the Xiao family underfoot. Lengxin's breath caught. His master's words were like a sudden awakening, enlightening him instantly. Indeed, acting on impulse now would only lead to his demise. Only by preserving his strength could he ultimately achieve his goals. His master was right. Lengxin inhaled deeply, nodding slowly. Remember this, young man. Xianlao's voice held an inexplicable depth. What is yours will ultimately be yours. No one can take it away. Lengxin's heart trembled at these words. What is his will ultimately be his. Mo Lengxin, he will surely reclaim it. The disciple comprehends. Lengxin's gaze was resolute as he nodded emphatically. The flames of vengeance burned fiercely within his heart, yet this fire was no longer wild. It was restrained and profound, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. At this moment, suddenly, the scoundrels of the Qingyue sect, Why do they not hasten to greet us? A thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing the gates of the Qingyue sect to resonate with a low hum. This voice was saturated with an imperious arrogance, as if a deity were gazing down upon mere ants. Within the room, Lengxin's complexion changed drastically. The Xiao family. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. How could they arrive so swiftly? He had been exceedingly cautious. Could it be? A troubling thought flickered through Lengxin's mind. He abruptly glanced out the window, only to behold dozens of figures suspended in the distant sky. Each emanated a formidable aura, with the foremost person shining brightly like the sun. A suffocating pressure enveloped the entire Qingyue sect. Damn it! Lengxin growled softly. He realized he had been exposed, and the adversaries approached with overwhelming force, evidently well prepared, leaving him no time to react. Sect Master Qingyue, why do you not come forth? That arrogant voice resounded once more, this time imbued with a palpable murderous intent. They are from the Xiao family. Cries of terror erupted from the disciples outside. Lengxin's heart plummeted to the depths. He understood he was encircled. The enemy had revealed themselves, unmistakably intent on razing the Qingyue sect to the ground, with no escape route left for him. He felt as though he were a turtle in a jar, unable to take flight. What to do? Lengxin was consumed with anxiety. He forced himself to remain calm. Panic would only hasten his demise. He must devise a way to escape. Master, Lengxin silently prayed. At this moment, he could only place his hopes on Elder Xian. May his master possess a solution. Otherwise, today might very well mark his end. Outside, the members of the Xiao family had begun to bellow. If they did not emerge soon, they would flatten the Qingyue sect. Outside the mountain gate, the disciples of the Qingyue sect trembled, nearly unable to stand against the overwhelming pressure from the Xiao family. A tall figure slowly emerged from within the Qingyue sect. She wore a pale blue long dress, her figure graceful and enchanting, with a beauty akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, enhancing her ethereal quality. She was none other than the sect master of Qingyue, Lengxin. Lengxin bowed to the elders of the Xiao family. This humble girl, Lengxin, pays her respects to the esteemed elders. Her voice was clear and melodious, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. Yet, in the charged atmosphere, it seemed particularly feeble. The foremost elder of the Xiao family, a robust figure with a stern countenance, scrutinized Lengxin and briefly showed a flicker of astonishment. However, he quickly reverted to his icy demeanor. Sect Master Lin, let's speak plainly. Hand over Lengxin. His voice thundered like a tempest, causing the very air around to quiver. Upon hearing this, Lengxin's heart sank instantly as the last vestige of hope shattered. The adversary was indeed aware that Lengxin was concealed within the Qingyue sect. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Esteemed elder, may I inquire which Lengxin you refer to? It seems our Qingyue sect does not harbor such a disciple. She feigned ignorance, endeavoring to sound as natural as possible. Yet, deep within, a storm of turmoil had already erupted. The elder from the Xiao family scoffed disdainfully. Sect Master Lin, are you playing the fool? Lengxin is a disciple of your Qingyue sect and bears a deep-seated enmity with my Xiao family. Should you persist in shielding him, do not blame my Xiao family for being merciless. His tone was laden with menace, an unmistakable intent to kill. Lengxin's complexion shifted slightly. She understood that the events of this day would likely not conclude favorably. Chapter 59. Capture them all. Lengxin maintained her composure, her tone icy. Esteemed elder, it appears you have come to the wrong place. Our Qingyue sect, comprising hundreds of souls, has never heard of anyone named Lengxin. I implore you to discern wisely. Upon hearing this, the elder from the Xiao family revealed a flicker of impatience in his eyes. You refuse courtesy and invite punishment instead. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded dozens of formidable Xiao family cultivators to disperse, akin to ravenous wolves descending upon their prey, charging towards the Qingyue sect. Seal the mountain gate. Leave no disciple behind. Take them all back to the Xiao family dungeon. The elders' orders resonated like a death knell, plunging the disciples of Qingyue sect into utter despair. Terrified screams echoed at the mountain gate, rising and falling. Lin Qingyu's expression abruptly shifted. What is the meaning of this? Our Qingyue sect bears no grudge against the Xiao family. Why do you choose to humiliate my disciples in such a manner? Her voice trembled with indignation. The Xiao elder sneered. No grudge? Sect Master Lin, by shielding Lin Qian, you have forged a mortal enmity with my Xiao family. What use is it to speak of such things now? A glint of disdain flickered in his eyes. I have given you an opportunity, yet you fail to recognize it. As for you, as the sect master of Qingyue, shielding a sinner, your guilt only multiplies. You too shall be imprisoned. The elder's voice brooked no dissent. Lin Qingyu's heart sank, for she understood that today, the Qingyue sect faced inevitable calamity. Her beautiful eyes widened in fury, almost bursting with wrath. Humph. She ceased her words, raising her jade hand as an overwhelming surge of true energy erupted forth. The cold moonlight seemed to dim in response. Qingyue's sword technique. With a sharp cry, a beam of sword light shot forth, aimed directly at the Xiao elder. The remaining elders of Qingyue's sect, witnessing this, wasted no time in channeling their true energy. We shall fight alongside our sect master. An elderly elder, his hair as white as snow, bellowed, transforming his cane into a lethal sword, imbued with fierce sword energy as he charged at the Xiao family cultivators. Protect the sect master. The other elders rallied in response, unleashing their unique skills, engaging in fierce combat with the Xiao family's warriors. The Xiao family's elder, observing the scene, scoffed derisively. A pack of clumsy fools dares to resist? He slowly raised his right hand, unleashing a terrifying pressure that descended like a mountain. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the elders of Qingyue sect instantly lost their ability to resist under this overwhelming force. Their knees buckled involuntarily. Thud! Thud! One by one, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies immobilized under the oppressive weight, resembling helpless turtles sprawled in defeat. Lin Qingyu watched in agony as this unfolded, her heart wrenched. Elder Qingyu, she cried out in despair, yearning to rush forth and offer aid. Yet, the Xiao family's elder obstructed her path. Your opponent is me. The Grand Elder smirked ominously, his eyes brimming with mockery. You wish to save them? First, you must pass through me. Before his words had fully dissipated, he vanished, appearing before Lin Qingyu like a specter. A withered hand, propelled by a fierce gale, aimed directly for her throat. Lin Qingyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly raised her sword in defense. A resounding clash of metal echoed, sparks flying in all directions. Pain radiated through her hands as she stumbled back several steps, the Grand Elder's power far exceeding her expectations. With such meager skills, you dare to provoke me? He scoffed, launching another assault. His relentless onslaught resembled a tempest, overwhelming her defenses. Lin Qian, concealed behind a massive boulder, clenched his fists tightly, nearly piercing his own flesh with his nails. He watched helplessly as his master, Lin Qingyu, was relentlessly battered by the Grand Elder of the Xiao clan, his teeth grinding in frustration. Master, he growled, his voice hoarse and laced with despair. Within the ring, Xian Lao's voice emerged, tinged with urgency. Qian, do not act rashly. Lin Qian jolted as if a drowning man had grasped a lifeline. Suan Lao, I cannot bear to watch my master. Are you intending to rush out and meet your demise? If you charge out now, you will only throw away your life. Xian Lao's tone was stern, yet laced with helplessness. Lin Qian bit his lip in silence, his gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding before him. The techniques of his master grew increasingly erratic, her breaths more labored. My concealed divine ability is nearing its limit. You must leave at once. Xian Lao's voice rang out again, more urgent than before. A tremor coursed through Lin Qian. He understood that Xian Lao's hidden power was his last lifeline. Should it fail, he would be exposed to the Xiao clan, and with his current strength, he stood no chance against them. He turned his gaze to the horizon, filled with reluctance. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Xian Lao's words struck like thunder in Lin Qian's mind. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the fury and frustration within him. He recognized the truth in Xian Lao's counsel. Should he rush out now, he would not only fail to save his master, but also meet a futile end. Survival was the only path to hope. Resolutely, he nodded, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. I understand, Xian Lao. His voice was low yet imbued with conviction. He cast one last glance at his master amidst the fray before turning and sprinting towards the distance without hesitation. His figure soon vanished into the night, leaving behind only a scattering of crushed stone from his grip. The wind stirred, lifting the debris into the air, as if narrating his frustration and helplessness. The Grand Elder of the Xiao clan bellowed, "Lin Sect Master, you truly are one who refuses to heed the offering and instead chooses punishment." His inner energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. His robes billowed, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze in place. A formidable pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Qingyue sect. Lin Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. She gritted her teeth, wielding her long sword in a flurry of movements. The sword light flickered, resembling streaks of silver lightning that pierced the night sky. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, all of this proved futile. The Grand Elder merely waved his sleeve with nonchalance, and an invisible force effortlessly nullified Lin Qingyu's attacks. She let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. "With such meager abilities, you dare oppose the Xiao family?" The Grand Elder sneered, his eyes brimming with contempt. He struck again, this time with even greater ferocity. Lin Qingyu summoned all her strength to resist, yet she remained incapable of halting the Grand Elder's onslaught. With a resounding crash, Lin Qingyu was sent flying by a single palm strike from the Grand Elder, landing heavily on the ground. She struggled to rise, only to discover that her dantian had been sealed, rendering her unable to summon even a trace of vital energy. "Master!" The disciples of Qingyue's sect gasped in horror, yearning to rush to Lin Qingyu's aid, but they were intercepted by the Xiao family's guardians. Such arrogance! The guardians of the Xiao family scoffed, launching their attacks and swiftly taking down the disciples of Qingyue's sect. Some of the more fiercely resistant disciples were even annihilated on the spot, the air thick with the stench of blood. The Grand Elder surveyed the fallen disciples lying in pools of blood, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Humph, a mere swarm of ants." He turned to address the remaining guardians of the Xiao family. "Search thoroughly. Turn the Qingyue sect upside down. Ensure that Lin Qian is captured." "Yes." The guardians of the Xiao family replied in unison, their eyes gleaming with a predatory light as they surged into every corner of the Qingyue sect, beginning their frenzied plunder. Chapter 60. How did you come to be here? Before long, the disciples of the Xiao family emerged one by one, returning to the presence of the Grand Elder. They clasped their fists and spoke in unison, "Esteemed Grand Elder, we have searched every nook and cranny of the Qingyue sect and found no trace of Lin Qian." A heavy stone that had hung over Lin Qingyu's heart finally fell away. Thankfully, Qian had managed to escape. Otherwise, the Qingyue sect would have surely been drenched in blood today. She forcibly suppressed her unease and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Grand Elder, I have stated before that there is no one by the name of Lin Qian within our sect. Now that you have conducted your search, may we release the members of my sect?" Upon hearing this, the Xiao family elder let out a cold laugh. "Humph. Do you think that just because you have found no one, I would release your people? How naive. That lad is evidently closely tied to your Qingyue sect. Do you believe we will accept your word alone?" Lin Qingyu's expression changed. This old man was clearly grasping at straws. The Xiao elder waved his hand impatiently. "Take all disciples of the Qingyue sect and imprison them in my Xiao family's dungeon. Not a single one shall be spared." Following his orders, the Xiao family's disciples sprang into action, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves as they seized the remaining disciples of the Qingyue sect one by one. They dragged them away roughly, heading down a mountain. The cries of despair from the disciples echoed, yet they were powerless to resist. Lin Qingyu watched this scene unfold with a heart torn asunder. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging deep in her palms, blood trickling through her fingers. Yet, she felt no pain. All that filled her heart was a profound sense of helplessness. As she observed her fellow disciples being taken away, A bittersweet sense of relief involuntarily surfaced within her. The Xiao elder, a figure of considerable stature, would not overlook such a subtle change. His hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingyu as he slowly approached her. "Sect Master Lin, it seems you have," sighed with relief, "just now." His tone was nonchalant, yet struck Lin Qingyu's ears like thunder. A chill ran through her heart. This was not good. She struggled to maintain her calm demeanor. What did the Grand Elder mean? Could he truly believe that lad had managed to escape? The Xiao elder chuckled coldly. "What do you mean?" Lin Qingyu feigned composure, pretending to be perplexed. Allow me to enlighten you." A glimmer of mockery flashed in the elder's eyes. "Our family head has long been waiting not far from here for Lin Qian. We're merely his pawns." Lin Qingyu felt as though struck by lightning. Her face turned as pale as death in an instant. She had never anticipated that the Xiao family would harbor such malicious intent, even involving their family head directly. It seemed that Qian was destined to meet with misfortune today. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Her heart swelled with despair and regret. Had she known this would come to pass, she would never have allowed Qian to join the Qingyu sect. Meanwhile, Lin Qian poured every ounce of his remaining energy into his body, unleashing the final vestiges of his true qi. The secret technique, blood escape, ignited his lifeblood, granting him an unparalleled speed that transcended his limits. He felt as though his very insides were being scorched by unrelenting flames, the pain excruciating. Fresh, coppery blood surged forth from his mouth. Yet he dare not pause. Each step felt as if he were treading upon razor blades. Each stride distancing him further from the illustrious Qingyu sect. Hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers sped past his eyes, the world transforming into indistinct flashes of light and shadow. At last, he could endure no longer and collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading into obscurity. Coughing violently, Lin Qian expelled a mouthful of blood. Struggling to lift his head, everything before him became a haze. Nevertheless, he made an effort to gaze into the distance. There, once stood the majestic gates of the Qingyu sect, now reduced to a mere speck. "Qingyi sect," Lin Qian murmured hoarsely, his heart brimming with resentment and fury. He could not accept that he would flee in such a manner, nor could he bear the thought of his master and fellow disciples being bullied by the Xiao family. The bitterness towards the Xiao family burgeoned within him, an insatiable weed threatening to consume him whole. Xiao family. Lin Qian clenched his teeth, forcing those two words through his gritted jaws. His fists were tightly clenched, nails digging deeply into his flesh, blood flowing between his fingers. Yet he felt no pain, for the anguish in his heart eclipsed any physical suffering. "I shall return," Lin Qian vowed silently within, determined to reclaim all that he had lost. In his gaze burned an inferno, a flame of vengeance and a thirst for power. His consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. He sensed an increasing chill enveloping his body, dizziness from blood loss assailing him in waves. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged ahead, standing like a mountain, blocking his path. The oppressive aura radiating from this figure surged forth like a tidal wave, suffocating him. As he recognized this familiar pressure, his heart sank, as if plummeting into an icy abyss. This aura. Lin Qian struggled to lift his head, the figure before him appearing as a ghostly presence. He blinked rapidly, striving to see more clearly. The imposing figure slowly turned, revealing a visage that commanded respect without the need for anger. With sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, it was none other than the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Wuyo. "Xiao Wuyo." Lin Qian's voice trembled, weak as a whisper, yet laden with terror. Upon sighting this figure, his complexion drained of color, a primal fear seizing him at the very core of his being. He faintly recalled how powerless he felt in the presence of Xiao Wuyo, akin to an ant. He had exerted all his strength and employed every tactic, yet could not even graze the hem of Xiao Wuyo's garment. A mere flick of Xiao Wuyo's hand had sent him flying, bloodied and broken, like a kite severed from its string. Now, facing this demonic figure once more, Lin Qian's heart was engulfed in despair. He yearned to flee, yet found his body unresponsive to his commands. How? How did you end up here? Lengxin inquired, struggling to suppress his fear, his voice trembling. Xiao Wuyo regarded him from above, his gaze as frigid as steel, as though he were observing a wretched ant on the brink of death. "Ha! You have taken your time. I've been waiting for you for quite a while," he replied, his voice deep and commanding, each word striking Lin Qian's heart like a hammer. Chapter 61. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. Lin Qian roared with fierce defiance. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. His voice, strained and desperate, echoed like the final roar of a trapped beast. An overwhelming surge of true energy coursed through him, his veins resembling a dam on the brink of collapse, resounding with thunderous vibrations. Dark demonic energy seeped from every pore of his body, enveloping him in an atmosphere of chilling dread. For the past few days, he had exerted himself to the utmost in cultivating demonic arts, all for this moment. A frenzied light flickered in Lin Qian's eyes, filled with reluctance and wrath. How could I possibly remain ensnared in your grasp? Gritting his teeth, he concentrated all his strength into his legs, preparing for a desperate final stand. Xiao Wuyo observed the transformation in Lin Qian with a slight furrow of his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Huh, what do you mean by your fate being your own? It's nothing more than a futile struggle. He scoffed. Last time you escaped by sheer luck. This time, you shall not slip from my grasp. Before the words had left his lips, Xiao Wuyo vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. His speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Qian's pupils constricted, his heart racing with alarm. He desperately sought to sense Xiao Wuyo's presence, but found only emptiness around him, as though Xiao Wuyo had never existed at all. Damn it, where's he gone? A wave of terror and unease flooded Lin Qian's heart, a profound sense of crisis enveloping him. In the next instant, he felt a searing pain at the nape of his neck, darkness engulfing him as he lost consciousness. Xiao Wuyo reappeared at the original spot, a trace of black, demonic energy lingering in his hand. Casually brushing off his hands, he treated the encounter as a trivial matter. A mere ant dares to speak of fate? A cold smile curled upon his lips, his eyes filled with contempt. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Qian's body was discarded to the ground like a tattered sack, lying motionless. Xiao Wuyo chuckled derisively, retrieving several talismans that glimmered with an eerie blue light from his sleeve. Boy, consider yourself fortunate. My son still wishes to spare your life. As he spoke, he pressed the talismans against Lin Qian's body. Upon contact, the talismans melted into his skin, forming intricate patterns that bound him like chains. Even a Taoist immortal would be unable to unravel these talismans. Let us see how you intend to escape. A cruel glint flickered in Xiao Wuyo's eyes. Truth be told, he could not fathom what scheme his precious son was concocting. This youth had a clear opportunity to end him, but chose instead to leave him alive. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's specific instructions, he would have long since crushed this audacious ant with a single blow. Humph! Well, keeping him alive may prove useful. Shaking his head, Xiao Wuyo ceased his musings. He lifted Lin Qian as one would a lifeless dog. Come, let's visit my esteemed son. The space around them twisted, and a pitch-black rift in the fabric of reality materialized. Xiao Wuyo stepped forward and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a faint lingering scent of blood in the air, accompanied by an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's spine. In the Xiao residence, within the training grounds, Lengxin, clad in a gown as white as snow, moved with an ethereal grace. In her hand, a long sword glinted with a cold light, and the sword's energy surged like a rainbow. Oomph! A cold snort escaped her lips as she clenched her teeth, wielding the sword with even greater ferocity. Each strike was sharp, each move ruthless, as if she sought to unleash all the pent-up resentment within her heart. After all, she had been painfully bullied by Xiao Chen last time. She doubted whether this delicate flower could withstand the torment inflicted upon her 10 times a day. Hiss! At this thought, she couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, her slender form trembling slightly. The training grounds echoed with the whistling of sword winds and the fluttering of fallen leaves. A figure approached steadily, tall and upright. It was Xiao Chen, Observing Mo Lengxin practicing her swordplay, a playful smile crept onto his lips. "Oh, my dear lady, what manner of swordplay is this? So fierce. Are you perhaps plotting to murder your loving husband?" Upon hearing this, Mo Lengxin paused, her sword slowly lowering. She turned to face Xiao Chen, her gaze filled with unspoken grievances. Humph. Xiao Chen was well aware that her heart still harbored anger, especially after the last episode, where she had been forced to lay across his lap for a rather severe reprimand. TSK, 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 what a sensation that had been. A mischievous grin spread across Xiao Chen's face as he sauntered closer to Mo Lengxin. "Still upset?" he asked, reaching out to gently pinch her cheek. The touch is smooth as fine jade. Oof. Mo Lengxin turned her head away, attempting to evade his touch, yet ultimately she found herself unable to escape. "Later, I shall treat you," Xiao Chen murmured softly into her ear. Boom! At his words, Mo Lengxin's cheeks flushed a sudden crimson. Despite having endured much, she felt as if she had yet to take that final step. This was far too swift, was it not? Her heart raced. Thoughts tangled like a chaotic web. To eat or not to eat? That was the question. This left her feeling somewhat flustered, her gaze flickering, unable to meet Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen, however, did not grant her much time for contemplation. He seized her delicate hand, which felt soft and warm like jade. "Come," he said decisively, pulling Mo Lengxin along. Mo Lengxin stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Though she felt an overwhelming shyness, an inexplicable anticipation bubbled within her. "Hey, slow down," she protested softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Chen paid no heed to her objections, resolutely leading her outside. The training grounds were left with only her long sword, lying solitary in the stillness. Hand in hand, Xiao Chen guided Mo Lengxin towards the kitchen. She had a jog to keep pace with his strides. "Wait a moment," she murmured in protest, yet her feet dared not falter. Xiao Chen ignored her pleas, instead quickening his pace. As they approached the kitchen, Mo Lengxin felt an increasing sense of panic. "Wait!" She firmly grasped Xiao Chen's hand, attempting to make him halt. Xiao Chen paused, turning back to regard her with curiosity. "What is the matter?" Mo Lengxin's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze evasive as she stammered, "There are too many people here." The kitchen was a bustling place, and the thought of being seen sent shivers down her spine. What if someone caught a glimpse? She could hardly bear to imagine such a scenario. And what of it? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed. What if someone sees? Montag Lengxin vispiret. Her voice barely above a whisper. So what if they do? Xiao Chen replied with indifference, pulling Mo Lengxin along as they continued toward the kitchen. However, Mo Lengxin wished to voice her concerns further, only to be interrupted by Xiao Chen. "Enough with the hesitation. Let us go inside." Chapter 62. Xiao Chen's proposal, "Don't hesitate. Just go inside," Xiao Chen asserted, pulling Mo Lengxin into the kitchen. Inside, several cooks were busy at work. Upon seeing Xiao Chen and Mo Lengxin enter, they paused and bowed respectfully. Mo Lengxin, overwhelmed with embarrassment, wished she could vanish into the ground. Yet, Xiao Chen appeared unfazed, instructing them to leave before proceeding directly to the stove. He rolled up his sleeves and began to busy himself with the cooking. Mo Lengxin stood by, watching Xiao Chen's diligent figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. Before long, a bowl of fragrant, steaming noodles was ready. Xiao Chen placed the bowl in front of Mo Lengxin with a smile, inquiring, "How does it taste?" Mo Lengxin hesitated, gazing at the steaming noodles before her, her cheeks flushing. It seemed she had misunderstood the situation. He had intended to prepare the noodles for her, not. With this realization, her embarrassment deepened. Stealing a glance at Xiao Chen, she found him watching her with a teasing smile. Flustered, she quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "What's wrong? Afraid to eat?" Xiao Chen teased. "Oomph. Of course not," Mo Lengxin replied softly, picking up her chopsticks to delicately lift a strand of noodles to her mouth. The noodles were delightfully chewy, the broth rich and flavorful, a truly exquisite dish. "Delicious, I assent it?" Xiao Chen asked. Mo Lengxin nodded gently, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She took small bites, her eyes occasionally darting toward Xiao Chen. This wealthy young master was quite talented. She had assumed that someone of his stature would be completely inept in the kitchen, yet these noodles surpassed even those prepared by the chefs at her residence. Could this be the legendary hidden expert? Soon, the bowl was nearly empty. Mo Lengxin licked her lips, still craving more. Would you like another helping? Xiao Chen inquired, a playful smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. Mo Lengxin hesitated but ultimately nodded. It's really delicious, one bowl of noodles, one condition, Xiao Chen remarked nonchalantly, his tone carrying an unmistakable hint of authority. Mo Lengxin was taken aback. She had suspected this scoundrel had ulterior motives. Indeed, his true intentions had surfaced. How infuriating. Yet the taste of the noodles was simply irresistible. Biting her lip, she found herself torn. Should she compromise? To barter her charm for a meal? No, absolutely not. But she desperately desired just one more bowl. Just one. It would be a one-time concession. After a moment of internal struggle, her resolve crumbled in the face of culinary temptation. Gritting her teeth, she made a momentous decision. Fine. The word was pronounced with conviction, albeit accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. Xiao Chen regarded her, his smile deepening. This little lady was quite intriguing. It appears he has nearly grasped her essence. A deal is struck. Xiao Chen nodded, a flicker of subtle brilliance flashing in his eyes. The next step hinges on your performance. He pondered silently, rolling up his sleeves once more to prepare a second bowl of noodles for Mo Lengxin. Meanwhile, Mo Lengxin watched him with a face full of anxiety, her heart fluttering with unease. What conditions might he propose? Regardless of what they might be, she was willing to accept for the sake of that bowl of noodles. In this moment, her heart was a tumult of contradictions and entanglements, both eager and fearful. Before long, Xiao Chen returned, presenting a steaming bowl of noodles. The porcelain bowl was pristine white, the noodles gleamed golden, and verdant scallions adorned the dish, exuding an irresistible aroma. Mo Lengxin's eyes widened in delight. Gulp, she could hardly suppress the urge to swallow. Xiao Chen set the bowl before her, a playful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, Mo Lengxin seized her chopsticks and began to eat. The sounds of slurping resonated throughout the room. In no time, the bowl was nearly empty. At their level of cultivation, fasting was no longer a concern. Harnessing the energies of the universe sufficed to sustain their bodies. Yet, the desire for culinary delights remained a fundamental aspect of humanity, particularly when the noodles were simply exquisite. Mo Lengxin set down her bowl and licked her lips, a look of contentment gracing her features. Speak, what are your conditions? She demanded, her gaze on Xiao Chen tinged with caution. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. No rush. He leisurely poured himself a cup of tea, savoring a sip. Let me first relish the sight of a beauty enjoying her meal. Mo Lengxin's cheeks flushed at his words. This scoundrel was teasing her again. Just as she was about to retort, the memory of the delicious noodles quelled her indignation. Fine, I shall endure. Speak quickly, she urged. Xiao Chen set down his teacup, fixing his gaze upon her. The smile on his lips deepened, yet his eyes remained inscrutable, akin to an ancient well. With a flicker of thought, several gossamer thin, smooth stockings appeared in his hand. Silken, white, flesh-toned. They shimmered enticingly under the dim candlelight. What is this? Mo Lengxin inquired, perplexed as she took them, feeling the cool, delicate texture against her fingertips. They were undoubtedly crafted from the finest satin. Yet what were they? She had never encountered such an unusual garment. With the recent chill in the air, I have prepared these for you, Xiao Chen explained, his tone soft as if soothing a child. These are stockings. Though cool to the touch, they provide warmth when worn on your legs. Stockings? Warmth? Mo Lengxin regarded the sheer garments in her hands with skepticism. Could these truly keep one warm? To her, they appeared more akin to a playful trinket. Xiao Chen observed her bewildered expression, the amusement in his smile deepening. What, you doubt me? He teased, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful mockery. Mo Lengxin bit her lip and ultimately nodded. I believe you. Although doubts lingered in her heart, she chose to place her trust in Xiao Chen. After all, he was now her husband. Moreover, the sensation of the silk stockings was truly delightful. She couldn't help but press the stockings against her face, savoring their cool, and smooth texture. Thank you. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Mo Lengxin interjected, interrupting a wicked scheme brewing in Xiao Chen's mind. He looked at her in confusion. You haven't stated your conditions yet. Mo Lengxin gently reminded him, her clear eyes fixed intently on Xiao Chen, seemingly trying to penetrate his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's gaze involuntarily drifted to Mo Lengxin's legs. They were long and slender, glowing with a rosy sheen in the dim candlelight, their curves enticingly beautiful and evocative. Her delicate feet were exquisite, with toes as round and lovely as pearls, evoking an irresistible urge. Xiao Chen's gaze, tinged with a hint of aggression, slowly ascended from Mo Lengxin's ankle. Sensing his gaze, Mo Lengxin was inexplicably gripped by a sense of foreboding. Instinctively, she brought her legs together, attempting to conceal her alluring figure. Yet the more she tried to hide, the more apparent it became. As for my conditions, he deliberately elongated his tone, causing her heart to race involuntarily. It's quite simple. Chapter 63. You cannot refuse. Xiao Chen finally spoke, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Mo Lengxin. It was simply. He paused, seemingly relishing the tantalizing suspense. To personally adorn my beloved with these stockings. Xiao Chen raised the black stockings in his hand, his tone playful. Mo Lengxin, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. She looked at Xiao Chen with skepticism, a flicker of doubt glimmering in her eyes. Is it really that simple? She asked uncertainly. Xiao Chen nodded earnestly, his expression sincere. Indeed, it is that simple, he affirmed. Mo Lengxin contemplated inwardly. Is it truly that simple? She found it hard to believe her ears. Could it be that she was overthinking? Did he genuinely only wish to dress her in stockings? Yet his eyes, they seemed to convey intentions far beyond mere adornment. A wave of inexplicable unease washed over Mo Lengxin. However, upon reflection, she realized that every inch of her had been scrutinized by him. Even the location of a mole was known to him. Now, it was merely a matter of wearing stockings. What could be the harm? With this thought, her initial shyness and apprehension began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Then, please hurry, she urged softly, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. It would be inconvenient if someone were to arrive unexpectedly, she added with a hint of worry. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Xiao Chen's lips. He slowly approached Mo Lengxin, kneeling before her. His gaze fell once more upon her long, fair legs, which appeared even more alluring under the warm candlelight. Xiao Chen gestured toward the neatly arranged stockings on the table, his voice teasing. My dear, choose a color you fancy. Mo Lengxin's eyes followed his finger to the table, where an array of colors, black, white, nude, created a feast for the eyes. She furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly at a loss. So many, she murmured softly. What is wrong? Are you dazzled by the choices? Xiao Chen smirked mischievously. Mo Lengxin bit her lip, summoning her courage to ask, could I wear two colors together? Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a request from her. However, he quickly regained his composure, secretly pleased. This little one knows how to have fun. Of course, he replied with enthusiasm. As long as you like it. Mo Lengxin then breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, I shall choose black and white, she finally decided. Xiao Chen picked up the black and white stockings, slowly kneeling again. His gaze once more fell upon her long, fair legs. Come, my dear, lift your foot, he said gently. Mo Lengxin obediently lifted one foot. Xiao Chen softly grasped her ankle and began to remove her dainty shoes. As the shoes slipped off, they revealed a pair of exquisitely delicate feet. The toes smooth and white, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. What is even more astonishing is that her toes are adorned with vividly colored nail polish. Red, blue, purple. A myriad of hues intertwining like twinkling stars in the night sky. Xiao Chen's breath involuntarily quickened, and he felt his heart begin to race. These exquisite feet are truly breathtaking. So beautiful it takes one's breath away. He could not resist reaching out to gently caress Mo Lengxin's toes. The smooth texture sent ripples of excitement through his senses. A faint blush appeared on Mo Lengxin's face as she bashfully attempted to retract her foot. However, Xiao Chen firmly grasped her ankle, unwilling to let go. Don't move." Xiao Chen's voice turned somewhat husky. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Then, he picked up the black stockings and began to carefully adorn Lengxin's legs. The stockings ascended gradually, enveloping her fair legs like a second skin. The snow-white thighs were slowly engulfed by the black fabric, creating a striking visual impact. Lengxin bit her red lip, her body slightly trembling. The warmth of Xiao Chen's fingertips, transmitted through the delicate stockings, ignited an unusual sensation within her. She initially intended to resist a bit, but then reconsidered. She had already given her consent to Xiao Chen. To retract now would seem rather inappropriate. Gradually, her body softened. Xiao Chen's movements were gentle and deliberate, seemingly savoring this exquisite moment. The black stockings enveloped Lengxin's legs, extending all the way to the top of her thighs. Xiao Chen's fingers inevitably brushed against that sensitive area. Lengxin's body jolted, a tingling sensation coursing from her feet to the crown of her head. Her breath became increasingly rapid. "Could you go a bit faster?" Lengxin softly inquired, her voice trembling slightly. Hearing this, Xiao Chen lifted his gaze to meet hers. A faint blush graced her cheeks, and her eyes reflected a mix of shyness and desire. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. "No rush. Let us take our time," he replied, his voice deep and resonant, imbued with a kind of allure that made it impossible for Lengxin to resist. Xiao Chen continued to adorn the other leg with the white stockings, his movements remaining soft and unhurried, as if handling a precious work of art. Lengxin's body gradually relaxed, completely surrendering to Xiao Chen's tenderness. At last, the white stockings were fully applied. Xiao Chen stood up, admiring his masterpiece. Lengxin's legs, now clad in white stockings, appeared even longer and more alluring. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. "Truly beautiful," he praised sincerely. Lengxin lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. Her cheeks still flushed with a gentle hue. Her cool demeanor was adorned with a delicate charm, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance as they flitted about. The sight was enough to evoke a desire for immediate retribution in anyone who beheld it. Yet, this delicate charm pierced through the frigid frost, adding an alluring touch. Truly a bewitching enchantress." Xiao Chen sighed inwardly, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Lengxin bit her crimson lip, chiding herself for her lack of resolve. Initially, she had maintained an air of aloofness, indifferent and detached. However, she pondered why things had gradually evolved into their current state. Was this the proverbial boiling frog in warm water? Lengxin bitterly smiled, realizing she was perilously close to being thoroughly immersed. Suddenly, Xiao Chen bent down and effortlessly hoisted Lengxin onto his shoulder. She exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. "What are you doing? Put me down." Lengxin feigned calmness, though her voice trembled slightly. Her legs flailed in the air like a startled fawn. "My dear, allow me to carry you to rest," Xiao Chen said with a mischievous grin, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Who is your dear? Put me down." Lengxin struggled even more fiercely. "Stay still. Be careful not to fall," he replied gently, yet with an undeniable authority. Lengxin wavered between resistance and surrender, her legs thrashing about as she attempted to free herself from Xiao Chen's grasp. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to his. The more she struggled, the closer their bodies became. She could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from him, along with the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, which only deepened her sense of embarrassment while igniting a flicker of anticipation. With Lengxin slung over his shoulder, Xiao Chen strode purposefully toward the room. Gradually, her struggles diminished, and she ultimately surrendered. Burying her face in his chest, she murmured, "Miss Mo, it seems you are finally coming to your senses." Chapter 64. Overwhelmed by shame and anger, a triumphant smile played at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips as he mused to himself. Lengxin, you ultimately cannot escape my grasp. Initially aloof, she had now become overtly charming. with Mo Lengxin slung over his shoulder. Xiao Chen strode confidently along the stone-paved path of the Xiao residence. Her head nestled against his chest, her warm breath wafting against his garments, infused with an intoxicating fragrance. "Ah, look, isn't that the young mistress?" A maid whispered to her companion, her tone laced with curiosity. The other maid followed her gaze and stifled a giggle. Indeed, who else could the young master be carrying but the young mistress? Though their voices were hushed, their words reached Mo Lengxin's ears, igniting a deep sense of shame and frustration within her. She wished fervently to find a crevice in the earth to hide. Hastily, she covered her face with her hands, revealing only her large, watery eyes, peeking through her fingers to survey her surroundings. "Put me down. Please, let me go," Mo Lengxin protested once more, her voice barely above a whisper, yet tinged with a barely perceptible annoyance. Sensing her squirming, Xiao Chen's smile widened. He deliberately slowed his pace, eager for more onlookers to witness the spectacle. Mo Lengxin felt akin to an exhibit in a zoo, her embarrassment reaching a point where she could almost bite Xiao Chen in frustration. Lowering her hands, she gazed at him with her sorrowful, autumn-like eyes, filled with silent pleading. "Oh, Xiao Chen, I beg you, let me down." Xiao Chen glanced down at her, mischief flickering in his eyes. "My dear, that simply will not do." After a pause, he added with a grin, "The agreement clearly states that matters in the bedroom are at my discretion." At his words, Mo Lengxin's face flushed crimson. Realizing she had once again fallen into Xiao Chen's trap, she could only close her eyes in resignation as he carried her toward the room. Xiao Chen, brimming with self-satisfaction, thought to himself, "This little one will ultimately never outmaneuver me." He quickened his pace, eager to return to the room and indulge in this hard-won delight. "Humph." Mo Lengxin huffed softly, expressing her discontent. Although she was gradually acclimating to Xiao Chen's domineering ways, a flicker of defiance still burned within her. She vowed silently that one day, she would make Xiao Chen experience a taste of his own medicine. Carrying Montag Lengxin, Xiao Chen traversed the long corridor and arrived at the door of their chamber. With a gentle kick, he swung the door open and strode inside. He carefully set Mo Lengxin down upon the bed, as though placing a precious porcelain doll. The soft satin of the bed yielded slightly, accentuating her delicate form. Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon Mo Lengxin's face. It was a visage of exquisite beauty, exuding an innate aristocratic elegance. At that moment, her earlier shame and anger mingled with a glimmer of seduction in her eyes, creating a captivating allure that stirred something deep within him. Xiao Chen felt his throat go dry. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his moment of vulnerability. "My dear, is this bed to your liking?" he inquired, his voice laced with playful mockery. Mo Lengxin did not respond, merely casting him a resentful glance. Her eyes seemed to accuse him of his tyranny. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What's still angry?" he teased, gently caressing Mo Lengxin's cheek. "If it becomes unbearable later, remember to plead for mercy from your husband." His tone was laced with playful mockery. Mo Lengxin huffed lightly, turning her head away. "Humph, you can only be a hero in bed now." Xiao Chen burst into hearty laughter. "My dear, that statement is quite erroneous, even in reality. You are no match for me." Mo Lengxin, upon hearing this, clenched her silver teeth in frustration. She knew Xiao Chen spoke the truth. She was indeed no rival for him. This sense of powerlessness only fueled her embarrassment and anger, yet she felt utterly helpless. Before long, the door creaked open. Xiao Chen emerged, looking refreshed, his attire impeccably arranged, a playful smile gracing his lips. He stretched lazily, his bones cracking like popping beans. Mo Lengxin followed suit, her steps slightly unsteady. Her delicate skin was flushed, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, vibrant and alluring. Yet, her autumn-like eyes were filled with resentment as they fiercely glared at Xiao Chen. "Ah, my dear, what seems to be the matter? Are your legs weak?" Xiao Chen's teasing voice rang out, infused with mockery. "Shall I assist you?" He raised an eyebrow, the smile on his lips deepening. Mo Lengxin, upon hearing this, bit down hard, wishing she could sink her teeth into the insufferable man before her. "Humph, She snorted disdainfully, stubbornly turning her head away. "No need," she said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word with conviction. Suppressing her discomfort, Lengxin stepped forward with her slender legs, leaving the room one step at a time. With each step, she felt the ache in her body and the lingering shame deep within her heart. "Damn it, how could I plead for mercy again?" Lengxin inwardly scolded herself for her weakness, her fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. She must grow stronger. She absolutely must. She could no longer allow Xiao Chen to dictate her fate. As Lengxin departed, her figure appeared somewhat forlorn, yet bore a hint of indomitable tenacity. Xiao Chen observed her retreating silhouette, the smile at the corners of his mouth gradually fading, a flicker of complexity flashing through his gaze. To seize fortune is no easy task, he murmured softly to himself. Chapter 65. Lin Qingyu's doubts in the courtyard of the Xiao residence. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves that danced gracefully in the air. Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure tall and upright like a pine tree, emanating an aura of disdain for the world. It was time to cultivate the chaos sacred body. A confident smile graced his lips as he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to respond to an invisible summons, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Xiao Chen's body absorbed this pure spiritual energy like an insatiable abyss. His robe billowed without wind, rustling as if eager to ride the currents. Truly, the chaos sacred body was formidable. Xiao Chen mused inwardly, feeling the true qi within him surge at an astonishing pace. His meridians coursed with true qi, reminiscent of roaring rivers. Tiangang, sword technique. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in a low voice. A long sword, radiating a chilling light, materialized in his hand. Ancient, mysterious runes adorned the blade, twinkling like stars. With a swift movement, he glided like a phantom. The sword light flickered, exuding a chilling aura. In an instant, the sword qi filled the entire courtyard, shredding the fallen leaves into dust and leaving deep sword marks on the ground. Xiao Chen's silhouette flickered amidst the sword light, resembling a celestial swordsman dancing in the air. This Tiangang sword technique complemented the chaos sacred body beautifully, he thought. Each swing of his sword contained immense power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Swish! Swish! The sword qi howled, sweeping through the courtyard like a tempest. Xiao Chen's movements quickened, his swordplay becoming increasingly exquisite. Each strike and every form was imbued with strength and elegance, a perfect fusion of art and power. Indeed, I have gradually mastered this sword technique, Xiao Chen reflected, standing with his sword sheathed, nodding in satisfaction. His aura intensified, sharp and fierce, akin to a drawn sword, radiating brilliance. As he stood there, the sword emitted a soft hum, as if responding to its master's satisfaction. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. The newcomer, with hair as white as snow yet a youthful visage, was none other than Wei Wuji, the esteemed elder of the Xiao family. Wei Wuji surveyed the disarray in the courtyard and the crisscrossing sword marks on the ground, involuntarily gasping in awe. Hiss! The young master's sword technique has surely reached its pinnacle, he thought, marveling at the remarkable talent of his young master. Initially, he had merely passed by, but the astonishing sword qi drew him in. Witnessing it firsthand was even more astounding. Xiao Chen glanced at Wei Wuji, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Wei Wuji immediately clasped his fists respectfully and replied, reporting to the young master. Lin Qingyu and Lin Qian from the Qingyue sect have been captured by the family head and are currently imprisoned in the dungeon. Xiao Chen nodded lightly, a cold smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. This lad truly won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He had long anticipated that with Xiao Wuyo's strength, Lin Qi would find it nearly impossible to escape. A cold chuckle escaped his lips as he thought, Lin Qi, weren't you quite arrogant? Now that you are in my grasp, I shall make you truly savor the essence of despair. allowing him to languish for a few days. Steeped in fear and anxiety, would surely be far more entertaining. Elder Wei, Xiao Chen turned to Wei Wujie, his tone casual. Please take good care of Lin Qi. He emphasized the word care, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Wei Wujie immediately caught the implication, clasping his fists. Rest assured, young master, I understand. He was well aware that the care spoken of by the young master was far from benevolent. In the dungeons of the Xiao family, there were countless methods to render a person unable to live or die. Moreover, Lin Qi had dared to provoke the young master, effectively courting his own demise. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wei Wujie to withdraw. You may leave. Wei Wujie once again clasped his fists and bowed as he exited the rear courtyard. As he watched Wei Wujie's retreating figure, a glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Lin Qi, this is merely the beginning. He turned back to survey the chaos surrounding him. The scars of battle marred the ground, reflecting the tumult within his heart. On the surface calm, turbulent undercurrents surged beneath. He required greater power to seize control of everything and to plunder more fortune. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression remained indifferent. Yet internally, he communicated with the system. System, can I directly obliterate Lin Qi, this brat, as he is the son of destiny in this world? His tone was serene, akin to inquiring about a trivial matter. Ding! The system's notification sounded. Host, Lin Qi is under the protection of the heavenly Tao and cannot be directly obliterated at present. The mechanical voice resonated like thunder in Xiao Chen's mind. His brows knitted together, revealing a hint of impatience. Protection of the heavenly Tao? What manner of protection is this? The host needs to plunder the fortune of the heroine, Mo Lengxin, and achieve a favorability rating of 90 before Lin Qi's fortune can be compromised, the system elucidated. Once his fortune is depleted, the host may erase him. A flicker of light sparkled in Xiao Chen's eyes. It appeared that Lin Qi was indeed a troublesome character. So that's how it is, he mused, a cold smile gracing his lips. What is Mo Lengxin's current favorability rating towards me? Ding. The current favorability rating is 85. The system replied. Successfully plundered 3,000 fortune. Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged at the information. 85, just 5 points short. It seems I must exert more effort. 3,000 fortune was a meager amount. He silently strategized his forthcoming plans. It appeared he needed to devise a method to swiftly elevate Mo Lengxin's favorability towards him. Ding! The system's notification interrupted Xiao Chen's contemplation once more. Host, there is one more matter to remind you. The system's voice was as cold and mechanical as ever. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. What else is there? Lin Qingyu is also a destined partner in the original narrative. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Lin Qingyu? The leader of the Qingyue sect furrowed his brow. In the original text, Lin Qingyu and Mo Lengxin are both the official love interests of the protagonist, Lin Qian. The system elucidated. This means you must elevate both of their affection levels to 90 in order to completely deplete Lin Qian's fortune value. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, for he had already been aware of this matter. What is Lin Qingyu's current affection level towards me? He inquired in a solemn tone. Ding! The current affection level stands at 20. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. He was surprised that it was not a negative number, but rather a positive one. The system reminded him, please be advised that both Lin Qingyu and Mo Lengxin's affection levels must reach 90 to entirely clear Lin Qian's fortune value. The system reiterated. Xiao Chen nodded once more. I understand, he replied in a calm manner. Chapter 66. The conditions of Xiao Chen time flew by swiftly, and before long. Several days had passed. In the Xiao residence, within a meticulously crafted courtyard, Lin Qingyu stood gracefully in a blue gown. Her gaze lingered on the flowers and greenery around her, her delicate brows slightly furrowing in contemplation. She was perplexed by the intentions of the Xiao family, who had captured her, yet refrained from imprisoning her in a dungeon, instead providing her with lavish meals and accommodating her in such an exquisite courtyard. One might easily assume that the Xiao family intended to fatten her up for some nefarious purpose. With a soft sigh, Lin Qingyu expressed her concern for Lin Qian, who had previously advised her against descending the mountain, warning her not to provoke forces beyond her capability. And now, it seemed, he had indeed encountered a formidable adversary, a predicament of his own making. Had he heeded her counsel, perhaps this unfortunate situation could have been avoided. The more she pondered, the more her frustration grew, her fists clenching involuntarily. She couldn't help but wonder about the fate of her fellow sect members, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with worry. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps drew her attention. She turned abruptly to see a maidservant approaching. "Lin Zhongzhu, the young master requests your presence," the maid announced respectfully. Lin Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. The young master of the Xiao family? Xiao Chen? What could he possibly want with her? She dare not contemplate further, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves. "I understand," she replied calmly, and followed the maid out of the courtyard. As they walked, Lin Qingyu felt a knot forming in her throat, her cultivation sealed, leaving her as vulnerable as a delicate maiden. She was uncertain of what awaited her. Was it fortune or misfortune? The ambiguity left her feeling utterly unsettled. The corridors of the Xiao residence were long and eerily quiet, their footsteps echoing in the silence. This stillness only heightened her anxiety, as she felt akin to a condemned prisoner being led to the gallows, each step drawing her closer to an unknown fate. At last, they arrived before a grand hall. The maid halted, turning to her. "Lin Zhongzhu, the young master is inside. Please enter," she instructed. Lin Qingyu nodded, inhaling deeply before pushing open the heavy door. As it creaked open, the fragrant scent of sandalwood enveloped her. Instinctively, she squinted against the light, and once her eyes adjusted, she beheld the scene within. At the center of the hall stood a man with his hands clasped behind his back. He was tall and exuded an extraordinary presence, his dark robe accentuating his striking features. It was none other than Xiao Chen. Lin Qingyu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The rumors spoke of him as ruthless and merciless. Yet in this moment, he appeared quite different from the tales that had circulated. Taken aback, she quickly composed herself and bowed respectfully. Lin Qingyu pays her respects to young Master Xiao. He turned to face her, a faint smile gracing his lips. "There is no need for such formalities, Lin Zhongzhu." His tone was gentle, devoid of any malice. Xiao Chen stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Qingyu to take a seat. "Please have a seat." Lin Qingyu complied, sitting down. Xiao Chen personally brewed a cup of tea for her. "Enjoy the tea." He extended the teacup towards Lin Qingyu, who accepted it with a word of thanks. "Thank you, young Master Xiao." Yet, her heart brimmed with confusion. What scheme was Xiao Chen concocting? He had captured her and was treating her with such hospitality. Now, he was being so courteous. What was his true intention? Lin Qingyu took a delicate sip of the tea, the fragrance enveloping her senses, its sweetness delighting her palate. "Young Master Xiao summoned me. May I inquire as to the purpose?" She set down the teacup and inquired directly. Xiao Chen smiled. "There is no need for you to feel uneasy, Sect Master Lin." He paused momentarily before continuing. "I merely wish to engage in a conversation." "A conversation?" Lin Qingyu was taken aback, clearly skeptical. Who would capture the kin of their adversary merely for a chat? "Young Master Xiao is jesting," she replied with a feigned smile. "It seems we have little in common to discuss." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten about your precious disciple, Lin Qian?" At the mention of Lin Qian, Lin Qingyu's complexion paled slightly. She had not anticipated Xiao Chen would bring up her disciple so suddenly. "What? Have you forgotten this disciple? Sect Master Lin?" Xiao Chen's gaze was laced with a hint of mockery. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. "Young Master Xiao is jesting. Qian is young and reckless. If he is offended in any way, I hope you can forgive him." With a sigh, Lin Qingyu stood and offered a respectful bow. "Qingyu has not disciplined him adequately, and I apologize to young Master Xiao." Xiao Chen observed her in silence, his expression inscrutable. Lin Qingyu was anxious, uncertain of Xiao Chen's true intentions. "Young Master Xiao." She spoke again, her tone earnest. "I'm willing to pay any price, just to ask that you spare the others of the sect." Her sincerity was evident, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. Finally, Xiao Chen responded, "Any price?" His voice was laced with intrigue as his gaze fixed on Lin Qingyu. "Indeed." Lin Qingyu nodded without hesitation. Spirit stones, treasures, techniques, whatever young master Xiao desires. You shall do me utmost. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. Sect Master Lin is indeed quite generous. He approached Lin Qingyu, looking down upon her from his elevated stance. However, these items are easily within the reach of the Xiao family. Why would I covet them? Lin Qingyu's heart sank. She realized that Xiao Chen had no intention of sparing Qingyu's sect. Then what does young Master Xiao truly seek? Despair tinged her voice. Xiao Chen smiled, yet his tone was frigid. It seems Sect Master Lin has misunderstood matter. He reached forward, lifting Lin Qingyu's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. You are in no position to negotiate terms with me. Lin Qingyu felt a sense of helplessness within her, yet she was powerless to refute his assertion. She understood that both her fate and that of the Qingyue sect rested in the hands of this man. Xiao Chen's gaze was as frigid as if he were observing an insignificant insect. He spoke slowly, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. However, out of respect for the sincerity demonstrated by Sect Master Lin, I shall grant you an opportunity. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Qingyu, for she truly did not wish for her sect to be annihilated by her own hands. Should an opportunity arise, she would be willing to give it a try, solely to preserve the sect. What opportunity? She inquired eagerly. Xiao Chen released her chin, turned to the side, and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It is quite simple. Chapter 67. Be my concubine. It was a simple proposition. Xiao Chen turned around, his gaze unabashedly appraising Lin Qingyu. Clad in a flowing azure gown, her figure was exquisitely accentuated, revealing her graceful silhouette. Her tall stature further enhanced her ethereal demeanor. A playful smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. Marry me. Become my concubine. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's delicate frame trembled, her complexion instantly flushed. Instinctively, she pressed her legs together, a wave of shame flooding her heart. She never anticipated that the condition proposed by Xiao Chen would be this. Young Master Xiaoyu. Lin Qingyu bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. She could hardly fathom that Xiao Chen would make such a request. What? Are you unwilling? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Didn't he, the head of the Lin clan, just declare her willingness to pay any price? Now, is it merely a matter of a concubine's position that you cannot concede? His relentless advance was laden with an air of aggression, conflicted with indignation and humiliation. Lin Qingyu felt powerless to retort. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Young Master Xiao, you must be aware of our age difference. Age? Xiao Chen scoffed, interrupting her. A mere few thousand years, what does that signify? In my eyes, age has never been a concern. His domineering gaze remained fixed upon Lin Qingyu. A bitter feeling welled up within her. She understood that her options were severely limited. For the sake of her sect and disciples, she had no choice but to acquiesce. If I agree, will you spare the sect and Lin Qian? Her voice quivered slightly. Of course, Xiao Chen replied, a wicked smile playing on his lips. As long as you obediently comply, not only will I spare everyone in Qingyu's sect, including that Lin Qian, but I will also take good care of you. He emphasized the phrase, take good care, the implications unmistakable. Lin Qingyu bit her red lip, acutely aware that she had no way out. All right, she managed to utter, her voice barely audible. Xiao Chen's expression brightened with satisfaction. That's the spirit. He stepped closer to Lin Qingyu, lifting her chin with his hand. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. The head of the Lin clan is truly astute. With her head bowed, Lin Qingyu's voice was barely a whisper. I agree to your terms. But, she paused, biting her lip as if summoning immense courage. I harbor no romantic feelings for young Master Xiao. Xiao Chen chuckled dismissively at her words. Feelings? Is that truly significant? Startled, Lin Qingyu looked up, a flicker of disbelief in her clear eyes. Xiao Chen gently stroked her soft hair. Such feelings will inevitably develop over time. His tone was frivolous, yet carried an undeniable authority. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she clenched her teeth, forcing herself to regain her composure. What if there isn't? She whispered. Xiao Chen paused in his movements, his gaze fixed on Lin Qingyu, where a hint of amusement flickered in his profound eyes. Is there none? The corners of his mouth curled into a wicked smile that can only imply. He hesitated, then wrapped his arm around Lin Qingyu's slender waist, drawing her closer. Lin Qingyu's body quivered, a subtle masculine scent enveloping her. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, only to realize she was utterly immobilized. Xiao Chen's warm breath brushed against her ear, his deep voice laced with temptation. The day is still far from over. Lin Qingyu's breath caught in her throat, her cheeks instantly ablaze. She had never imagined she would hear such unabashed words from the lips of a man so powerful. A wave of shame surged over her, nearly drowning her in its tide. She wished to push Xiao Chen away, yet her strength felt like that of an ant attempting to shake a tree before him. His arm tightened, holding her even closer. Lin Qingyu's body stiffened, not daring to move. Her mind became a blank slate, fixated solely on Xiao Chen's aggressive proclamation. The day is still far from over. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly. Ultimately, she ceased her struggles. Xiao Chen released his hold on Lin Qingyu, stepping back with a smirk that danced between a smile and a sneer. "Marry me, and you shall not suffer." His tone was casual, yet it carried an undeniable air of dominance. "The Xiao family will fully support the Qingyue sect." He paused, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Even as a top-tier force, Lin Qingyu gazed at Xiao Chen's confident demeanor, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never anticipated that in such a brief span, she would find herself on the verge of marriage. The swift change was almost too much for her to bear. Yet she understood there was no choice to be made. In the face of absolute power, all resistance proved futile. Drawing a deep breath to quell the tumult within, she slightly inclined her body and offered a respectful bow to Xiao Chen. "Thank you, young Master Xiao." He nodded gently. "Let us go." "Where to?" Lin Qingyu instinctively inquired. Xiao Chen's lips curved into a playful smile. "To the dungeon." He paused, a note of mockery in his tone. "To see your good disciple, Lin Xinan." Chapter 68. Heartache and breathlessness. The dungeon of the Xiao family was cold and damp, the air thick with the stench of mold and blood. Water dripped slowly from the walls, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. The clanging of iron chains echoed hauntingly in the empty dungeon, a particularly jarring sound. Lin Xian was bound to the damp wall by thick iron chains, his wrists marred by deep, crimson welts. His tattered clothing was soiled, and his hair, a tangled mess, resembled a heap of withered grass. "Xiao Chen." Lin Xian ground his teeth, forcing the name from the depths of his throat. His eyes blazed with a fierce fury, as if he longed to incinerate everything before him. Over these past days, he had endured unspeakable humiliation. The rancid pig feed, served to him 9 times a day, made him retch each time. The pain of the whip lashing against his body was a memory that lingered painfully. He had never imagined that he, a protagonist of destiny, would fall to such depths. "Damn Xiao Chen, confining me here, what kind of skill is that?" Lin Qian shouted furiously. "If you have the guts, kill me." His voice reverberated through the desolate dungeon, but there was no response. Since being imprisoned, Xiao Chen had not shown his face again, as if he had truly forgotten Lin Qian's existence. This feeling of being disregarded was far more unbearable than the physical torment. "Xiao Chen, you had better pray that you never fall into my hands." Lin Qian swore silently within. "Otherwise, I shall ensure you experience a suffering 100-fold worse than this." He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Only an endless tide of rage and humiliation churned within his heart. From the depths of the dungeon came the scurrying of mice, adding an air of eerie terror. Lin Qian closed his eyes, striving to quell the fury within. He understood that now was not the time to surrender. He must survive, for only then could he seek vengeance and reclaim what was rightfully his. In the darkness, a faint glow flickered from Lin Qian's ring. "Child, do not lose heart." An ancient voice resonated in Lin Qian's mind. This sound struck like thunder, instantly dispelling the despair that had engulfed him. "Suan Lao." Lin Qian's eyes flew open, a spark of joy igniting within. You have finally awakened." His voice trembled with excitement. "I have been in slumber, regaining my strength, and can now barely communicate with you." Xian Lao's voice was tinged with frailty. "Lin Qian, Disregarding everything else, urgently inquired, Xian Lao, is there a way to help me escape? His tone was laced with desperation, as if grasping at a lifeline. This chain. Xian Lao's voice faltered, as if searching for something. A sigh echoed in Lin Qian's mind, sending a chill through his heart. These chains are forged from sacred-grade materials. Indestructible. Suan Lao La Min Det. With my current spiritual power, I simply cannot break them. In an instant, Lin Qian's heart plummeted. The flickering flame of hope in his eyes extinguished. Am I destined to perish in this desolate place? He murmured, his tone laden with bitterness. No, there is not entirely no way out. The voice of Su En Lao reverberated once more, igniting a flicker of hope within Lin Qian. What method? Lin Qian inquired urgently, anticipation lacing his words. I can gradually erode these iron chains, but Su En Lao's voice fanta. But what? Lin Qian pressed on, a sense of urgency palpable in his tone. It will require an immense expenditure of time, Su En Lao replied slowly. A few years at best, several decades at worst. A few years, several decades. Lin Qian's complexion paled. The protracted span filled him with despair. All he yearned for was to escape swiftly and exact vengeance upon Xiao Chen. To languish in this lightless dungeon for years, perhaps even decades, would be more unbearable than death itself. Is there truly no quicker method? Lin Qian asked, unwilling to surrender, a hint of hope tinged in his voice. Alas, Su En Lao sighed once more. Given my current state, this is the only recourse available. Lin Qian fell silent, the dungeon once again enveloped in profound stillness. The sound of water droplets striking the ground resonated ominously, each drop striking his nerves. After a prolonged silence, Lin Qian inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Very well, he gritted through clenched teeth. Whether it be years or decades, I shall wait as long as it takes to escape. Though his voice was faint, it brimmed with unwavering determination. For the sake of vengeance, he was willing to pay any price. Deep within the dungeon, the piercing squeaks of rats seemed to sense Lin Qian's resolve, growing sharper and more grating. Yet, this sound could not sway his determination. He closed his eyes, steeling himself to endure the ceaseless darkness and torment. Ethereal light, akin to a serpent, silently slithered into the iron chains. Obscure runes, upon contact with the ethereal glow, began to dissolve like snow under the sun's embrace. A flicker of hope ignited in Lin Qian's gaze. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps shattered the dungeon's silence. Lin Qian's heart raced, the ethereal light retracting into his ring in an instant. He held his breath, like a lurking beast awaiting its prey. Before long, a tall figure appeared at the dungeon's entrance, the torchlight illuminating his face. Xiao Chen. Lin Qian seethed, forcing the name through gritted teeth. His eyes brimmed with venomous hatred, as if he wished to devour Xiao Chen whole. A cold smirk played on Xiao Chen's lips as he approached step by step. So, Lin Qian, how have these past days treated you? His tone dripped with mockery. Lin Qian glared fiercely, remaining silent. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. What's the matter? Lost your tongue? Xiao Chen continued to taunt. Or perhaps you lack the strength to speak. Lin Qian suddenly raised his head, fixing a fierce glare on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, may you meet a wretched end. He roared. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen laughed heartily. May I meet a wretched end? Look at you now, resembling a stray dog. Lin Qian trembled with rage, yearning to rise, but finding himself utterly powerless. At that moment, a figure emerged behind Xiao Chen. Lin Qian's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. The figure was tall and ethereal, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, his revered master. Lin Qingyu. Master, master. Lin Qian's voice quivered, laden with perplexity and confusion. He could not fathom why his master would appear here, especially in the company of Xiao Chen. Lin Qingyu's expression was impassive, her gaze icy, as if she did not recognize Lin Qian at all. Master, why are you here? Lin Qian managed to ask, his voice hoarse and steeped in despair. Lin Qingyu offered no reply, merely regarding him with a complex expression akin to that of a stranger. Lin Qian's heart plummeted to the depths of desolation. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Lin Qingyu's slender waist. She stiffened slightly, but did not resist. Is it strange that my fiancé is here? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone frivolous. Lin Qian felt as though struck by lightning, staring in a daze at the unfolding scene. His eyes brimmed with incredulity, as if witnessing an unimaginable occurrence. Fiancé, Lin Qian's voice trembled, casting a disbelieving glance at Lin Qingyu. He could not accept this reality. In just a few short days, his master had inexplicably become Xiao Chen's fiancé. Xiao Chen tightened his embrace around Lin Qingyu. What is wrong, Lin Qian? You seem rather displeased, he remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Master, Lin Qian struggled to speak, his eyes pleading. He longed for Lin Qingyu to deny it all, to assure him that this was merely a mirage. Yet, Lin Qingyu remained silent. Her gaze was intricate, yet she offered no denial. To Lin Qian, her silence was tantamount to acquiescence. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, squeezing painfully, nearly suffocating him. He could hardly believe that the esteemed master he revered had truly become Xiao Chen's fiancé, and it appeared she did not resist this fate. What? Lin Qian's voice was hoarse, filled with anguish and despair. He sought an explanation, a reason. Yet, no one provided him with answers. In that moment, he wished nothing more than to rend Xiao Chen asunder, for Lin Qian had never laid a finger on his master's skin. The dim light flickered in the dungeon, casting shadows upon Lin Qian's contorted visage. His fists were clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh, blood seeping slowly between his fingers. Drip, drip. The sound echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the dungeon. Chapter 69, The Pain. The Master's words in the dungeon. A crisp system notification echoed in Xiao Chen's ears. Congratulations, host. The protagonist's heart has been damaged, successfully plundering 3,000 fortune points. The mechanical electronic voice, at this moment, resonated with Xiao Chen like celestial music. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Recently, he had discovered a novel method of seizing fortune points by causing damage to the protagonist's heart. This approach seemed far more efficient and entertaining than directly snatching opportunities. After all, witnessing the protagonist's expression of torment and despair was truly delightful. Xiao Chen reveled in his secret satisfaction. It seemed that from now on, the destined protagonist would merely serve as his little test subject, ripe for harvesting. In his elation, even his gaze towards Lin Qian softened somewhat, though it was laced with mockery and playfulness. TSK, 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 Xiao Chen sighed dramatically, shaking his head as if in heartfelt lamentation over the touching bond between master and disciple. Lin Qian suddenly lifted his head, his crimson eyes fixated on Xiao Chen with a burning intensity, as if he longed to consume him whole. Yet, Xiao Chen remained unperturbed, instead chuckling lightly. His laughter echoed through the dungeon, resembling a demon's whisper. Once he had laughed enough, he stifled his mirth and regarded Lin Qian from a superior position. Out of respect for your profound bond, I shall grant you a moment to converse, he stated indifferently, pausing to add, after all, such opportunities may be scarce henceforth. With that, Xiao Chen turned away, disregarding Lin Qian entirely. His figure, illuminated by the dim light of the dungeon, appeared exceptionally tall and imposing, yet it emanated an unsettling chill. In the dungeon, only Lin Qian and Lin Qingyu remained. The atmosphere felt suffocating, as if time itself had frozen. Lin Qian continued to glare at the direction Xiao Chen had departed, his eyes brimming with hatred and resentment, while Lin Qingyu remained silent, her gaze complex and inscrutable. Silence enveloped them. The only sound was Lin Qian's heavy breathing, as he fixed his gaze on Lin Qingyu, hope igniting within him, yet tinged with fear. Master, Lin Qian's voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. Is it true? Each word seemed to be forced from his clenched teeth. Lin Qingyu remained unresponsive, her attention drawn to the shadowy walls of the dungeon, as if something there captivated her. Lin Qian's heart sank gradually. The master's silence weighed heavier than any words could convey. Master, his voice rose, infused with disbelief. You truly intend to marry Xiao Chen? At last, Lin Xingyu reacted. She slowly raised her head, looking at Lin Qian, her eyes devoid of any emotion. In a chillingly calm tone, Lin Xingyu's voice resonated. Xiao Gongzi is indeed correct. I am now his fiancé, Boom. Lin Qian felt a void engulf his mind, as though a thunderclap had erupted within his heart. He could scarcely believe his ears. His master had audibly acknowledged it. A wave of anguish surged within him, threatening to submerge his very being. Clutching his chest, he struggled to breathe. Not long ago, the woman he cherished, Mo Lengxin, was forcibly wed to Xiao Chen. Now, even his master was to be married to that very Xiao Chen. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? Lin Qian's heart screamed in fury. It felt as though his entire world had crumbled. The woman he loved most and the master he revered had both become Xiao Chen's possessions. This torment was nearly driving him to madness. His eyes burned a furious red as he fixated on Lin Xingyu, yearning for a denial to escape her lips. Even a single lie would suffice. Yet, Lin Xingyu's gaze remained as tranquil as still water, unwavering and resolute. Lin Qian's heart plummeted to unfathomable depths. Despair clung to him like a parasite, suffocating him. Master, why? He abruptly raised his head, his voice echoing through the dungeon, laden with profound agony and resentment. Why must you marry him? Lin Xingyu regarded him silently, her expression still unperturbed. There is no reason. Her tone was indifferent, as if discussing a matter of no consequence. No reason. Lin Qian felt as though his lungs might burst from the intensity of his emotions. No reason. Master, could you repeat that? He nearly spat through clenched teeth. There is no reason. Lin Xingyu reiterated, her tone unchanged. Qian, Lin Xingyu continued, her voice unwavering, from this day forth, you are no longer my disciple. Her words struck him like a dagger, piercing deeply into Lin Qian's heart. The bond of master and disciple had reached its conclusion. Those words inflicted more torment than any form of torture. Ha! Lin Qian laughed, a sound rife with bitterness and despair. What a fine conclusion to a bond. He abruptly stood, his eyes aflame as he glared at Lin Xingyu. Xiao Chen, what has he given you that I could not? His voice brimmed with fury and resentment. What he can offer, Lin Qian, can also provide. He nearly roared the declaration. If it pertains to the pleasures of the bed. Lin Qian's voice faltered, trembling with uncertainty. The loneliness of his master. He struggled to swallow the lump in his throat. Disciple. Even a disciple can be of assistance. His voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. I can alleviate the solitude of my revered master. Lin Xingyu shuddered slightly. She had not anticipated that Lin Qian would utter such words. A fleeting complexity flickered in her eyes, soon replaced by profound disappointment. She gazed at Lin Qian with a frigid stare, as though regarding a stranger. Solitude? How could he claim that she was lonely? Lin Xingyu found the notion utterly absurd. She had never imagined that the disciple she had nurtured with such care would express such sentiments. Lin Qian, too, recognized his indiscretion. He floundered, desperate to explain, to apologize. Master, Yet, as the words hung on his lips, he was at a loss for how to articulate them. He had intended to convey that he could take the place of Xiao Chen, providing Lin Xingyu with what she desired. However, upon reflection, he realized how foolish and absurd that statement truly was. Lin Xingyu snorted derisively, interrupting him. There is no need for further words. Her voice was icily devoid of emotion. I have already interceded on your behalf before young Master Xiao. Lin Xingyu paused momentarily before continuing. Young Master Xiao has agreed to spare you. Lin Qian abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his gaze. Is that true? Lin Xingyu offered no response, merely regarding him with a chilling glare. Once you leave this place, you must depart from this realm. Her tone brooked no dissent. You shall never oppose the Xiao family again. Chapter 70. Why? Lin Qian was taken aback. Leave this realm? Never to oppose the Xiao family again? Was this not a complete renunciation of his vengeance? Master. As Lin Qian contemplated his thoughts, he was interrupted by Lin Xingyu. This is your only opportunity. Her voice was icy, like a sharp blade of frost, piercing deep into Lin Qian's heart. Either depart or perish. She afforded him no option. Lin Qian fell silent, lowering his head as his fists clenched tightly, his nails embedding painfully into his flesh. He understood that Lin Qingyu spoke the truth. This was indeed his solitary chance. Should he refuse, only death awaited him. Lin Qian felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. He comprehended what his master's plea entailed: to serve as a pawn, to barter his body for his freedom. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped his heart fiercely, nearly suffocating him. He could not fathom that his esteemed, ethereal master would become someone else's plaything. The phrase "to serve beneath" burned itself into his mind like a brand, searing his very soul. No, the word escaped Lin Qian's lips, hoarse and laden with anguish and despair. He would rather die than allow his master to suffer such humiliation. Master, I. Lin Qian abruptly lifted his head, intending to reject the freedom attained through the defilement of his master's purity. However, Lin Qingyu offered him no opportunity to speak. Turning her back to him, her voice remained frigid. If you insist on opposing the Xiao family. Lin Qingyu paused, her tone tinged with resignation and resolve. I can no longer assist you. With that, she turned and departed, without a trace of hesitation. Her white figure appeared particularly fragile, yet resolutely steadfast in the dim dungeon. Lin Qian watched his master's diminishing silhouette, turmoil raging within him. Hatred, a torrent of wrath erupted from the depths of his being, akin to a volcanic eruption. He loathed Xiao Chen. He despised the Xiao family. He resented the world that had brought him and his master to such a plight. From the depths of the dungeon came the primal roars of beasts, echoing as if to tear apart the suffocating silence. Xiao Chen stood at the dungeon's entrance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. This Lin Qian seemed to care for his master far more than anticipated. Ding! A sudden system alert reverberated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully seizing fortune, earning 4,000 fortune points. 4,000? It appeared Lin Qian's feelings for Lin Qingyu were indeed profound and moving. Xiao Chen smirked inwardly. These fortune points had come with such ease. A figure clad in white emerged slowly from the dungeon. Lin Qingyu. Even in the dim light, her beauty remained ethereal and cold, akin to a snow lotus illuminated by moonlight. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Chen's eyes as he instinctively reached out to embrace her waist. He chuckled softly, his tone tender, as if he were handling a precious treasure. Lin Qingyu shivered slightly, yet made no attempt to resist. She lowered her eyelashes, concealing the intricate emotions that swirled within her gaze. This gesture, perceived by Xiao Chen, added an exquisite layer of fragility to her beauty. He inwardly laughed, recognizing her as a significant contributor to his success. Without Lin Qingyu's cooperation, how could he have provoked such fervent emotions in Lin Qian, thereby amassing such abundant fortune? In the dungeon, Lin Qian's screams gradually subsided, replaced by suppressed sobs. Xiao Chen embraced Lin Qingyu and turned to leave, not casting another glance back. To him, Lin Qian was merely a stepping stone, a tool for acquiring fortune. As for Lin Qingyu, Xiao Chen gazed down at the woman in his arms, a flicker of enigmatic light passing through his eyes. Perhaps she would prove to be more valuable than Lin Qian. Feeling the warmth of the large hand around her waist, Lin Qingyu's cheeks flushed. This was the first time she had been embraced so intimately by a man. Though it was for the sect, for those imprisoned by the Xiao family, the sensation of such closeness left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Young Master Xiao. Lin Qingyu's voice was barely a whisper. Xiao Chen looked down at her, a deeper smile gracing his lips. This Lin Qingyu was indeed an ice-cold beauty. However, the more aloof the woman, the greater the sense of achievement in conquering her. Moreover, she was Lin Qian's master. Xiao Chen grasped the reality of their world, with a strong prey upon the weak. Personal strength was the greatest asset. He had little time to cultivate feelings with Lin Qingyu. And as the saying goes, affection grows over time, with more days spent together. Such feelings would naturally arise. He spoke softly, as if sharing sweet nothings with a lover. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She implored young master Xiao not to forget his promise. She lifted her gaze, her clear eyes locking onto his. Xiao Chen, upon hearing her words, laughed heartily. "What have I ever broken promise?" His laughter was buoyant, laced with an undeniable dominance. "I shall certainly fulfill my vow to release your sect members." He paused, a glint of amusement shimmering in his eyes. As for Lengxin, his tone shifted, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "As long as he does not provoke me in the future, I shall have no interest in him." Lengxin, relieved, gently nodded. Xiao Chen observed her, suppressing a chuckle. This woman was indeed naive, believing he would so easily let Lengxin go. However, the time was not right yet. He still needed to leverage Lengxin to continue extracting fortune. With this thought, Xiao Chen tightened his embrace around Lengxin and quickened his pace, eager to return to the Xiao family and savor the fruits of his victory. Deep within the dungeon, Lengxin's anguished cries continued to echo. However, this sound could no longer reach the outside world. Chapter 71. Learning technology. The following day, the sun hung high in the sky, its scorching rays mercilessly beating down upon the earth. Lengxin was dragged along like a lifeless dog, his tattered garments revealing flesh marred with countless wounds. With a dull thud, he was unceremoniously thrown onto the bustling street, sending up a cloud of dust. Passers-by glanced over, whispering and pointing. Is that not Lengxin of the Qinghua sect? How did he end up in such a wretched state? It is said he offended the young master of the Xiao family. He deserves it. TSK, truly oblivious to his own mortality, daring to covet the young master's woman. A few guards of the Xiao family stood nearby, looking down at Lengxin, who lay sprawled on the ground like a broken doll, their faces twisted in mockery. "Huh, you truly are unaware of your own insignificance. How dare you compete with our master for a woman?" One guard spat derisively, his contempt palpable. You think you're worthy?" Another guard kicked Lengxin disdainfully. "Let me tell you, the woman our master desires is beyond your reach." A third guard crouched down. "Were it not for our master's mercy, you would have long since become a corpse. Now get lost. Do not soil this ground." With a rough pull, the guard yanked Lengxin's hair and turned away. The others followed suit, laughing heartily as they departed. The crowd surrounding Lengxin gazed at him with disdain and derision. Useless, deserving of this fate, overestimating oneself. Various scornful remarks pierced Lengxin's ears like sharp daggers. Struggling, he lifted his head to survey the crowd, his eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. Xiao Chen, he gritted his teeth, uttering those two names as if a raging fire ignited within him. The humiliation inflicted by the Xiao guards and the laughter of the crowd stung more than his physical wounds ever could. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. He hated Xiao Chen. He hated the Xiao family. He hated all those who mocked him. This humiliation would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Lengxin stumbled away, like a stray dog fleeing from the jeers and spittle of the crowd. He was unaware of how long he had walked. His legs had grown numb, and his consciousness began to blur. The world spun around him, a dizzying whirl of chaos. All he desired was a place to hide, to lick his wounds. At last, in a desolate wilderness, he spotted a dilapidated temple. The roof sagged, the walls were weathered, and the entrance was long in ruins. Yet to Lengxin in that moment, it felt like paradise. He staggered into the temple and collapsed onto the ground, losing consciousness. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Gradually, Lengxin awoke, his body feeling as if it had been shattered, pain racking him to the point of a muffled groan. Ugh, it hurts so much he struggled to sit up, surveying his surroundings. The crumbling temple, the empty hall, and only he remained. Damn it, Xiao Chen, I will make you pay for this. Lengxin gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with a fervent hatred. At that moment, the ring adorning his finger emitted a faint glow. The light enveloped him, alleviating his pain ever so slightly. Lengxin gazed at the ring in confusion. An ancient voice resonated within his mind. Alas, my boy, why do you subject yourself to such torment? It was the voice of the spirit within the ring. Suan Lao, Suan Lao. Lengxin called out weakly. You are gravely injured, Xian Lao sighed. I am fine, Lengxin insisted, forcing the words out. Alas, Xian Lao sighed again. My boy, heed my advice and leave the northern region. Leave the northern region? Lin Qian was taken aback. Indeed, Xian Lao affirmed. In your current state, remaining in the northern region is tantamount to courting death. But Lin Qian was reluctant. He had yet to exact his revenge. How could he depart? I understand your reluctance. Xian Lao seemed to see through his thoughts. Yet, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Time will turn, and what is rightfully yours shall be yours. For now, preserving your life is paramount. Xian Lao spoke with heartfelt gravity. Depart? Lin Qian's voice was hoarse, laden with profound unwillingness. When I return, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood seeping forth. Lin Qingyu, she will be a mere plaything to Xiao Chen. Lin Qian's words emerged with a venomous intensity, each syllable dripping with deep-seated animosity. A discarded trinket, he bellowed. As images of Lin Qingyu being humiliated by Xiao Chen surged uncontrollably in his mind, his heart felt as though it were being clutched by an invisible hand, nearly suffocating him. He pressed his hand to his chest, gasping for breath like a drowning man yearning for air. Cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing shook his entire being, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Within the ring, Xian Lao fell silent for a moment. Alas, a sigh filled with helplessness and sorrow. My child, your current condition. Xian Lao's voice trembled slightly, as if reluctant to utter the forthcoming words. Your meridians are sealed, your dantian destroyed. It will take time for me to assist you. How long? Lin Qian's voice was hoarse, tinged with despair. At least 3 months. Xian Lao's tone was heavy. 3 months. Lin Qian muttered, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. After 3 months, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyu would have long since married. Should you go, it would merely be to deliver your head. Xian Lao's words fell upon Lin Qian like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. He slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, as though his soul had departed. Once a prodigious youth, he now resembled a lost dog, vulnerable to the whims of others. Old Qian gazed at Lin Qian, who appeared utterly despondent, and could not help but let out a sigh. Young man, do not be so morose. He my counsel, consider them to be pursuing further studies. Old Qian paused, seemingly finding his words difficult to articulate. Further studies? Lin Qian abruptly lifted his head, his eyes a fiery crimson, fixating on the illusory figure of Old Qian. What you refer to as further studies, is that merely a euphemism for the vile actions of that beast, Xiao Chen? He choked on his words, unable to articulate a complete sentence. A violent bout of coughing ensued, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Alas! Old Qian sighed once more, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Young man, allow me to finish my thoughts. Consider this. They are merely going to acquire some skills in advance. In the future, when you grow stronger, you can reclaim them. Old Qian cleared his throat and continued. By then, they will have matured, will possess empathy, and will have skills. How delightful would that be? A wife, after all, is not such a bad thing. Upon uttering this, Old Qian felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. Lin Qian nearly lost his breath, nearly succumbing to a fit of rage. You want me to regard them as? His body trembled, the flames of fury threatening to consume him entirely. Damn your so-called further studies. Damn your skills. Lin Qian roared inwardly. He harbored no such perverse proclivities. Lin Qingyu was his beloved mentor, and Lengxin was also the woman he cherished. Yet now, they were being spoken of in such a degrading manner by this old wretch. You, old fossil. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. Yet, he found himself powerless to refute the old man's assertions, for he understood that Old Qian spoke the stark truth. Chapter 72. Is anyone there? Lin Qian gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words between clenched jaws. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to retort, for he knew that what Elder Qian spoke was the undeniable truth. Presently, his cultivation was sealed, his dantian nearly destroyed, rendering him akin to a mere invalid. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as the woman he cherished was ravaged by that beast, Xiao Chen. This sense of impotence drove him to the brink of despair. Unyielding, an overwhelming bitterness seethed within him like a raging inferno, scorching his very soul. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails embedding deeply into his palms, blood flowing incessantly. Elder Xian, is there truly no way to restore my meridians in the short term? Lengxin's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of desperation, akin to a traveler in a desert yearning for the last drop of water. Elder Xian stroked his non-existent beard, chuckling softly. While there are ways, though they may be few. Lengxin abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. What method? Speak quickly. Haha, calm down, young lad. Elder Xian teased. I am aware of a secret realm where the remains of ancient powerhouses may lie buried. Upon hearing this, Lengxin was overcome with ecstatic joy, as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. Ancient powerhouses? Does that mean? Indeed, Elder Xian interrupted. If you could obtain the legacy of that powerhouse, restoring your meridians would be the least of your worries. Transcending to an even higher realm could also become a possibility. Is it truly possible? Lengxin nearly leaped with excitement. Of course it is, Elder Xian affirmed. However, Lengxin's heart sank. However, what? The secret realm is not a benevolent place. It is fraught with peril. In your current condition, venturing there could lead to a near-certain demise. Elder Xian's tone turned grave. Lengxin fell silent for a moment, his gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. So what if it is a near-certain demise? If I cannot even protect the woman I love? What meaning is there in living? Good lad, you possess spirit. Elder Xian nodded in approval. Since you have made your decision, I shall reveal to you the location of that secret realm. Where is it? Lengxin asked impatiently. The secret realm lies. Elder Xian paused. In the desolate northern expanse of the Death Ice Field. The Death Ice Field? Lengxin inhaled sharply, for that was one of the most treacherous places in the north. Even the most formidable cultivators dared not tread lightly. Indeed, it is the Death Ice Field. Elder Xian confirmed once more. Young man, you must think this through. Once you venture there will be no turning back. No need to think. Lengxin declared resolutely, my mind is made up. I must grow stronger and reclaim everything that belongs to me. At the Xiao residence, adorned with intricately carved beams and gilded splendor, luxury was evident in every corner. Xiao Chen lay languidly on a chair inlaid with gold and jade, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Sunlight filtered through the intricately designed window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The air was imbued with a subtle scent of sandalwood, refreshing to the senses. Lengxin, clad in a crimson gown, resembled a blooming peony, resplendent and dripping with allure. She held the peeled spirit fruit in her hand, melancholically offering it to Xiao Chen's lips. Come, try this. The freshest ice pear. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and took a bite, the juice bursting forth, sweet and refreshing. Not bad, he commented nonchalantly. Yet his gaze drifted into the distance, lost in thought. Lengxin's heart sank deeper with resentment. On their wedding night, he appeared so absent-minded. Lengxin Yu sat nearby, watching their intimate interaction, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She stole a glance at Xiao Chen, then quickly lowered her head, her heart racing. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's gaze fell upon Lengxin's face. It was a visage of perfect beauty, skin whiter than snow, features akin to a painting. Especially her pair of sparkling eyes, seemingly holding the vastness of the stars and the sea, captivating all who beheld them. A stir within Xiao Chen compelled him to pull Lengxin into his embrace, seating her upon his lap. Lengxin gasped in surprise, instinctively attempting to struggle. You! She shot him a playful glare, her eyes betraying a mix of shyness and helplessness. Someone's watching. Yet Xiao Chen remained unfazed, tightening his hold. He buried his head in the crook of Lengxin's neck, inhaling deeply. A faint, delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, invigorating his senses. How fragrant, he murmured, his voice low and husky, tinged with barely detectable tremors. Lengxin's heart raced, her cheeks flushed deeper. She gently pushed Xiao Chen away, though not with any real force. Stop it. she whispered, her tone laced with bashfulness. With her head slightly lowered, her silky hair cascaded over Xiao Chen's chest, creating a teasing tickle. Xiao Chen instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his touch warm, akin to exquisite jade. His fingers pressed slightly, feeling the astonishing elasticity beneath. Montag Lengxin, momentarily datsit, could only sense something soft pressed against her lips. It was tender, glutinous, lacking any distinct taste, yet remarkably fragrant, reminiscent of lotus blossoms after the rain, fresh and elegant. This sensation, Mo Lengxin gazed into the proximity of Xiao Chen's deep-set eyes, which seemed to harbor endless whirlpools, threatening to engulf her. It was only then she realized what had transpired. Xiao Chen had kissed her directly in front of Lin Qingyu. Mo Lengxin's eyes widened in disbelief as a surge of anger flooded her being, rushing to her head. She attempted to push Xiao Chen away, but found herself firmly held. Unable to move, she yearned to scold him for his impropriety, yet her throat felt constricted, unable to produce any sound. Only muffled whimpers escaping her lips, like a trapped little beast, helpless and desolate. Mo Lengxin could only glare at Xiao Chen in fury, her eyes brimming with shame, grievance, and indignation, a tumult of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. Yet Xiao Chen seemed oblivious to her fury, continuing to hold her tightly, their lips entwined. This audacious act left Lin Qingyu utterly astonished. She covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed upon the unfolding scene before her. An eerie silence enveloped the air, punctuated only by the hurried breaths of Xiao Chen and Mo Lengxin resonating throughout the room. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Chen gradually released Mo Lengxin. He beheld her face, flushed with anger, and a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips. Quite delightful. Chapter 73. Halt. Xiao Manor. At this moment, she never anticipated that Xiao Chen would be so audacious, brazenly. An indescribable sense of shame surged within her, rendering her restless and uneasy. She could not fathom why Xiao Chen would act in such a manner. Was it to humiliate Mo Lengxin? Or perhaps, to humiliate herself? Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. She felt compelled to leave. Remaining any longer might lead her to commit some indiscreet act. Gently biting her lower lip, her hands fidgeted nervously together. "Young Master Xiao, I must take my leave." Lin Qingyu's voice was barely a whisper, scarcely audible. Finally, Xiao Chen released Mo Lengxin, who promptly stepped back, creating distance between herself and him. She lowered her head, too timid to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, nor that of Lin Qingyu, her cheeks still ablaze, as if they might bleed from the heat. Xiao Chen's eyes fell upon Lin Qingyu. "Wait," his voice was deep, laced with an undeniable command. Lin Qingyu halted, perplexed as to what Xiao Chen could want. Could he possibly? Lin Qingyu dared not pursue the thought further. Slowly, she turned to face him, her expression one of confusion. Mo Lengxin, too, raised her head, equally bewildered. The backyard was once again enveloped in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips, revealing a wicked charm. "Come here," he commanded, pointing to his thigh with an authoritative tone. "Sit here." Lin Qingyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. She doubted her own ears. Xiao Chen was actually asking her to sit on his thigh? This was simply too. Her mind went blank, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. A flush of unnatural crimson crept across Lin Qingyu's cheeks as she bit her lip, her gaze flickering uncertainly. To sit or not to sit? This was utterly mortifying. Observing her hesitation, Xiao Chen's smile widened, a teasing lilt evident in his voice. "Lin's sect leader, do not forget your promise." Lin Qingyu trembled slightly at his words. "A promise? What promise?" "Oh," she recalled. Previously, in order to save Lin Qian's life, she had agreed to 3 conditions set by Xiao Chen. Now this was the first. Lin Qingyu inwardly chastised herself for her folly. How could she have acquiesced to such an absurd demand? Noting her ongoing indecision, Xiao Chen added, "Lin's sect leader, you are now my fiancée. A small request should not be too much to ask, should it?" A small request? Lin Qingyu scoffed internally at the notion. Yet, she could not deny the truth of Xiao Chen's words. She was indeed his fiancée now. Regardless of her reluctance, this reality could not be altered. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyu endeavored to maintain her composure. Given the situation, she could only proceed one step at a time. She couldn't help but bite her crimson lips, secretly resolving to adapt in advance. With this thought, Lin Qingyu finally made up her mind. She elegantly advanced towards Xiao Chen, each step seemingly pressing upon her heart, inducing waves of tension and unease. At last, she stood before him and slowly settled onto his lap. An unusual sensation coursed through her body, stirring her heart and causing a shiver to run through her. Xiao Chen's thigh was firm and powerful, radiating a hint of warmth that seeped through her delicate garment to her skin, sending tingles throughout her being. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Lin Qingyu shifted slightly, wishing to create some distance, yet hesitated to do so. She remained stiffly seated, motionless, akin to a frightened little rabbit. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. It felt as though something was pressing against her. What could it be? A sense of perplexity washed over her as she instinctively attempted to adjust her posture for greater comfort. However, Xiao Chen's hand firmly gripped her slender waist, rendering her immobile. "Don't move," his voice resonated in Lin Qingyu's ear, deep and magnetic, carrying a subtle warning. His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, tickling and electrifying. At his words, her body trembled once more, her heartbeat quickening abruptly as if it might leap from her chest. This was her first experience of such close proximity to a man, leaving her feeling uneasy yet unwilling to resist. She remained rigid, biting her lower lip tightly, almost drawing blood. Xiao Chen's hand maintained its firm embrace around her waist, showing no intention of loosening. Lin Qingyu could distinctly feel the warmth of his palm and the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump, 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 like a drum echoing in her chest, inducing waves of dizziness. She inwardly chastised herself for being so easily swayed by a man, yet could not deny the irresistible allure that Xiao Chen exuded, compelling her to draw closer, to seek solace, to yearn for. Lin Qingyu dared not dwell on such thoughts any longer. She hastily shook her head, casting aside those unwarranted notions. Now was not the time for such musings. She needed to remain alert and composed and navigate the forthcoming situation. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself and slightly turned her head to glimpse Xiao Chen's expression. However, he too inclined his head, and their gazes intersected in the air. Lin Qingyu's heart abruptly constricted. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightly grasping her, rendering her nearly breathless. In Xiao Chen's eyes danced a hint of mockery, a trace of amusement, and an emotion that Lin Qingyu could not quite comprehend, instilling within her an inexplicable sense of panic. She hastily averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes any longer. "What is the matter?" Xiao Chen's voice rang out once more, laced with a subtle smile. "Are you uncomfortable?" Lin Qingyu bit down on her silver teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. "No, not at all. That is good." Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. "Just sit still and don't move." His hand did not leave Lin Qingyu's slender waist. Instead, he tightened his embrace, his fingertips gliding over her delicate, smooth skin as if caressing a fine piece of mutton fat jade. Warm, exquisite, and sleek. Lin Qingyu inhaled sharply, a wave of tingling sensations coursing from her tailbone to the crown of her head, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Xiao Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a captivatingly mischievous smile. He opened his palm and gently grasped her waist, completely dominating it within his hold. So delicate a waist, he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Qingyu's figure was a quintessential hourglass, slender above and rounded below, creating a striking contrast that only heightened her alluring charm. Chapter 74. Why fear at this moment? Lin Qingyu's countenance had turned exceedingly unnatural, for Mo Lengxin was still observing from the side. Those frigid eyes seemed capable of piercing through everything, instilling within her a profound sense of unease. Her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. Xiao Chen, a junior of hers, yet here she was subjected to. This sensation was utterly bizarre, absurd even. Lin Qingyu clenched her teeth, striving to master her emotions, determined to suppress any sound from escaping her lips. What is the matter? Are you uncomfortable? Xiao Chen inquired, his tone laced with a hint of mockery, a touch of teasing. Lin Qingyu shook her head, stammering, in no. That's good to hear. Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, maintaining his firm embrace around Lin Qingyu's waist, showing no intention of relinquishing his hold. Instead, he intensified his actions, his fingers traversing her waist, sometimes caressing, at other times kneading, and occasionally. Lin Qingyu's body grew increasingly rigid, her breath becoming more frantic. She felt as if she were on the brink of suffocation, yet found herself powerless to resist, surrendering entirely to Xiao Chen's whims. Lengxin's gaze remained cold and devoid of emotion, yet the tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Xiao Chen, what on earth do you intend to do? Lin Qingyu squirmed uncomfortably, her body twisting restlessly. The satin hem of her dress rustled softly with her anxious movements, resembling a startled fawn yearning to escape, yet finding no avenue for flight. Young Master Xiao. Lin Qingyu could no longer contain herself, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen let out a soft hum, his hands undeterred in their exploration. His fingertips traced heated paths upon her waist. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Summoning her courage, Lin Qingyu asked once more, her voice a touch louder this time, though still tinged with unmistakable tension and apprehension. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen finally ceased his movements. He lifted his gaze to meet Lin Qingyu's, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What is inappropriate about fostering intimacy with one's fiancé to deepen your bond? His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Lin Qingyu, upon hearing his words, could not help but bite her silver teeth in frustration. Xiao Chen's assertion left her with no grounds for rebuttal. After all, he was indeed correct. They were betrothed, and a display of affection was not entirely out of place. However, Lengxin was still watching. In such circumstances, how could she possibly let go? Lin Qingyu's heart was rife with conflict and contradiction. Young Master Xiao. She ventured once more. There will be ample time in the future. Such matters can be discussed later. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, as if she hoped Xiao Chen would spare her, at least in front of Lengxin. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen chuckled softly. We'll discuss it later. He echoed Lin Qingyu's statement, his tone laced with amusement. Yet, I wish to address it now, he insisted, his gaze piercing into Lin Qingyu, as if seeking to unveil her very essence. A sudden weight descended upon Lin Qingyu's heart. She realized she could not escape today. This Xiao Chen was clearly intent on making things difficult for her. With a light laugh, Xiao Chen finally withdrew his fingers from Lin Qingyu's waist. A wave of relief washed over her as she nearly slumped onto his thigh, exhaling a breath she had been holding. The sensation of being toyed with had left her breathless. Had he not withdrawn in time, she feared she would have melted into a puddle of despair. I have released all the members of the Qingyue sect, Xiao Chen stated, his voice remaining calm, as if the earlier playful antics had never occurred, including Lin Qian. He added. Lin Qingyu's head snapped up, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Really? She could hardly trust her own ears. Xiao Chen had indeed set Lin Qian free? I, Xiao Chen, am a man of my word, he said, a confident smile gracing his lips. Having promised you, I shall deliver. Rising from Xiao Chen's thigh, Lin Qingyu bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Her voice trembled, yet this time it was from gratitude. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities, he replied, his tone neutral. As I mentioned, I am merely honoring my promise. His gaze lingered on Lin Qingyu, tinged with playful intrigue. However, he paused. Though Lin Qian has been released, it does not imply he will be grateful to you. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air. He harbors resentment towards me, and likewise towards you. Prepare yourself accordingly. A slight tremor coursed through Lin Qingyu's body. Xiao Chen's words struck her like thunder, echoing ominously in her ears. She recognized the truth in his statement. Lin Qian despised her, resentful of her betrayal, of her submission. Yet, what choice did she have? In the face of overwhelming power, she had no room for alternatives. I understand, Lin Xingyu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Xiao Chen's eyes, her heart heavy with bitterness and helplessness. Xiao Chen rose slowly, the hem of his brocade robe cascading like flowing water. Lin Sectmaster, he said, looking down upon her with a faint smile. Return to your Qinghua sect. Startled, Lin Xingyu looked up, astonishment flickering in her eyes. Now, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. There are matters that require your arrangement. He paused, his tone firm and unyielding. In a week's time, we shall wed. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xingyu lightly bit her lower lip, a surge of bitterness rising within her, yet she could only nod gently. Yes, she endeavored to maintain her composure, but her trembling eyelashes betrayed the tumult within her heart. Xiao Chen turned away, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the scenery of the Xiao residence. The details of the wedding shall be discussed with you through my appointed emissary. His tone remained indifferent, as though he were discussing a matter of little consequence. Lin Xingyu took a deep breath, suppressing the unease that churned within. Young Master Xiao. She hesitated for a moment, yet could not restrain herself from speaking. Are you not afraid that I might flee? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen let out a soft chuckle, turning to fix his penetrating gaze upon Lin Xingyu. He approached step by step until only a mere distance separated them. Instinctively, Lin Xingyu stepped back, yet his commanding presence rendered her immobile. The head of the Lin clan is a wise individual. Xiao Chen's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with an undercurrent of danger. You ought to understand that fleeing would hold no advantage for you. He reached out, gently lifting Lin Xingyu's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Conversely, a wicked smile curled at the corners of Xiao Chen's lips. If you obediently comply, you shall attain what you desire. His fingertips caressed Lin Xingyu's delicate skin, his eyes brimming with playful intrigue. Lin Xingyu's heart raced violently, as if it were poised to leap from her chest. She recognized the truth in Xiao Chen's words. In the face of absolute power, she had no room for choice. I understand. Lin Xingyu's voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible. Xiao Chen withdrew his fingers, nodding in satisfaction. Very well. He stepped back, reverting to his previous indifference. You may go. Chapter 75. Once again, Lin Xian stumbled into a small inn, disheveled and unkempt, resembling a beggar. Boss, a bowl of. His voice was hoarse, but halted abruptly upon seeing the menu. Not a single coin to his name, while his stomach growled audibly. The innkeeper, a burly man with a bushy beard, was wiping the tables with a rag. He glanced at Lin Xian and frowned. If you have no money, don't block the way. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, turning to leave. Wait, the innkeeper called out to him, retrieving 2 steamed buns from the steamer. Take these and eat in the corner. His tone was coarse, yet tinged with a hint of barely perceptible compassion. Lin Xian was taken aback. The 2 plump buns, exuding the aroma of wheat, appeared more precious to him than any delicacy. He accepted the buns and murmured, "Thank you." In a dimly lit corner of the inn, almost unnoticed, he crouched down. Gazing at the buns in his hands, an indescribable sense of humiliation surged within him. Once, he had been the pride of the Qinghua sect, adored by all, never having endured such indignities. And now, he had fallen to the depths of relying on the charity of others to stave off hunger. All of this was the doing of Xiao Chen. He bit into a bun fiercely. The rough taste of wheat spread in his mouth, yet it felt as flavorless as chewing wax. Only an endless hatred churned and burned within his chest. Xiao Chen, that name was etched into the very depths of his soul like a brand. He vowed that one day, he would make Xiao Chen pay 100-fold. He devoured the buns as if consuming Xiao Chen's flesh and blood, each bite accompanied by a silent roar. The inn was bustling with patrons, yet no one noticed Lin Xian in the corner. He was like a ghost forgotten by the world, lonely, desolate, yet exuding an aura of danger. The 2 buns quickly disappeared, momentarily alleviating his hunger, though failing to fill the void and anger within. He rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He would become stronger, strong enough to annihilate everything, including Xiao Chen. Lin Qian mechanically chewed the buns, their wheat flavor as insipid as wax. The hatred within him surged, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Suddenly, a raucous laughter pierced through the clamor of the inn, growing closer. Several burly men entered, their muscular frames straining against their coarse garments. They shouted boisterously, heading straight for an empty table, where they plopped down heavily. "Boss, bring us wine and meat," one of the bearded giants bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, causing the dishes on the table to tremble. "Coming right up," the innkeeper responded briskly, hurrying to prepare their order. Lin Qian curled up in the corner, striving to diminish his presence. He wished to avoid trouble, merely seeking to quietly process the sudden upheaval in his life. However, fate seems to revel in tormenting him. Have you heard? The celestial maiden of the Qingyu sect, Lin Qingyu, is set to wed the young master Xiao Chen of the Xiao family next week. The voice of the burly man resonated once more, tinged with profound lamentation. "Indeed, it pains the heart," another robust figure interjected, his tone brimming with indignation. "Alas, what can we do? The Xiao family wields immense power. We mere commoners can only watch helplessly." Precisely. That Xiao Chen, relying on his father's status as the head of the Xiao family, behaves tyrannically, oppressing both men and women, committing every conceivable atrocity. Truly, it is a disgrace. It is said that the Lin maiden possesses unparalleled beauty. A rare gem among women, what a pity. The burly men exchanged words, their speech rife with disdain for Xiao Chen and sorrow for Lin Qingyu. Upon hearing their remarks, Lin Qian's once numb heart jolted painfully. He was aware that Lin Qingyu had accepted Xiao Chen's proposal. Yet hearing others discuss it so candidly inflicted a piercing agony upon him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him feeling a trace of pain. The image of Lin Qingyu flashed in his mind, once exalted, akin to a goddess, now destined to marry an adversary he loathed deeply. A nameless fury blazed within his chest, threatening to consume him. Bang! He struck the ground with a fierce punch, producing a dull thud. The clamor within the inn abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned towards him. Lin Qian slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a wounded beast. He fixated on the burly men, his voice hoarse. "You say that again?" The men were startled by his sudden outburst, exchanging glances. The burly man with a beard was the first to regain his composure, scoffing disdainfully. "What? Did I say something wrong? It is a fact that Lin Qingyu will marry Xiao Chen next week." "What did you say?" Lin Qian sprang to his feet, advancing towards the bearded man step by step. The murderous aura surrounding him caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. A few of the burly men furrowed their brows, eyeing Lin Qian as if he were a rabid dog, disheveled and unkempt, as though he had crawled out from a graveyard. One of the bearded men, casually chewing on a toothpick, scrutinized Lin Qian with a derisive snicker. "Oh, where did this beggar come from, causing a ruckus here?" Another robust figure grasped a wine jar, taking a swig, casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Qian. Indeed, does he not realize where he is? Daring to stir trouble here, has he lost his senses? Lin Qian's eyes burned crimson, glaring fiercely at them, as if he could devour them whole. "I will say it again. What did you just say?" His voice was hoarse, as if ground down by sandpaper. The bearded man spat out his toothpick, impatiently reiterating, "I said Lin Qingyu, the celestial maiden of the Qingyu sect, is to marry the young master of the Xiao family, Xiao Chen, next week. What? Do you have an objection?" He deliberately emphasized Xiao Chen's name, brimming with provocation. Another burly man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look at that! They're a perfect match, a couple of talents. What you a filthy beggar, getting so worked up about?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Qian felt a sharp pain surge through his chest, as if he had been brutally stabbed. Darkness clouded his vision, and a deafening buzz filled his ears, making the entire world seem to spin around him. He staggered back a few steps, inadvertently kicking over a nearby table. The food and drinks scattered across the ground, the sound of shattered dishes ringing sharply in the bustling tavern, creating a jarring contrast. "Ah!" Lin Qian let out a heart-wrenching cry, his voice laced with agony and despair. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep in his flesh, blood flowing through his fingers. Yet he remained oblivious to the pain. A few strong men noticed this, and their expressions hardened in surprise. They had not anticipated that this seemingly frail beggar would dare to act so defiantly before them. "Kid, you're seeking death," the burly man with a beard bellowed, rising abruptly. The others quickly followed suit, encircling Lengxin. They cracked their knuckles, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, resembling a pack of hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Lengxin let out a cold snort, facing the encroaching group without a trace of fear. He yearned to channel his internal energy and teach these ignorant brutes a lesson. However, when he attempted to summon his qi, he discovered that his dantian was utterly empty, unable to muster even a flicker of energy. It then dawned on him that his cultivation had been sealed by that scoundrel, Xiao Chen. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him, filling him with indescribable despair and rage. "Haha, so it turns out you are a waste." The bearded man guffawed. "I thought you were some master, but you can't even gather qi. What a pathetic waste." Chapter 76. Consumed by hatred, the other burly men erupted into a raucous laughter, their gazes towards Lengxin laced with disdain and mockery. "You'd better scram if you know what's good for you. You're nothing but an eyesore," the bearded giant proclaimed, pointing towards the inn's entrance with brazen arrogance. Lengxin clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He glared at these hulking figures, his heart brimming with boundless animosity. He loathed his own impotence, resented his inability to protect the woman he cherished. He despised Xiao Chen, the fiend who had robbed him of everything. "You will regret this," Lengxin forced out through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and low. The bearded giant scoffed dismissively. "Regret? Coming from you? A worthless beggar dares to speak such nonsense." He advanced towards Lengxin with a predatory gleam in his eyes, exuding a cruel intent. "Today, let me teach you what it means to adhere to the rules. You will regret this," Lengxin bellowed, his voice echoing with desperate resonance, akin to a cornered beast. Yet, deep within, a cold smirk flickered across his mind. "Regret? Letting you regret your very existence?" Lengxin scoffed inwardly. "Fortunately, I still possess a trump card." He discreetly submerged his consciousness into the sea of awareness, reaching out to his master, Xianlao, within the ring. "Master, your disciple requires your strength." Lengxin's voice reverberated in the depths of his mind, tinged with urgency. A long sigh echoed in the sea of awareness, laden with helplessness and sorrow. "My dear disciple, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you." Xianlao's voice emerged frail and feeble, like a flickering candle in the wind. "Your meridians have been sealed by that wretched Xiao Chen, rendering them exceedingly fragile. My power is too overwhelming. You would be unable to endure it." Lengxin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, how could he have overlooked this detail? That scoundrel Xiao Chen had not only sealed his cultivation, but had also insidiously damaged his meridians. In this moment, he resembled a shattered vessel, incapable of containing the vast power of Xianlao. "Damn it, am I truly destined to fall here today?" A profound despair surged within Lengxin. Just then, the bearded giant's fist was already upon him. The fist, the size of a sandbag, charged forward, accompanied by a gust of wind and a foul stench, striking mercilessly towards his eye. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Lengxin felt darkness envelop him, a searing pain radiating from his nose. Instantly, a torrent of brutal attacks began to rain down upon him. Fists and kicks descended like relentless raindrops, battering his form. Lengxin curled up on the ground, shielding his head, allowing the burly men to unleash their fury. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent. He understood that resistance would only invite greater wrath. Rather than squander energy, he opted to conserve his strength and await an opportunity. Hit him harder!" The bearded giant roared, resembling a frenzied beast. The other hulking men grew increasingly exhilarated, their blows becoming ever more savage. Meanwhile, the other patrons in the inn scrambled to evade the chaos, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. The shopkeeper cowered behind the counter, trembling in fear, too intimidated to utter a sound. He was merely an ordinary man, incapable of provoking these ruthless brigands. Thud! Thud, thud. The muffled sounds of impact reverberated throughout the inn, striking Lengxin's heart like a funeral bell. He felt as though his bones were shattering, his internal organs shifting within him. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to let out a single groan. He understood that any sign of weakness would only embolden these thugs further. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching interminably. After what felt like an eternity, the burly men finally grew weary. They stood panting to the side, casting amused glances at Lengxin, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Oomph! A bearded brute spat at Lengxin. Pathetic. If you dare to speak arrogantly again, I'll beat you to death. With that, he delivered a brutal kick to Lengxin's abdomen. Lengxin's body flew out like a tattered sack, crashing heavily at the entrance of the inn. He lay motionless, as if he had lost his last breath. The brutes erupted into laughter as they swaggered away. Inside the inn, silence reigned. Only Lengxin's faint breaths attested to his continued existence. A warm current began to flow from his fingertips, spreading throughout his body. Within his hazy consciousness, he sensed a faint energy gradually mending his damaged meridians and bones. This energy emanated from the ancient ring upon his finger, within which lay his master, Xianlao. Alas, my disciple, this is all I can do for you. Xianlao's frail voice echoed in Lengxin's mind, as faint as a whisper. This energy can only barely heal your external injuries. It cannot unravel the seals within you. You must take care of yourself. The voice gradually faded, and the ring once again fell into silence. Lengxin's eyelids fluttered slightly before slowly opening. Before him lay a blurred vision of his surroundings. He shook his head, striving to focus. The dilapidated inn, the terrified patrons, and the bloodstains on the ground. It was all his blood. Struggling, Lengxin attempted to rise. Every bone in his body felt as if it were shattered, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth, and pushed himself up with his hands, slowly rising. 1 step, 2 steps. Each movement felt as though he were treading upon the sharpest of blades. At last he stood upright, swaying precariously as if he might collapse at any moment. He looked down at his tattered garments, stained with blood and dirt. A surge of humiliation washed over him like a tidal wave. He, Lengxin, a prodigy of the heavens, a rare talent of the Qingyue sect in a century. How could he have ever endured such indignity? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, yet he felt no pain. Only the searing humiliation churned within his chest, burning fiercely. Xiao Chen. He ground his teeth, forcing those 2 words through clenched jaws. You shall wait. One day, I will make you pay 100-fold. He took a deep breath, striving to quell the fury within his heart. He understood that the time for vengeance had not yet come. What he required was strength, immense strength. Only by possessing formidable power could he trample Xiao Chen beneath his feet and cleanse the humiliation of this day. Chapter 77. Something is missing in the martial arts arena of the Xiao residence. Lengxin stood clad in white garments, as pure as snow, her figure ethereal like an immortal. In her hand, the long sword gleamed with a chilling light, reminiscent of a wandering dragon. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle that caused the surrounding leaves to rustle ominously. With a single swing, the atmosphere was filled with an endless sword aura. Several fallen leaves drifted down, only to be mercilessly shredded to dust by the fierce sword energy before they could touch the ground. What exquisite swordsmanship! A voice of admiration emerged from the sidelines. Lengxin sheathed her sword and turned to see Xiao Chen standing nearby, a smile gracing his lips as he applauded. When did you arrive? Lengxin's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart swelling with a hint of pride. Just now, Xiao Chen replied, approaching her with a cheerful demeanor. His gaze fell upon the long sword in her grasp. This sword technique is truly remarkable. What is its name? This is my self-created sword technique, called Cold Moon Sword Art. Lengxin gently caressed the blade, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Cold Moon Sword Art. Xiao Chen repeated the name, his mind calculating how to seize more fortune from Lengxin. On the surface, he maintained an appreciative demeanor. A splendid name, a magnificent sword technique. The cold moon like frost, the sword aura like a rainbow, truly worthy of its title. You flatter me, Mo Lengxin said, her exterior aloof, yet her lips betrayed a slight smile, her mood buoyant. Anyone would feel elated to receive such praise from their beloved. By the way, what brings you here today? Mo Lengxin inquired curiously, for Xiao Chen usually spent his days in the study, rarely visiting the martial arts arena. I came because I missed you, Xiao Chen said, taking her hand in a casual manner. Umph, you silver-tongued flatterer, Mo Lengxin playfully chided, yet her heart felt as sweet as honey. My dear, I speak nothing but heartfelt truths, Xiao Chen whispered close to her ear, his tone sincere. Umph, you only know how to make me happy. Mo Lengxin feigned disbelief, though her smile was impossible to conceal. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing how easily he could charm Mo Lengxin with a few sweet words, leaving her in a daze. My dear, while your swordplay is fierce, it lacks something. Xiao Chen suddenly retracted his smile, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Mo Lengxin was taken aback by his words and looked at him with surprise. Oh, what does it lack? It lacks soul. Xiao Chen paused deliberately, heightening her anticipation. Soul? Montag Lengxin's confusion deepened. Can swordplay even possess a soul? Indeed, it possesses soul. Xiao Chen nodded gravely. Your swordsmanship is skillful and powerful, yet it lacks the integration with your own state of mind. You have not infused your emotions into it, which makes it appear beautiful but diminishes its true lethality. This revelation left Mo Lengxin speechless. Xiao Chen's words struck her like a bolt of enlightenment, illuminating her understanding. She had always sensed that her swordplay was missing something, yet she had never discerned the reason. At this moment, Xiao Chen's words illuminated her mind, causing her to experience a profound epiphany. In her pursuit of swordsmanship, she had focused solely on techniques, neglecting the most crucial aspect, her state of mind. What you have articulated is precisely the quandary that has long plagued my thoughts. As the brilliance in Mo Lengxin's eyes intensified, her gaze toward Xiao Chen brimmed with admiration. Indeed, the art of the sword mirrors the essence of the self. The self reflects the sword. Xiao Chen continued, your swordplay, much like your persona, appears frigid on the surface, yet harbors a fervent spirit within. However, you have buried this passion too deeply, afraid to unleash it. Consequently, your swordsmanship lacks that fervor, that compelling force capable of captivating the heart. Each of Xiao Chen's utterances acted as a key, unlocking the doors of Mo Lengxin's heart. Despite years of diligent practice, no one had ever comprehended her swordplay or her essence so profoundly. How may I enhance my skills? Mo Lengxin inquired eagerly. It is quite simple, Xiao Chen replied as he took the long sword from her grasp. Feel with your heart. Infuse your emotions into your swordplay, allowing the sword to become an extension of your body, a manifestation of your feelings. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the sword rang with a clear note. Then, with a fluid motion, he began to demonstrate. The same techniques, in Xiao Chen's hands, radiated an entirely different power. The sword light flickered, both dreamlike and fiercely sharp. Each strike was imbued with strength and emotion, sometimes gentle as water, at other times tempestuous as thunder, hauntingly beautiful as a song, or tragically noble as poetry. Mo Lengxin observed in silence, her eyes filled with awe. She had never witnessed such exquisite swordplay, so brimming with soul. This was the true essence of the cold moon sword technique. At last, she grasped the meaning of the soul that Xiao Chen spoke of. It was an understanding of the swordplay, a reflection on life, and a release of emotion, a realm where one's entirety is intertwined with the art of the sword. Xiao Chen sheathed the sword and returned it to Mo Lengxin. Feel deeply, experience fully, he said with a smile. Mo Lengxin took the sword, gripping it tightly. It transformed in her hands from a mere weapon into a vibrant companion. Eager to experiment, she longed to weave her emotions into her swordplay. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, striving to recall Xiao Chen's earlier words, allowing her feelings to flow into the sword techniques. When she opened her eyes once more, they radiated a newfound intensity. No longer cold, they shone with a fervent glow, She slowly raised the long sword, its tip pointing toward the heavens. A powerful aura emanated from her being, causing the air around the training ground to feel as if it had solidified. Wisps of visible sword energy began to swirl around the long sword. Is this the soul? Lengxin murmured to herself. She sensed that the sword in her hand was no longer a mere weapon, but a living entity, a partner that resonated with her spirit, capable of expressing her emotions. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword emitted a clear, resonant sound. This time, the sound was entirely distinct from before, crisper, louder, and imbued with greater power. Lengxin moved gracefully, commencing her practice of the cold moon sword technique. The same maneuvers now revealed an utterly transformed might. The sword light flickered like a cascading galaxy, akin to meteors slicing through the night sky. Chapter 78. Continue. Each move and technique brimmed with power and emotion. At times, it was as gentle as water, resembling the tender whispers between lovers. At other moments, it erupted with fury like thunder, reminiscent of divine wrath. Occasionally, it was as poignant as a song, narrating an unforgettable tale of love. At times, it resonated with the grandeur of poetry, echoing the heroic ballads of valor. The trees surrounding the training ground were wounded by the sword energy, splintering under its force. Deep gashes marred the ground, and even the air seemed to be torn asunder. With a swift flick of her wrist, Lengxin directed a stream of sword energy towards a distant target. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. As the wooden stake and target shattered into dust, Lengxin gazed in astonishment at the power she had unleashed. Indeed, following Xiao Chen's method had elevated her prowess to an entirely new level. Overwhelmed with joy, she rose on her toes and gently kissed Xiao Chen's cheek. Thank you. Xiao Chen. Thank me? Xiao Chen grinned wickedly, wrapping his arms around Lengxin's slender waist. Mere verbal gratitude would not suffice. Something more substantial was warranted. Lengxin's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully protested. What do you intend to do? What do you think? Xiao Chen whispered teasingly in her ear. A wave of warmth enveloped Lengxin, leaving her powerless to resist. The atmosphere around the training ground grew charged with a suggestive tension once more. Ding! You have plundered 1,000 points of fortune from the heroine, Lengxin. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Chen's mind. A sly smile graced his lips. It seemed this maneuver had garnered him a considerable amount of fortune. Exiner, remember the rule you established, 10 times a day. You cannot renege on this, Xiao Chen teased, gently lifting Lengxin's chin with his finger. Her usually cool visage blushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe peach, exquisite and alluring. She bit her lip, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. When she had set this rule, Xiao Chen's strength had not surpassed hers. At that time, she had been brimming with confidence, believing she could handle it, even turn the tables to teach Xiao Chen a lesson. But now, Xiao Chen's power had far surpassed her own. In their shared chamber, was she not at his mercy? As this realization dawned upon her, a wave of anxiety washed over Lengxin. Stealing a glance at Xiao Chen, she noticed a dangerous glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a predator poised to pounce. Xiao Chen. Lengxin's voice was barely a whisper, quivering with trepidation. Yes. Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Could we cancel that rule? Summoning her courage, Lengxin lifted her gaze, her large, watery eyes locking onto Xiao Chen's. Cancel? Xiao Chen feigned surprise. This was a rule you established yourself. How can it be dismissed so easily? Lengxin bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, presenting a picture of vulnerability. However, 10 times a day is rather excessive. She gazed at Xiao Chen with a look of melancholy, pondering how such a delicate flower could possibly endure it. As she spoke, she deliberately arched her chest, accentuating her curves. Xiao Chen's gaze roamed over her figure, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. He gently pinched the fair cheek of Lengxin. His tone mingled with a hint of indulgence, yet unmistakably authoritative. No, it cannot be. A heavy feeling settled in Lengxin's heart, realizing that she was indeed inescapably doomed today. She shot Xiao Chen a resentful glance, her eyes brimming with helplessness and grievance. You always bully me." Xiao Chen laughed heartily, scooping Mo Lengxin into his arms. "I'm merely cherishing you," he said with a mischievous grin. "Rest assured, I'll be a tad gentler." Mo Lengxin secretly thought, "A tad gentler? Who would believe you?" Yet, powerless to resist, she surrendered to Xiao Chen as he laid her upon the bed. The red candles flickered and the curtains hung low. In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the bed. Mo Lengxin languidly reclined in Xiao Chen's embrace, her entire body aching. She shot him a reproachful glare, exclaiming, "It's all your fault." Xiao Chen playfully kissed her forehead. "My fault? It was you who set the rules." Montauk Lengxin, incensed, playfully punched him. "You still dare to say that?" Xiao Chen laughed heartily, pulling her closer. All right. I won't tease you any further," he said softly. "I shall prepare breakfast for you." With that, he rose and dressed. Mo Lengxin watched his tall, upright figure, a strange feeling welling up within her. Though this fellow could be quite troublesome at times, he truly treated her well. Perhaps this is what is meant by joy tinged with pain. A faint smile graced her lips as she closed her eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Xiao Chen stretched lazily, the sound of his joints cracking, echoing. This little girl, she certainly has her charms. A wicked smile played on his lips as he strolled to the backyard, preparing to stretch his muscles. In the backyard, a rockery stood intricately, with bizarre stones jutting out. Xiao Chen casually threw a punch. There was no earth-shattering noise, nor was there dazzling light. Just an unremarkable punch. However, this punch concealed a terrifying power. The wind from his fist howled like a roaring beast. The rockery instantaneously shattered, stones flying in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust, Xiao Chen stood proudly, resembling a war god. "The strength of this body surpasses my expectations." He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, a shadow silently appeared behind Xiao Chen. The shadow knelt on one knee respectfully and said, "Young master, Lengxin has already departed for the frigid lands of the northern region." Hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. The frigid lands? This lad certainly knows how to pick his locations. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth, indicating that he was on a quest for some fortuitous opportunities. Xiao Chen had long been aware that Lengxin was a child of destiny, destined to encounter various adventures and acquire numerous treasures. In the frigid expanse of a northern domain, he encountered his first opportunity. Continue to monitor him and report immediately with any developments, Xiao Chen instructed coolly. "As you command." "Young master," the shadow responded before vanishing without a trace. Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the swirling autumn leaves, his eyes reflecting a profound and distant gaze. "Lengxin, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp?" A cold smile crept upon his lips. "Everything about you lies within my control." The northern domain, fraught with peril and danger, served as Lengxin's crucible, the very genesis of his ascent. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen orchestrated events from the shadows, patiently awaiting his prey to fall into the trap. He understood that Lengxin's fortuity would inevitably become his own possession, to seize fortune and establish unparalleled dominance. Ambition gleamed fiercely in Xiao Chen's eyes as he inhaled deeply, feeling the tumultuous power surging within him. Chapter 79. A tangle of emotions in the grand hall of the Qingyue sect. The atmosphere was heavy, akin to the stillness before tempest. Lin Qingyu sat gracefully in the seat of honor, clad in garments as white as snow, exuding an air of icy detachment. Her gaze swept over the assembled elders. Her tone tranquil. "I have summoned you all for a significant announcement." The elders, their expressions a medley of disbelief and anticipation, held their breath. "Soon, I shall marry into the Xiao family." Lin Qingyu's voice was calm and steady, yet it reverberated like thunder throughout the hall. "What? Marrying into the Xiao family? Becoming Xiao Chen's concubine?" A cacophony of astonishment erupted among the elders, their eyes wide with incredulity as they stared at Lin Qingyu. "Is this truly the case?" "Secmaster, An elderly man with snow-white hair stammered, his face etched with shock and confusion. Absolutely, Lin Qingyu replied, her tone remaining indifferent, as if discussing a trivial matter. The hall erupted into chaos. The Xiao family. They are a colossal force that surpasses us. An elder, flushed with excitement, declared. The sect master marrying into the Xiao family, becoming Xiao Chen's concubine, signifies that our Qingwei sect will receive the Xiao family support. Our sect's strength will surely ascend to new heights. His eyes sparkled with fervor, envisioning a glorious future for the Qingwei sect. Indeed, this is a monumental blessing. Another elder chimed in, his voice brimming with joy. However, not all shared this optimism. A burly elder suddenly rose, fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. Sect master, you are the leader of the Qingwei sect. How can you submit to become a mere concubine of Xiao Chen? His voice was filled with fervor, his eyes burning with resentment. He understood that the sect master was being coerced by the Xiao family. Otherwise, how could she agree to such a humiliating condition? Surely, she would not have released them from the dungeons otherwise. Yes, sect master, please reconsider. Several elders urged, their faces marred with concern. Oof. A cold snort interrupted the tumultuous debate, emanating from a stern-faced matron. Her piercing gaze scrutinized the ecstatic elders. When did the Qingwei sect fall to such depths that we must sacrifice our sect master to advance our sect? Her words were like a clarion call, awakening the ecstatic elders from their delirium. Indeed, how can we sacrifice our sect master for the benefit of the sect? The dignity of the sect master outweighs all else. The atmosphere in the hall shifted once more, becoming somber. Lin Qingyu surveyed the assemblage, a flicker of complexity flitting across her eyes. She spoke slowly, her tone tinged with resignation. My mind is made up, and there is no need for further persuasion. This matter is settled. Her voice brooked no argument, infused with an undeniable authority. The elders exchanged glances, ultimately sighing in resignation. They understood that the sect master had made her decision, and they were powerless to alter it. Lin Qingyu rose, her gaze sweeping over the assembly, her tone frigid. The meeting is adjourned. She turned and departed, her silhouette forlorn, as if burdened by endless melancholy. Exiting the grand hall, she strode directly to the rear courtyard. The courtyard lay silent and deserted, save for a few plum blossoms standing resolutely against the biting wind. Troubled, she drew the long sword from her waist. The blade shimmered like snow, carving sharp arcs through the air. Lin Qingyu wielded the sword with precision, each movement fierce, yet imbued with an indescribable grace. She poured all her vexation, anxiety, and unease into her swordplay. The sword's aura surged, petals cascaded like falling snow. Breathless, she eventually ceased her movements, her chest heaving violently. Sweat drenched her garments, clinging to her skin with a chill. She gently bit her crimson lip, her gaze somewhat unfocused. Everything that had transpired in the grand hall replayed in her mind like a film. The elders' shock, their opposition, their helplessness, and her own resoluteness. All of it left her utterly fatigued. Yet, amidst this exhaustion, she found an unexpected absence of resistance within herself. The thought of marrying into the Xiao family, becoming Xiao Chen's concubine, this notion had lingered in her mind for some time, yet it had failed to stir any significant turmoil. In fact, there was even a hint of anticipation. Lin Qingyu abruptly shook her head, banishing this absurd thought from her mind. What was she anticipating? To become a mere appendage to a man? A plaything? Impossible. Clenching her jaw, a flicker of defiance shone in her eyes. She would never yield to the whims of fate. However, the image of Xiao Chen involuntarily surfaced in her mind, the domineering, assertive man tinged with a touch of tenderness. The sensation of his embrace around her waist, his warm breath when he drew near. Each encounter left her flushed and her heart racing. Even when she announced her intention to marry him in the grand hall, she felt not a trace of revulsion. Instead, there was a subtle sweetness. Lin Qingyu gasped, covering her cheeks. The warmth enveloping her reminded her of just how precarious her state was. What was she thinking? How could she harbor such inappropriate thoughts about that man? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to regain her composure. She could not dwell on this any longer. If she continued, she would surely lose her mind. What was happening to her? Lin Qingyu sighed, her eyes brimming with confusion. She could not fathom why she felt such peculiar emotions toward Xiao Chen. Clearly, he was a perilous man, one who could consume her at any moment. Yet, she found herself utterly unable to resist his allure, like a moth drawn to flame, fully aware of the danger, yet unhesitating in her approach.